ouais choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitte. Et je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
The first day of North American League playoffs saw Youngbloods and major champions alike cast down into the last chance qualifiers. Today, the clarion sounds and the top two teams in NA descend from on high to show us just how strong they really are. It's guts and glory. It's storm and fury. It is the best siege this side of the equator. It's day 2 of the NAL playoffs. I am Corbeck, happy to be here in the studio one more time here with two of the most brilliant minds in Siege. It's Laxing and Foxa. I knew it was going to happen eventually. I knew it was going to happen eventually. But gentlemen, today is an extra exciting day because we are sending a team to the major.
Yeah,
Two teams to the major.
It's definitely the best day to look forward to. You get to see your favorite teams get sent to the major, or you get to see maybe your favorite team get sent into an LC, well, not an LCQ, but into the lower bracket finals and see if they can get their last chance of making it.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I mean, all the teams that are at the top, you get this first win, you qualify for the major, and then you get to play for first place without that pressure looming over your head. But then the teams that do lose, the pressure in the lower bracket to get that third place spot, it really bites down, like all the way down. You feel that weight on your back, so it's really scary to be in that position, and no one wants to end up there.
No, they don't. But of course, before we can get into that, we should talk about what happened yesterday, because it was a day that had some surprises. One expected outcome anyway, though, and another very unexpected outcome.
Yeah, I don't think we expected M80 to take the win away from C9BC. And I also would like to say I don't think we expected Wildcard to put up as much of a fight as they did against SQ. SQ ended up running away with that win, with a 2-1 win. And obviously, it's nice to see Sonics get that win, but it hasn't been necessarily the most dominant performance. Wildcard put up a great fight, and it was nice to see that they have something to look forward to taking into that LCQ open bracket run, and hopefully they have a lot to take away from that game. But as for Sonics, I mean, need to see a lot better today.
Yeah, and I went on to Sonic's point yesterday. Is it a cause for concern after losing that game against C9 Beast Coast and what they were going to look like going into playoffs and how scary it was for Wildcard again. But like you said, Wildcard actually put up one hell of a performance against them. Unfortunately, they couldn't muster out keeping the last game close where they ended up losing 3-7 on that clubhouse. But yeah, I mean, like you said, I do want to see Sonics coming in today, bringing a little more structure, a little more team play, just getting rounds cleaner ended towards the end there. And then even going into that game, that next game, C9 Beast Coast M80, I mean, mean, I honestly thought, I mean, it was close games. They were 7-5, 7-5s, but I thought for sure that that game was going to go the distance of needing all 3 maps. But M80 had that huge bounce back, that resilience, and that amazing defensive half that solidified them to get that 7-5 and push them into today's match against Dark Zero.
Yeah, no, it was definitely, I would say, a kind of defensive half for the ages right there, just with all those clutches that went in. Obviously, M80 might be relying on that here today, but they're our second game of the day. Our first game is obviously SSG versus Sonics, and I mean, Lexi, you alluded to it here. Sonics, they got to tighten up the bolts if they want to win this one out.
Yeah, and I also said it yesterday as well. The game that I'm most anticipated to be watching and looking forward to the most is actually this first game of Sonics versus SSG, because I do think they are very similar in kind of how they play, or their depth of their strats and the structure. But I think overall, it's really going to be a true testament to both teams to see who really is going to come in today's match and show who is the better team from a strategical standpoint.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe this matchup is the battle of consistency. Both teams struggling to really become that top 2 slot. Yes, SSG was able to scrape away with it, but it wasn't necessarily an easy victory for them. And SQ, we thought it would be a lot more consistent from them. And then towards the end, they've had their worst showing against C9BC. And then yesterday, I mean, it was a great performance from Wildcard, but it wasn't a great performance from Sonics by no means.
No, they definitely felt like they were fighting against themselves at various points in time, and they're going to be fighting against Space Station today. They're second place overall in the league, gentlemen. Did they earn that spot, or did they kind of sneak in there under the radar?
I mean, I think they earned it because SSG has been a prime example of you get out what you put in. I mean, every game has been such a hard-fought victory for them. A 7-5 win or an OT win. Their only game that was very decisive was their 7-3 win against C9BC. But even with this performance of them scraping these wins by, a lot of these games end up on the shoulders of big individual plays. And I mean, you look at their opening kills and their opening deaths, and it's statistics that aren't too crazy. Yes, they are positive. They're plus 10 on their opening kills, and they're finding that success on the entry. We'll talk a little bit about why later, but the rest of SSG's statistics are kind of just good all around the board. And that's what SSG has been, good. We haven't necessarily seen great. We've seen glimpses of it, but we want to see more than just that. And one of the players that we specifically saw a lot more of was Benja. I mean, he's been playing phenomenally well since the inception of SSG and slowly been getting more and more comfortable along the team. He's just been trying to fill in the gaps, fill in those slots, and he has been one of the big factors of why they are plus 10 in that opening kills department. He's constantly getting into these positions to get SSG that advantage, but there hasn't been, I guess, turnaround with these opening kills, and that's why rounds end up getting so close. And every time we watch SSG, we always see a big Ashen play, a big Benja play, a big J90 play. We have to see big plays because it's not necessarily great amongst the board. You'll see one SSG round where it's phenomenal all the way through, and then another that's just shaky that they barely scrape by.
You know, in the beginning of even getting into this stage and even EWC, where we got to saw Benja come into fruition with this team, it was a question of not to matter as how well is Benja going to do on this team, it's just how fast are they going to slot him into this roster and allow him to play the position that we've all known him to be playing in the role that he does, and how fast he was going to be acclimated to the environment. And honestly, that was almost right away. And again, we've seen glimpses from this roster. We've seen glimpses of what they can do, but the player that has been the most consistent, like you were saying, is Benja, and that's how he's been constantly throughout his iteration of G2, winning that world championship, and now still finding himself doing the exact same thing on this SSG roster.
Yeah, I agree, and we have seen glimpses of it, but I feel like we're all tired of just tastes of SSG. We want the whole SSG at this point.
The whole SSG. I mean, they're going to need the whole SSG here today if they're going to beat Sonics. Sonics, you know, they had a couple of rough goes yesterday, but it's the Canadian system. It's still Sonics, so you can't count them out.
Yeah, and, you know, you do have to talk about yesterday because it was, you know, we thought it was going to be kind of, you know, a blowout from them, given their performance this entire stage. And again, because of that fallout that we saw against C9 Beast Coast, it wasn't a cause for concern. But again, you have to talk about that game yesterday specifically because it was a very close game. It wasn't as dominant as we thought it was going to look. I mean, that first map, it was a 7-5 from Wildcard that we genuinely believed that was going to be Wildcard's map just solely due to the fact that they started on the defensive half first, and this map was very heavily favored on the defensive half. Then that game ends up going 7-4. Then we go into the next game. It falls into a 7-5. Again, another very close game. Wildcard hadn't showed this map yet. Again, 7-5, but then you go into the last game. This is where Wildcard, unfortunately, they couldn't keep up the distance. They couldn't go the distance where SQ did, but it does show SQ's resilience. But something to keep in mind, I mean, there's one key factor when you're looking at this, and it's Ambi. Ambi has been the standout player throughout that series.
Yeah, and also another key factor is Canadian. He was towards the bottom of the leaderboard for all 3 matchups, and I don't think that's a testament to his individual skill. It's just when you are IGLing a roster of players, you could contribute Ambi's success to Canadian's IGL.
Absolutely, and we talked about Ambi in the interview, and he said, he was playing mid, and obviously we highlighted him yesterday, but Ambi has not been playing mid. He's playing the furthest thing from mid. He's averaging over 100 EPS, and then especially to highlight him in yesterday's games, you are going into playoffs peaking your performance so far. That's got to feel good for Sonics, but not only for Sonics, especially for Ambi, because we know how pivotal and how good Ambi can be, and the fact that he is now turning up that heat going into playoffs. It is a scary thing that SSG is going to have to try to thwart off going into this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think I'll forget you saying, as we were watching, if Ambi just holds top floor, that's all Ambi needs to do. And I mean, he held it. Is he really kind of evolved into a player that Canadian just knows he can go to Ambi when he needs it? Is that where he's at now?
Absolutely. I think Ambi is definitely one of the best pickups that, any roster has brought up from the younger tier 2 talent, T3 talent. Ambi is a young prodigy, and he still has a lot to learn, but the fact that he's gone out the gate running, already attended an SI, made a semifinal appearance. I mean, Ambi is definitely a player, again, for rookies to look up to understand how you can play, what you can do with your own style of play. Ambi is definitely that player to be looking at.
I believe Ambi's in a position where once this roster was formed, he was kind of the rookie that didn't necessarily have expectations on his shoulders. He just had to do his job, and he's been doing it, and now he's in the momentum stage where he's a snowball falling down the cliff, and he's only going to pick up more speed, especially as the team gets more comfortable, and we are seeing him here in his peak performance currently, and hopefully he can continue it as the stage goes on.
Well, it's definitely something to look forward to, but you've heard from us. How about we go straight to the source? Here's Fultz and Canadian to tell us about their teams and where they are in the playoffs.
Hey, I'm Canadian from Sonics. We just won our first playoffs game versus Wildcard. I think we started things out pretty rough. It felt like we were playing not to lose rather than playing to win. We said some things between maps and basically just said, just fight for every single round, and let's make sure we're doing everything we can to make sure we have a chance in this and make sure that we did our best to win. And I think we did a great job of that through the end. I think we have a lot to be proud of in terms of how we turned around the mentality and just fought for the rest of the game.
We had a big win versus Beast Coast, which was probably the cleanest win that we had that week. And then we played Los 1 and then Wildcard towards the end. And both those games we had full control of, and we kind of let both of them go into OT when they probably in reality shouldn't have. We got the win regardless, and top 2 was secured, so all is good, but not the cleanest way to do it. So
I'm not normally one that pays too close attention to the kill count, but I was hearing Ambi dropped damn near 50 kills in the series, so that's crazy. I'd say as far as vibes go, I think Surf did a great job helping push the guys to fight as well. And extra voice, just more people believing for it and trying to rally us, I think is always important. The more people on board with it, the better.
Benja and Liam, I know they had a really good stage, frag department. Jay did too. We have 3 of the best fraggers in an AL, so it really is a lethal combo when we're all glued and we hit that flow state. I think Sonics, Troy has influenced their team and their play style a lot. I see a lot of similarities between when he was on DZ and their style compared to SQ now. They still did keep some of that same play style of the old SQ too, so it's a pretty unique dynamic, and they're solid. I respect them, but we're more than capable of beating them. So
they have a culture that they really all buy into, and I think belief in themselves and each other. That makes it hard to play against. They're the type of team that will fight for rounds. The way that they play, it's very set up for Benja and Ashen to have big impact, but I think the supporting cast has been playing really well for them too. I think Fultz and Forrest have had both great seasons, so I think that's kind of their biggest strength as a team, I'd say.
My only expectation going into our game Saturday is that we follow the game plan and we don't, slide off of whatever our game plan is just because we're getting beat first map. I just want us to stick to whatever our plan is. So that's really my only goal coming into playoffs.
This team feels very confident no matter what, as long as we are fighting for every round and doing everything in our power to win. Yeah, I think we're feeling good and confident, just as long as we carry in that kind of grit and that fight into future games.
You know, guys, this may be a bit of a silly question from me, but do you think we talk, and I know I'm guilty of it actually, do we talk a little bit too much about Canadian on Sonics? Does it overshadow the rest of that team and how good they are?
I mean, I don't think we over talk about Canadian. I think anytime Sonics comes up, you have to mention the impact that Canadian has had. You heard even Fultz mention it. And obviously, you have to do it to give him the respect that he's earned on that roster.
Of course.
But obviously, if anybody, the viewer, the teams that are playing against Sonics, if you focus too much on Canadian, you're going to let the other talented players run amok on you. And that's the issue with playing against Sonics is even if you hard focus Canadian, he's not necessarily the one that's winning the team on his lonesome. He's making sure that his chess pieces are in the right positions at the right time and going on whatever you give them. And so I'm really looking forward to this game being kind of an adaptive defense game. Really, which team has the more adaptive, fast-paced, retaking defensive side? And we heard Canadian talk a lot about it, just always going for that attack. We want to make sure we're always attacking in every round. And they were slow on that wildcard game. So I'm expecting to see some big, fast, aggressive defenses.
Well, I mean, you're talking about a border and an aggressive defense. I mean, this map will definitely have an aggressive defense. Yeah, I do like this because this is the first time we are going to be seeing it from Sonics, if I'm not mistaken. So, and I believe from SSG as well.
Sonics,
yes.
Sonics played Lair against OXG.
So, yeah, these are actually... No, wait. Sonics has played this.
Sonics played Lair against OXG.
So this will be the first time SSG is playing it. But again, Border is a very aggressive map that, again, for the defense specifically, you're going to be fighting them at the forefront of Top East, going into Break, getting into CC, going into Dome. So I am expecting to see a lot of SSG moving around the map, backing one another up. But then on that same end, I'm expecting a little bit of Sonics of also doing a little bit of that as well, using that shield play as much as possible to get into the map, to take those gunfights, to gain those positions, and really try to keep that fundamental game going of just keeping that man advantage as high as possible and just trickle that down to a 2v1, 1v1, whatever that's going to look like.
I think that's an excellent breakdown of why we would be seeing the border here. I guess a question, maybe the Lair pick. Is that just to try and throw them off kilter a little bit? Where are you coming from there if you're looking at that from the Sonics perspective?
I mean, both teams played Lair towards the end of their stage. And
sure, but it's still not very played. I mean,
it's still not very played. There's still a lot up into the air, but both teams have shown that they're comfortable on it. And in a best of 3, that's obviously the situation where you want to get a map like Lair. So I really like SQ taking a completely different style of maps as we saw yesterday. Yesterday we saw very confined spaces, Skyscraper Club, you know, maps that you understand what you're taking wildcard to, very slow maps, you know what you're going to get. Now we're seeing very aggressive maps. Border's small, Lair is big. So completely different sides of the spectrum, but both very aggressive-sided maps. So it looks exactly like Sonics is completely switching the playstyle and not trying to win off of slowing like a wild card attack. It's more about taking the fight to SSG. And that's why I think we're exactly going to see that. And Border obviously being a good test ground, and Lair both are just, I'd imagine it's going to be a real bloodbath for both of the teams.
I mean, even the ideologies in terms of both maps, it's going to be very different from a very small map to a very big map. There's going to be a lot of moving puzzle pieces throughout both sides of this game. But I mean, it's great to start off on a border because, like I said, this is going to be quite the slugfest for both these teams to hold these power positions and to be playing off one another again to keep the man advantage on both ends high and strong to dwindle down into that end game.
Yeah, I agree. I really think it's going to come down to those defenses because we talked about SSG losing these 1v1s all over the map, and sometimes they'll have rounds where they could just steamroll a team, and sometimes it's inconsistent. Border is a very unpredictable map. You can get shot from any single area of the map. It's almost like a bunch of 1v1s that are isolated all around the map. And SQ is really good on that front when it comes to attack. SSG needs to make sure that their defenses are clicked together so that they're not losing individual players without a trade. And I'm really looking forward to the dynamic defenses we'll see from both teams.
I mean, in the context of kind of a best of 3, we said earlier, SSG, they played a lot of long best of 1s, right? Like, they've gone the distance. Do you think that helps kind of build a little bit of fortitude in the team? I know these are all veteran players, but there's a difference, right? I mean, there can be a difference.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you look at their camp and their regimen and how they play inside and outside of the game, I mean, it really is a true testament of their mental fortitude. And by any means, if any team's going to have that, they're going to have that.
It's a double-edged sword. I mean, you have more footage for other teams to have looked at, but these are 2 maps that there hasn't been much gameplay from SSG. But at the same time, yeah, it gets you ready for the long haul, and this is what a best of 3 is. It's all about the marathon.
Yep.
Well, it sounds like our first map of the day is ready, so I'm happy to turn it over to one of my LATAM League comrades, Flynn, and the ever-wonderful Intero for the call.
Thank you so very much. Space Station versus Sun. How long have you had that background for?
since they sent it to me in 2020.
Okay. I appreciate that you kept it in good working order. Admittedly, when I listen to LATAM, I'm not watching when you're on the screen. Border Space Station versus Sonics. This is a very, very good map for Space Station. They have a 15-3 record on this map since Stage 1 2023. Robert, good friend Robbie boy, my Rob Flynn. Do you think there's any chance whatsoever that the Sonics will be able to overcome such an incredible record and win against Space Station on Border?
Well, I think there's a couple things going against the Sonics right now. Number one, their most recent play was against Los on Border, and their defensive start wasn't that great. They lost the first half 4-2. Then they decided to win 5 attacking rounds in a row. So that's a good start and a good omen for the Sonics starting on the attacking side on Border. The other thing is just, like Troy even talked about it in the interview pregame, it was a slow start for the Sonics yesterday. A rough skyscraper against Wildcard, an interesting matchup that kind of turned into a slugfest. Like Lax and Fox both said, we weren't really anticipating being as much of a barn burner as it turned out to be. And I think for the Sonics as well, today's got to be a better focus on starting earlier, starting hotter, and starting on the attacking side, like I said, where they did win 5 in a row against Low Stream in the group stage. It's probably pretty familiar territory up against a team like SSG, who loves to swarm on their opponents.
And you can see the new Rainbow Six Share skins in the background of all those operator cards. The new Rainbow Six Share skins were announced, 2 weeks ago, roughly, somewhere in that window. I don't know if you're there. Somewhere around there. And there it is on your screen. New bundles for your favorite teams. You see new bundles as well for organizations that we haven't seen before. Wild has a skin. Falcons have a skin. There's lots of anime. Yay! If you like anime. Boo! If you don't like anime. Either way, it is taking over the R6 Share skins. Very first defense is going to come on a pretty reliable bomb site. Not upstairs, as we might suspect, but over in Bathroom and Tellers.
Yeah, Bathroom Tellers being the primary for Space Station probably means this is going to be a lengthy extension topside. Holding into Archives and Office, the hatch get opened up preemptively by Space Station, and you can see there's about a Space Station defender in every corner of the map. Border a deceptively small map in terms of real estate, and SSG love to occupy as much space on a map as possible. We see Canadian immediately swapping over to the Blitz, though. So we lose the Montaigne in the ban phase. Malusi, Azami, and Dokkaebi all follow. But boy, oh boy, when you ban one shield, you have the opportunity to just play the other one these days. And the Blitz for Canadian has been a friend, and I think right now for the Sonics, again, starting with aggressive operators, being able to entry into the map as swiftly as possible and take the fight to Space Station will be crucial in getting this map across the finish line. This is Space Station's pick, and you definitely want to provide as much opposition as possible on it.
One player that we're going to be watching quite intently, Rob, is Ambi, who isn't involved in the first altercation. Ashen hits Rexon so hard the GN is an auto prompt that shows up in chat. But Ambi does trade right back. Goodbye to J90, who's been sensational so far this stage. As the desk highlighted, Ambi's performance has only continued to improve as he gets more and more comfortable with Canadian's system. And for people who don't want us talking about one of the most notable players in the NA League, I have bad news for you. This is going to be a best of 3. I expect all 3 maps between these teams, and Canadian will be mentioned quite a lot. He has made SQ better. He's made Ambi better, too. Halfway through the round, and both teams have lost 1 player.
Yeah, you can see right now for the Sonics, again, temptively trying to push in through the bottom of these stairs, but it is taking a moment here. Ambi on the read, though, will catch Fultz, and there goes Forrest as well. Surf collecting as he's taking a little bit of damage off screen, but it leaves Benja and Ashton alone at the hands of the Doc Stim Pistol to boost back up to over 100% health. But here comes Canadian with the diffuser, looking set to drop into the bathroom hatch, and all of his friends will join him.
And Canadian is off to the party. The sound of the shield going very loud in the ears of Benjamaster's Valkyrie. Throws out a Nitro Cell, desperate attempt. Doesn't get the kill with it, but through the chaos, it's Ashen to pick off Ambi. Benja, who's been very, very good, as the stats showed, was really a quiet first round. Canadian getting the plant down. Ashen finds his heal, and, well, it's the team captain of Sonics to pull it off. Ashen doing a considerable amount of damage, but he hasn't been able to get the Blitz out of that position. Benjamaster isolated by Surf, and now Canadian is in, and the pain train arrives on schedule, sending Ashen to the Nether Realm. I would love to hear what King Monkey himself is screaming at that monitor for Sonics. He's obviously very fired up about this, and well, there's a little bit of a rivalry here. Fultz won a world championship with Canadian when they were both on Space Station. It's been a long time since he played for SSG, and he's found new life in other squads. But I think it's a little bit personal for Troy. 1-0 for Sonics.
That was a very nice shot from Ambi, continuing his fine form from yesterday as the desk, couch, whatever you want to call the group of analysts that did the pregame. I think right now for SQ as well, doing a good job of utilizing the time at their disposal. You can see about the midway point in the round. 90 seconds had elapsed, and we had yet to see a whole lot of movement inside the building for Sonics. And opting to go site direct a little bit more than I think many of Space Station's defenders would have anticipated. Setting up for the top hold, Space Station was anticipating an entire map clear, and yet Sonics were able to isolate East Stairs as really their entry point and their pivot point to operate out of. And at that point, Tellers started to fall, and as soon as you had the top control after the retreat from Space Station, then it was time for Sonics to re-engage top floor and drop the hatch. It was a tough one there as well, as Ashen was, like you said, Parker, spotting the ankles of Troy, but not before the diffuser went down. That essentially made the rest of the round moot, and now we see SSG cycling things up a little bit in terms of the operator location and the operator rotation, and we do see the same for the Sonics as well, bringing out the Deimos that was teased in round number 1, but ultimately swapped off of. Ambi now, getting the hands of that Deathmark tracker, will afford him plenty of opportunity to get into opening engagements as he did yesterday.
You know, Rob, I don't know if you/your family have ever called this. Goodbye, Ambi, by the way. Doesn't even get to use the one death mark, as prison is his sentence. Ben just traded off right away by Surf. So you lose Ambi and the Deimos, which is quite devastating. SSG loses the Mira, which is bad, but as long as both of those black mirrors have been put down, the damage is quite minimal. It's really just your Nitro cell that you're hurting for at this point. And obviously, Benjamin Master's a great player, so you want him in the game. But I was going to say, I don't know if you use this terminology, but my family and friends love to refer to those little yappy dogs as ankle biters because they are about the size of your ankle. Well, Ashen sure was yapping an awful lot in all the games he played, and he was biting at the ankles of Troy. So a little bit ironic, I guess you could say, quite funny and coincidental. The Canadian now not on the shield operator, instead on Twitch, getting information with the Twitch drone, but more importantly, quite a bit of value, as he uses that Twitch drone to pick apart various gadgetry around the bomb site. Again, just as we were in the first round, halfway mark, and both teams down a player.
Surf sending out some Candelas, and he's already utilized one of his smoke grenades. 4 at the disposal for the Sonics, and once again, sandwich window prepped, and a run out from Fultz onto the Archives balcony, onto AC, trying to get aggressive with the SMG-11, as we've often seen Fultz do this stage, getting a lot more active in the early portions of the rounds. Now you can see everyone collecting down below the Archives balcony as Grixer is ready and waiting for a second attempt from Fultz. But everyone else for the Sonics amassing outside of ventilation for the time being. Still plenty of smoke grenades at their disposal in their back pockets. And the Candelas, you got to worry about J9 with the top cover though, as once again we see the Sonics not doing too much to enter into the building, trying to get a lot of work done from the exterior.
And J9, the man of the hour, who's been very good for SSG, will fire away in the smoke, do some damage to Canadian, who survives for the time being. Grixer's died as well. He's had very minimal impact over these 2 rounds, this time playing Ash. Utility might have been used, but the kills will go to waste. Rexon and Canadian combining for less than 1 player's worth of HP. That puts an awful lot on the shoulders of Surf, who's 3-0 to start this matchup. SSG realized they have to get to the diffuser, right? Ashen waiting for the call to go for the jump out on events. There he goes. Surf is waiting for it. Rexon had gotten a kill just moments before. J9 rushing on in with Forrest, and it's 2 in a row.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I think I can, you know, there's about 50 kilometers between Troy and I think I can hear him from here, Rob.
There's about 100 clicks between me and Troy, and I think I can hear him as well. This is the fun side of Canadian. This is the fun side when things get active and things get very amped up. And I do think you touched on a critical point here. You know, lots of talk about the game later on this evening at the conclusion of this one between Spoit and Bolo. Dude, Ashen and Canadian. It was all the talk of the Atlanta Major. And here a year later, we're starting to see the return of that ambivalence. And I think right now for Space Station, The tough spot to be in is that you are anticipating full map clears from the Sonics. You are anticipating them to engage you on all fronts, and yet the Sonics seem very comfortable and very composed on the periphery, not opting to enter into the building, not utilizing the real estate at their disposal on the map to get a lot done, instead poking and prodding and trying to find the weakness that SSG have left open. And unfortunately for Space Station on that round, it was one smoke grenade. Canadian sat in the middle of it, got the plant down, and it was lights out. Like you said, nearly 20 seconds had elapsed on that defuse timer before Space Station really got into a position to react. Caught off guard, anticipating more action elsewhere on the map, and leaving the site open as a possibility for Sonics to make their first entry.
I mean, Sonics was still able to pull that one off without the Deimos as well. I mean, if you wonder about how Deimos can affect a round, well, you've seen quite a lot of application at the start of rounds, but also, and more commonly we find, towards the tail end of a round. If you're an execute-driven team and you know that you're going to get that diffuser into the bomb site, Rob, then Deimos is excellent to isolate and pin down one of those defenders while you get the plant down. And more importantly, when the numbers start to dwindle, ideally in your opponent's direction, you can then use one of the remaining death marks to limit the potential damage that one of the final remaining defenders can do. It's very hard to deal with and very oppressive, if I can use that word. And SQ didn't really need him at the end of the day because Ambi died so early on. But if Ambi can live deep into a round, he will almost always have huge impact on the events surrounding the execute.
For Space Station, we're going to try and attempt to not go 0 for 3 on defensive objectives attempted versus successfully been able to hold it. We've lost on Bathroom Tellers. We've now lost on Vent Workshop. We're now trying top floor, but here we go again. We got a Glaz and Osa, Jesse J. Chick's worst nightmare. But here comes Ambi on the Amaru, and Ashen puts him to sleep immediately. The good news is that was just the attempted flank for the Sonics, and everyone else still stacking outside of Archives.
I thought Jesse Chick's worst nightmare was his calculator dying, but I mean, I guess here we are. We could also make a joke about the Edmonton Oilers losing, but I don't know how many people actually watch hockey or not. Rexon is awaiting a nitro cell or some form of explosive, which is a good call because there are still 2 in the pocket of Space Station, as right now it's the gas canisters from Forest Smoke, who sits on 2 HP, doing some serious work. Ashen, the first casualty, dying at the hands of Grixer. Rexon dies shortly thereafter. Rexon having quite a slow start. Nitro Cell unsheathed, picked apart by Surf, but Benja has the last laugh. He's now under fire. Forest still on 2 HP. Things are grim for Sonics, but they do at the moment have an HP advantage. And there's still 30 seconds left to find these last 2 players for Space Station and prevent them from getting that diffuser down. The diffuser, which, by the way, has just been retrieved by Canadian. Grixer will be the one to cover here. Behind the Talon shield, there goes the plant. Grixer narrowing himself down, keeping himself healthy. Diffuser cannot go down because of the nitro cell. Now is Grixer taking some damage. A nice spray transfer. Forest dies to the track stingers, and it's a rush around as now Grixer needs to get the diffuser down. I don't think he's gonna have time. No, he decides to get Canadian up, and it's a blunder for the ages. He doesn't have time to get the diffuser down and keep the timer running, and Space Station wins by the skin of their teeth.
Holy, just a lot of frantic energy in that round. Man advantage for Space Station, but like you said, health advantage for the Sonics on that attack. They reacquired the diffuser, they got into the objective, and all of a sudden, in the span of, I think, half a second, pretty sure it was Forrest, who was on 2 HP, downed himself by walking into a grid track, and then Grixer on the immediate snap to Benja. It's the jump out that saves the round, and then Grixer playing hot potato between the diffuser and attempting to revive Canadian. I'm sure there were plenty of question marks strewn in chat. I mean, if you're trying to put that down at zeros on the clock, you're probably still getting rushed on and losing the round anyway, so having cover really was probably the only win condition. Just an unfortunate sequence of events that you didn't have another half second to put the case on the down to get into the extension of time. If you're putting the plant down on zeros, the round will continue. You don't have the case down on the ground when the clock hits zeros, it's good night. So Space Station, they get their first defensive victory on border. Arguably one they didn't have much control of for the majority of that round, but they'll take them any way they come.
Well, I mean, we look at the defenders as pulling off a perfect rotation, and obviously that is not what we see, but same for the attackers. If you can honestly win most of your rounds on attack, 3 rounds on attack in particular would be devastating for Space Station, then you're in great shape for the second half. Sonics obviously were not able to pull that off. Ashen, in typical fashion, will look for an early knockout punch, or at very minimum, oh my, and a punch to knock his SQ team off their stride, and he gets the job done. A nice play. Ambi dies again. It's been a rough go for Ambi the last 3 rounds. I think you can make a very credible argument, Rob, that Ambi's impact since round 1 ended has been very minimal.
I was gonna say, since the conclusion of round 1, I don't think Ambi's lived more than a cumulative 90 seconds. Regardless, Ashen will get traded out once again, so the early aggression pays off, targeting Ambi, the destroyer of worlds from yesterday's game. But Ashen as well felled, and now CCTV vacated, which means that we can again start progressing forward for the Sonics. And this is seemingly a switch up to the ethos of the strategy on the attacking side. There was a lot of focus on trying to get work done from outside the building early on for the Sonics, but now occupying a lot of space inside of CCTV as they look to progress through the map and attack towards ventilation and workshop. But here comes Grixer now on the Twitch outside of the vent window as Rexen collects off screen onto Benja and will laugh in his face as well. The collection as well continues. Outside of the vent window, Canadian picks up Forest, and now it's a 2v4 for Space Station to fight out of.
Canadian, who, by the way, has not technically died because he was bleeding out in the previous round. It's not really a position that we tend to see the captain of Sonics in. SSG's numbers continue to get worse. Canadian finds a second kill as Fultz is removed. And now J90 is the last line of defense upstairs, and he's on the run, getting some damage done before finding Surf in the wrong direction. This record on this map for Space Station is mighty good, but Sonics are putting in quite the work to make SSG have to battle back in this second half.
Yeah, like I touched on right before we got into this game, the Sonics' most recent play on border was against Los, and they did lose 4 defenses to Los, who statistically are not on an equal playing field to a team like Space Station. So if you're an SSG fan, there's still hopium, there's still something in the gas tank for later on, but for right now, I mean, even 2 rounds ago, it looked like the Sonics were in control until the very dire seconds, and a heroic play made by Space Station got them their first round. Outside of that, this has been Sonics in the driver's seat and taking control of momentum and really understanding how to manipulate the game script to their favor, making Space Station react to the situations that the Sonics are going to lay in place for them. It's a difficult thing to do on not only a map like Border, but also from the attacking side, to dictate the pace and dictate how the map plays out. Space Station, seemingly at the behest of whatever Sonics want to do, they're going to have to make a course correction here, as even though they've been very aggressive early on and successful at picking off Ambi, the rest of the team is still stepping up and answering the call.
Seems awfully silly to just say this, but I mean, if Ambi wakes up, this game it can go in a very different direction. J90 has been a standout player for this SSG squad. He's got a single kill to his name. Benjamaster's only got 2. Forrest yet to get a kill. That's not where you want to be. Surf alone has 6 kills, which is just 3 behind the entirety of SSG, and Canadian is off to the races. Already looking for an isolation to try to track down J90. He's picked off first by Rexen, but Benja actually strikes first before anybody else does. Fultz finds himself in an awkward spot, inches away from Canadian, and oh my goodness, again, that pain train, it's always on schedule today, Rob. Ashen and Forrest are the last 2 standing. We are not even a minute into this round, and there goes the death mark. Rexen on that operator, on Deimos. He lives a little bit longer than Ambi. Ambi is still alive, by the way. It means that Ashen is the only player on SSG unaccounted for. Forrest has been found over inside of bathroom behind the deployable shield. He manages to pick off Canadian. For Forrest to get his very first kill, that's a big win. Now Forrest will have to deal with the other 3 players of Sonics, and there's about to be another death mark on the board for Rexen. Grixer and Ambi are still in play too. You can make a very credible argument that these are the 3 prongs of the attack for SQ, and boy, oh boy, do they strike right in the heart of SSG. Another round for Sonics.
Well, again, it's the Sonics dictating the pace, dictating how they want to play, and Space Station's attempted response to that was we are going to converge on the Blitz streaming through customs, and the Sonics' response was a handful of lead to the face for every challenger who made their arrival. 3 defenders, 1 from above towards CCTV and 2 directly inside of customs. They all try to converge on Canadian and the Blitz, and yet they find nothing for it. And the Sonics continue to play the trades as everyone for Space Station tries to, again, panic, react, and get back to the bomb site. Space Station, like I said, coming into this game, they love to occupy every corner of the map. They believe in themselves to be able to handle 1v1 situations. The depth of talent on this roster is given a lot of leash. The Sonics at the moment are playing much tighter together. They're playing trades way more effectively, and they are also playing SSG like a fiddle right now, reading the book that they want to bring on defense every time. And for the time being, the Sonics right now are one incredible jump out of radio window away from being up 5-0 and nearly taking SSG's map away from them. Like you said, with their record this year and the last 2 years on this map as well, be quite the feat to try and book themselves a ticket back to Montreal.
I think both of these teams have a very good shot of representing this region at Montreal. I think both of them would do very well internationally. I will be intrigued to see how Sonics do internationally, just because, well, they've got a whole new look, a whole new identity. And I'll say the exact same thing about Dark Zero when they play in our matchup, probably about 3-ish hours or so. It really depends on how long it takes for us to get there. As exciting as Space Station versus Sonics is, Rob, I gotta say, Dark Zero and M80 is gonna be an absolute nightmare for both of those teams, and I'm going to enjoy every moment of it. I don't know about you. It's going to be very entertaining. M80 in their matchup against the Manchester Major defending major champs of C9BC absolutely slaughtered them, a 7-5, 7-5, and M80 looked spectacular. Hyper in particular looking like he's managed to shake off all that rust and is back to fine form, whereas Sonics, it's a little bit of struggles against Wildcard, needing all 3 maps to square that one away. But today SQ showed up to play, and they are doing very well on border.
Yeah, I talked about it coming in as well as we were loading up, that you don't want to replicate the same slow start the Sonics had yesterday. Ambi's allowed to live for more than 90 seconds of the round. He gets the opener, but he cannot tack on for more, as Faults with the response will shut down Ambi's reign on the armory wall. And it's a double repel back here for Space Station as they retreat deep inside of Archives and Office now, as this is good control afforded to Sonics, as it should be mentioned as well. This is Space Station attempting their 4th objective. They have run the gauntlet here on border, opting to go to customs and supply, seemingly out of desperation for traction in this match. Benji will get droned out inside of Workshop, and again, he is on an island. The closest SSG defender to him, you could argue, is either J9O in sight or Ashen upstairs. They're about equidistant apart, but nonetheless, it's Benja with an SMG-11 against the world, being entrusted with so much control inside a Workshop. He's been droned out, and he doesn't look like he's going to last much longer.
Oh, Benja expecting Grixer, and he says goodbye. Benja winning a world championship on G2 at SI in Montreal, and he is eager to go back into that city and make some serious noise. He manages to take out Rexon, but it's a perfect trade. It's odd we don't see those all that much these days. Canadian thinks he's under watch, being surveilled at some point. He and Surf combining for 11 kills. That's quite the tally. There's a read through the wall, but Canadian is in trouble. He sees that there's a ping as well, and it's Ashen with the super shorty out to tackle that obstacle. Surf running out of time. J9O finishes him off. And no 5-1 Rob, as you had speculated, 4-2. But SQ comes out ahead through that first half.
Yeah, it was a good play, honestly, for Benja, being able to prolong that defense with the castle barricades set up at the bottom of metal stairs, really funneling attackers into his direction. But like I said, he was on intel. He was being actively yellow pinged from a drone or a camera, and he just had to win his gunfight with an SMG-11 against 2 attackers bearing down on him. And he did so. He won one, and then won a second one technically against Rexon. They traded off of one another, but it still brought the man count down to a reasonable position, and with no time really on the clock for the Sonics to operate with, they had to flood. And there was no more response after that, as Canadian was isolated inside of ventilation with the diffuser, which is never a position you want to be in. I think for Space Station, a good salvaging of the first half, but nonetheless, it's still a precarious situation to enter the side swap in. A game where you really haven't looked like you've been in control of many rounds, and it really does feel like the momentum is still heavily on the side of the Sonics. Now is the opportunity, though, with their aggressive playstyle and the way that Space Station love to get in their opponents' faces and take as many engagements early in rounds as possible. They might be able to flip the script on this game, now going to the attacking side.
It's kind of funny that it was that tertiary site that tripped them up both times. You know, Sonics had an opportunity to get a full rotation themselves, and they couldn't get the job done. They won Bathroom, Tellers, and they won Vent Workshop. They lost Armory. They won Ventilation, they win Bathroom, and then they lose Customs because, well, Space Station didn't want to go up to Armory. It is a little bit odd that Armory bomb site's only been played one time through that first half. Obviously, as you see on your screen, the positioning of those two bombs suggests that we're on Armory, and this is usually all reliable when it comes to this bomb site. Teams know it very, very well, and there's a lot of different ways that you can pull off and execute here. I'm a little perplexed by Canadian's position, by the way. He's trying to smoke off the top stairs and outside onto the balcony, but I mean, he's at top east. That's not exactly where you want to smoke to be. You typically want to stack up on either the A door, which is over by Archives, or you want to stop somebody from being able to just walk right in. That's, you know, that's Surf, not Fultz. By the way, it shows Fultz on your screen, but we were actually watching one of the defenders as the DMR in the hands of the Aruni will not be put to use. Ashen striking first, Space Station. Ashen in particular doing very well to draw first blood, Rob, and well, SSG's just walked right into the bomb site.
Walk right in, they deal with the mirror window from an elevated Twitch drone. The plant is going down as Canadian has been downed, but not out on his return through 90. Zambi tries to push into CC with his comrade of Rexon, but they all fall down at the end. Space Station isolating Canadian on those east stairs and deciding, okay, we're not going to deal with you. We go site direct for the Armory door, and there really isn't much opposition left there.
This next round is going to be the real test here. Can Space Station remain as in focus as Forest webcam? That is the question that needs to be answered. Sonics obviously wanted to stretch their lead with an early victory on this second half and put SSG in a position where they might have to call their timeout, but it will not occur. This border map is almost a 50-50 map. There is not a huge difference between attackers and defenders. So, I mean, it's not like we're expecting either team to suddenly jump out to a lead because of the side that they play on. It's been played 34 rounds, which puts it among the lowest maps. It's actually tied with Layer as the second least played map. Skyscraper is the least played map in North America. And I mean, we have Layer coming up next, no matter what happens here. But 18 rounds won by the attackers, 16 rounds won by the defenders. I mean, yeah, it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, it's an even 50-50 map. And if you just look at the first half, 4 attacking round victories, 2 defender victories, and you just had another attacking round victory, means that right now this matchup appears to be skewing in favor of the attackers, which is great for Space Station. For Sonics, it means you have to hold SSG to at least those 4 rounds. Ideally less, so you can win in regulation, but honestly, when you get to this level in the playoffs, Rob, I don't think overtime is really much of a surprise for anybody. It would not shock me at all if we ended up going into extra innings here on Border.
Wouldn't be shocking, though, and there's no more point dropping. Obviously, you got 3 points in the group stage for a regulation win and only 2 points for an overtime win. Here we are again. Canadian roaming on the smoke away from the bomb site, this time down on the side of waiting room. As he was on the east stairs, he was red pinged out, and now he's returned to the scene of the crime, which is a Selma breach onto the passport wall. And he can continue to wander. He hears shots ringing out from behind him. He turns tail to run towards Tellers. Interesting decision, honestly, for an operator that really has a lot of rounds played in the history of Rainbow Six Siege on the objective, with an area denial utility that is really well designed for plant denial. He's opted to go for a venture elsewhere. Ambi, though, will also go for a venture out these stairs. Say goodnight to Ashen and Fultz as the diffuser as well. Not sure if Ambi caught that in his melee, but at the very least, he's established the Sonics a two-man advantage.
Well, this is not what SSG wanted by any stretch of the imagination, especially not when you've not clawed your way back, but you were 2 rounds away from drawing even, and you'd managed, or 1 round away from drawing even, and you'd won 2 rounds in a row. Ambi is eviscerating every single player that he comes across in this server, Rob. It's all up to Forrest and J90, both of whom find themselves at the bottom of the standings for SSG, which is an odd thing to say because usually they are far better in terms of kills. J90 in particular. There hasn't been a lot of damage done to Sonics. Yeah, Ambi and Rexon have taken their beating, but they're still very alive. Forrest through the soft wall. He's 2 and 8. Those are dreadful numbers in a very important match. Forrest dies at the hands of Rexon, and now with 40 seconds left, J90 has plenty of time to think about next steps. And those steps actually involve some damage. As he walks up middle and takes some damage from the barbed wire, they know exactly where he is, and multiple players from SQ wanted that kill, but only one can get it. Grixer does it with a shotgun out, and the lead for SQ goes back to 2 rounds.
Well, we paid a lot of attention early days to Canadian on the roam as the smoke, and he had just about nothing to do with the round by the end of it. That is going to prompt Space Station to call their tack on border. Their own map pick. They now stand 1 round away from being put on match point on it, and 2 rounds away from losing it outright before we go to layer, which was the Sonics pick. I think right now for Space Station, getting caught off guard by Ambi was one thing. The re-aggression for the top of these stairs and Ambi winning out, just kind of exemplifying some of that dominance that Ambi displayed yesterday. And man, you got to feel for Space Station, who did a very good job of cordoning him off and isolating him early in this match. Ambi, not much of a presence beyond round 1, as you mentioned earlier, Parker, and yet he's come alive on the defensive side, given some freedom, given some room to roam, stretch his legs, and have an immediate impact up against Space Station. I think for Space Station as well, this opportunity for the tack timeout comes at a moment where the Sonics still have yet to really find a home on defense. Losing Armory so convincingly, like you said, often the primary bomb site. We go to a Vent Workshop defense that had very little to do with Vent Workshop itself. So the Sonics, much like Space Station were on the defensive side, will be looking to maintain a safe haven of a defensive bomb site to win off of and have a pivot point. But they're going to try their hand at Bathroom and Tellers. No customs and no re-attempt of the Armory for the time being.
There was a shield being brought by SSG, but they've thought otherwise of it, at least as time goes on. Technically, Rob could have been 2 shields with both the Blitz and the Blackbeard, as Blackbeard is a shield operator. Whether his effectiveness or not is to be discussed. He still technically is a shield operator. The only Blackbeard that I can remember seeing in NA was from Los, if memory serves me correctly, and I think it was Sexy Cake playing the operator, and it did not go well. So, which by the way, should surprise very few people with that operator. So, either way, first advance will be on this jail/prison wall. EMP goes out, Selma goes out as well. Open up a small window that can be easily vaulted through. You've still got 2 exothermic charges by Forrest that will be used elsewhere, as SSG for the next 2.5 minutes will battle against this Bathroom Teller's bomb site and try to prevent Sonics from going to match point.
You can see SSG as well. We saw a lot of creative lineups on the attacking side coming out from the Sonics. This attacking roster, like you said, swapping off the Blackbeard and the Blitz that was teased early on, but ultimately thought better of, just trying to go back to basics. And Benja will do just that, assessing that Workshop was free and open to his skeleton key, making a path for himself to journey on through to Workshop and catch the opener, as Grixer seemingly had intel on it, but could not win against the power of that rate of fire on the C8. And it's a nice start here for Space Station. Again, coming out of the conclusion of their tactical timeout, their only opportunity to kind of pause the momentum that the Sonics were amassing. Now, attempting to clear the rest of the top floor. They got their opener on the objective, but they're not going to flood into the bomb site and overplay their hand. take their advantage topside and continue to press the clear, knowing that they are one down on the objective. Ooh. And Rexen, though, will immediately equalize onto the man who got the opener, Benja, decapitated on top of AC. And all of a sudden, Space Station now in a bit of a hole, as they've lost their soft destruction to utilize from above, and now they're facing a head-on war up against a man who is overheating on Rexen.
It's quite the shot to make with a non-magnified T5 scope, by the way. I am quite stunned that that one was pulled off the way it was, but I mean, Rexen is a terrific player. We've talked about this an awful lot. Historically, when Rexen has failed to show up, Sonic's success rate is very, very poor. He is an integral part of this team, and now with 8 kills, leading the entire team, though Ambi, Grixer, and Surf are all tied with 7 kills right behind. You're gonna need a big performance from Rexen. Even bigger now as Surf has died to Ashen. Rexen is holding court over Lobby. He'll lose some of that protection as Fultz charges on in. Rexen had thrown those Q mines and faded away, and Fultz will find them with his feet. 20 seconds remaining, Canadian with 1 pick. SSG's numbers continue to drop. Forrest with Diffuser, he's 2 and 8. He needs some kills, or he needs the rest of his team to get them as he walks that Diffuser into the bomb site, but he has to get there first. Ashen decapitating Ambi, as you so eloquently put it earlier. Fultz dropped, Ashen looking for another kill. Rexen and Canadian just need to survive the next few seconds. Diffuser going down by Forrest. Ashen over top, 9 kills, Rexen swinging around, and SSG doesn't give them the kill. They peel off the plant, but kill or no kill, they give the round to Sonics. I would like to once again reiterate, Rob, since stage 1 of 2023, which would have been about March of last year, SSG is 15 and 3 on this map, and they are 3 minutes away from it becoming 15 and 4.
This is just a very impressive response from the Sonics. Again, facing early trepidation with that opening pick. Grixer fell inside of Bathroom, and yet I was very concerned that we were going to see a Sonics team that was going to overreact and try to flood back down towards the bomb site and give the top control for free. And I think maybe even that is what Space Station anticipated. And yet they met the war on all fronts. Top side, like you said, Rexen, when he performs well where he goes, the Sonics go. He did quite well, not only with that kill onto AC onto Benja to level the ban count, but also with the goo mines and playing the clock. So much utility was utilized by Space Station attempting to find Rexen's location, and he continued to persevere and continued to live on and lay these traps around that would always take 3 or 4 seconds off the clock from Space Station. There were, I did not catch in the replays, but there were 3 defenders alive with about 15 seconds left for the Sonics, and I think collectively they had 100 health between all 3 of them, and yet again, that ability to persevere in the map and survive, again, on a map that you can die through just about every wall and every ceiling and every floor, every surface on this map, feels like it's made of cardboard, and yet they still pressed on, they persevered, they got themselves on a match point on SSG's map.
I mean, if you're going to do any finger pointing at this current point in time, I think, unfortunately, the person you have to wag your finger at this moment is J90. Not so much Forrest. I mean, Forrest, obviously, you want him getting kills, but J90 on his rolls and the player that he is, he needs to have more than 3 kills against these tough adversaries. Ashen has shown up. Benja has shown up. Admittedly, their numbers are not particularly great. Ashen is a +1 right now. Benja is dead even at 8 kills, 8 deaths. Forrest is not doing well, but I mean, I kind of give Forrest a pass because the things that he brings to the table and the things that he brings to the team are extremely valuable outside of kills. Fultz is another player I guess you could point your finger at, but he plays a support role on this map, so he's not always involved in the killing. Canadian being picked off first as the smoke is an excellent start for SSG. They also grab Ambi, who peeks and gets destroyed by Fultz, who I guess he heard me speaking ill of him and tightened up his game. What a lead for Space Station with half the round to go.
Absolutely. Once again, Benja getting active early with that C8, getting into the building, getting the opener, this time onto Canadian. Again, the roaming smoke. But we do see the reemergence of shield play coming out from Space Station with their backs against the wall, opting to put Forrest on that blitz. And this is one of those keyhole operators that he can play that can really disturb defenses and really make lives miserable on the defensive side. Grixer taking damage off screen as well, seemingly from down below as Benja stays alive, but he gets flanked upon by Rexon, dropping down below. We saw this in the previous round. Now the bomb site, which is Armory and Archives, is still held, and Forrest will flash out Rexon on the middle stairs, and now they all flood into the objective.
And there's the shield. Forrest catches Surf, completely blind like a sitting duck. Grixer tossing up the desperate Nitro Cell, and he's isolated. Is Forrest going to get a third? Yes, he will. What a round by Space Station. Forrest, in particular. I'd like to take credit for all the kills that round for the players that I called out. You're very welcome, Space Station. Unit, if you were listening to this, please put the check in the mail. You're very welcome. Space Station obviously have a lot of work to do. Whenever they take a timeout, which they already have, we always like to praise Callout as their coach. His conversion rate as a coach since SI in Montreal 2 years ago has been extraordinarily good. His vision and his idea and his understanding of the game, all of those things are terrific, and the players trust him unconditionally. I mean, the core of this roster has been together for so long. They were called Ape at one point. A whole bunch of them were on E United. A lot of people will look at this as being the old Astralis roster as well. You bring in a young player like Ashen, who has very limited experience playing at a top level and makes his Tier 1 debut for Space Station. Then you add Benjamaster, who's played with, I think you could argue, one of the most experienced and notorious teams in the world, which is G2. And you've got quite a mix of players that all bring different things to the table. Callout being a steady hand on that tiller really does help get the best out of these players. And I mean, a good coach can only do so much, right? You have to rely on the players to be able to do things in the moment, because a coach only gets 2 opportunities at most to talk to their team during a match, and that's your timeout and your opponent's timeout. Can't talk to them between rounds, can't give any calls when the round is actually active. So, I mean, as good as Callout is, this really does fall onto the shoulders of the players, but if there is a coach that's going to be able to talk them through this, it's Callout.
Well, it seems like Space Station have also learned their lesson from the round previous, which was, yeah, Forrest is good on Blitz, and Blitz works well at getting into the map and really just being a bullet sponge anywhere we want to go. So we see the return from Forrest after a 3K, and now running headlong into the mirror windows will be Ashen with the Ash charges that could be capable of dispatching those. But for the time being, the mirror window stands tall, and Ashen taking damage, Rexon on the swing, and he'll go for 2! Rexon obliterating Ashen and Fultz outside a break room, and all of a sudden, those mirror windows, they will stand the test of time, and now Space Station peeling back to the bomb site. Out of desperation, Canadian will cut down Benja. It's just the Blitz still left alive from Forrest, and J9O's Twitch walking into a goo mine to keep Space Station alive on their own map.
This is grim stuff for Space Station, Rob. What a record. Both of our analysts said that they thought Space Station had the leg up, and based on the numbers and based on the way that Sonics played yesterday, I would have actually agreed with them. I would have said that this is Space Station's matchup to lose. And so far, it has proven to be theirs to lose. At the current moment, Sonics are about to beat them unless something goes terribly awry. Forrest, who has started picking up kills, which is excellent for the team, has a much harder job ahead of him, Rob, and that's getting the diffuser down successfully. That will pit J9O in a 1v4, which is really quite dreadful, and an unfortunate situation to find himself in. Surf, who is upstairs holding over top of the bomb sites, goes on drone. Forrest gets punished. J9O, as the last attempt to save Space Station's map, he won't get it done. Ambi, the final kill, and Sonics are 1 map away.
And again, you can see how animated Canadian is. We saw some energy coming out from Grixer. Canadian is not done showing his animation and energy. He will go on.
Rob, he knows he can't talk to them, right? Like, they can't hear him.
I think he believes that if he yells loud enough, Space Station will hear him through the server. Which, to be fair, he does get their attention pretty well on LAN, as we've seen from after movies, after events.
You and I are about equidistant from Canadian, so when I said that I could probably hear him, I imagine you can too, unless that the paneling and stuff that you have in your basement is a little bit too much. But either way, Sonics steal Space Station's map away from them, and Sonics are up 1-0 on the hunt for the Montreal Major. We'll be right back with more Rainbow Six.
Who can help
He's on
Damien?
Arco's hatch.
Pablo,
No
he
one.
got me.
Damien, if you have to run an armory and jump to
Let's
supply. Run an armory, jump to supply if you have
Let's
to.
on Arcos.
I'm gonna do it.
I have a
Gonna
drop
go
shot.
middle.
Windows open. Windows open.
I'm out. Yep.
I got
I
Arcos.
I have metal.
Yo, drop cage,
Drop top. Let's fucking
Fuck you,
Yo,
motherfucker.
good fucking power, Richie. Good job.
Richie,
go.
fuck you did, bro.
Let's fucking get it.
Bro, you should have seen my.
Well, they did it. They did it, ladies and gentlemen. Did it fight. I love those listen-ins at the end because it's always fun to hear what they have to say, and I love the trash. But Sonics, they win on map 1. They win on SSG's map pick. They have all the reason in the world to unleash every blue word in the book right there. They did a great job.
Yeah, it really gives a nice little insight as to how like the team is preparing. I mean, I love how it's a 4v2. They get the kill, make it a 4v1, and Canadian is still IGLing, saying, you know, Damien, which is Surf, if you got to jump outside, run outside to run back, like everything matters. Even if it's a 4v1, not letting any single round slip away from them. I mean, I think that's really the testament of this game for them because they literally were always losing the first pick, and somehow still SQ was dominating on getting that trade immediately back and then consistently landsliding it, not letting SSG's over-aggression early on capitalize on it. And we talked about it being a really big brawl compared to the defensive side. I think that's exactly what we saw. But after SQ would get that trade back, shut down the opening kill that usually Ashen would get, SQ just froze it. They froze it. They froze SSG. There was no way for SSG to make any type of connection amongst the players that were spread out along the defense.
I mean, 8 out of those 11 engagements, I mean, went in SSG's favor. But again, Sonics were just immediately trading that back. And like I said, this was going to be a situation of both teams moving their players around the map, working together, and that's exactly what we're seeing on Sonic's end. But this is the performance that I wanted to see from Sonics, especially going into Wildcard, and why I thought that Wildcard game should have been a complete landslide from Sonics, because this is the Sonics that we all know and have loved, been watching so far throughout the stage. And this was a stellar performance, especially going against SSG's, one of their best maps. But this was also worrisome for me with SSG's because they hadn't played it throughout the stage. They haven't had game day reps. And, you know, you talked about this with me, Korbeck, that they've played 7 out of 9 maps, and you were saying, is this a cause for concern because they're showing their map pool so early on? No, because they had a game day rep. They know how they wanted to play against SSG, and this is exactly what they did and went into exactly what we were talking about of what was going to be kind of displayed going into this game. So now we find ourselves going to the second map. I want to see this same sort of style of play, the same sort of executes that we saw coming from SQ, and how they were maneuvering around the map that really was solidifying them these games and this round 1. Well, this game 1.
Yeah, and you know, it wasn't obviously an impeccable performance, right, from SQ. There was a couple of mistakes. They're still the strongest attacking team, but like round 3, some decision-making probably could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, it was, you know, there are definitely a little bit of hiccups. I think the Ying, the initial strat was definitely to Ying the guy back there on the wall, so then Ambi could come up for that kill. Unfortunately, doesn't have a beautiful shot from Grixer. But yeah, it does end up becoming a little bit of a hiccup here. I wish Rexon would have waited just a second sooner, maybe had a little bit of a follow-up. But I mean, they do a good job of trying to bring this back, but ultimately it just wasn't enough in the end. I mean, huge double kill from Grixer right there, getting the triple kill, and then a little fumble here of trying to decide whether he wants to get the bomb, whether he wants to revive Troy. But I can give him the respect for reviving his IGL and losing that round, because it didn't matter, because they ended up closing it out at the end of the day. They got it done. They're pushing themselves into a second map looking nice.
Yeah, even though they did lose that round, I mean, the basics is what you saw, that SQ traded every single kill. And I really love that, because that's exactly what got them the win in the first place. I mean, can't attest to you enough how SSG continuously was getting that opening kill. And even with that opening kill, they were just doing nothing with it. SQ would shut out the player that was playing aggressive. They'd have a nice 2-on-1 on him. They'd always get that kill back and then fall back immediately. They wouldn't overextend, and I think that was the downfall for SSG, was overextending. Even rounds where Ashen would get that opening kill or Benjo would get that opening kill, they'd keep going for more. They didn't know when to really reel it in and play the site, and I think that's just really good preparation from SQ, because we saw how slow they were playing against Wildcard, and the game was a lot closer than we expected. Now they played against this aggressive SSG team, and they have such a good understanding of what SSG is going to throw at them, that they're just snowballing them and slowing them down.
I mean, we're going to Lair next, right, which is a much bigger map. You guys made that point in the pre-show. This is a map that there's a lot of space. There's a lot of room almost to get lost in Lair. Does that still kind of continue to favor the form that we're seeing coming out of Sonics?
Well, when you're talking about the team play and the working together, I mean, in a smaller map, it is a little easier to funnel people together and make them force the team play, whereas Lair, it is bigger. You are going to have to be a little more dynamic with your play style and maybe putting someone off on an island by themselves just to hold something down. But I still expect Sonics Sonics to be coming out on top of here, just how well we saw them play together. If they can use that shield, use that blitz specifically off Canadian, and keep gaining that control and go for some of these fast rushes at any given moment. So I don't think this is a bad map for Sonics. Obviously, when we did see them last, it was against OXG. That was a really close game, to say the least. But I mean, still overall, Sonics came back, they mustered back their victory, and they ended up closing it out 8-6.
Yeah, I mean, to put it simply, Border is a smaller map, so obviously it forces you to play off of your teammates. That's not what SSG was doing, and they were getting those first picks. So it just leaves me in a position to be scared for SSG going into Lair because of how big it is, especially on the defense. If SSG plays the exact same way, the over-aggression, yes, it was getting that first pick, but now you don't have the smaller map to force you to play off of your team. It's not going to be as close if you play the exact same way if you're SSG, and that's what leads me to be fearful for SSG going into it. I know that their attacks will definitely be a lot faster. We did see them fight a little bit harder when they got to attack on Border, but at that point, the damage was already done, and we can't see that damage be done on Lair again. I need to see a different, more teamwork-oriented defense from them if they want to be able to at least have an easier split, not a 4-2.
And the beauty, again, of a best of 3 is you can just wipe that first that map away and take away from be like, where do we go wrong? What was happening? What could we have done differently? And now you're going to go into SQ's map, which we've seen more than enough handful of times where the opponent wins the map that they really shouldn't. They should have won their map. Yeah, exactly. So it is easy enough for, we talk about resilience with SSG. It is very easy for them to just pick back up off of this, wipe that first game away, and come into here and implement everything that they weren't doing into that Border map. But again, you are going against Sonics. The team that they did beat recently on this map was M80. It was a 7-5, another close game. But in terms of just sheer structure, SQ's always going to have that. So it is going to be a little harder to find yourself back into a corner if you can't start out strong, where we need to see SSG from the get-go.
To go back to the idea of Lair being a big map and what have you, is it going to be a problem for Sonics to be able to trade those kills back, to take the man advantage back at the start if you've still got Ashen, farming kills at the beginning of every round on a bigger map?
I think both teams have a lot to take away from Border, like you just said. I think SQ's biggest weakness was getting that opening kill. So I'd imagine going into this map, they're going to be a lot slower paced and force the trades immediately rather than losing someone straight out. Now for SSG, it's the reverse. It's getting that first kill and then falling back, making sure to respect the man advantage and play off your team.
Well, it looks like our teams are ready to go, so I'll hand you over to 2 stalwart scions of the Great North. It's Intero and Flynn.
I gotta say, Rob, I always love Corbeck's tosses to us. Stalwarts of the Great White North. I think he must have mistaken you for Jesse. That's fine. I did ask Corbeck this question in DMs, but he is being a very good employee and is not checking his DMs midway through the match. Here's my question to you, Corbeck. Are you a giant? You look very, very tall. You look like Laxing and Foxay stacked on top of each other are both shorter than you as one unit. Rob, I don't know if you think that's the same, but Corbeck looks very, very tall. And frankly, Corbeck, we've worked together on a bunch of regional broadcasts, and I gotta say, I think you do a stellar job. It has been a pleasure working with you, and it is great to see you on the NAL. And I hope that we don't only have as few matches as possible, because this one could be a quick one, Rob. This could be 2-0 for Sonics.
It could be, and it is nice to be with Corbeck, as he's my mainstay host over on LATAM, and now we get to share the NAL day, at least for one day, because Jesse had more important things to do today. But like you said,
he's at a wedding, by the way, just in case you're curious.
Yeah, he chose a wedding that isn't his own over Canadian versus Ashen and Spoit versus Bolo. So I'll take this day any day of the week. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy to be here. You go to all the weddings you want, Jesse. But I think I do want more out of this game. And I think the Sonics starting on the attacking side on Lair, as it is their map pick, could be interesting. Now, both of these teams have played Lair once. Space Station played it against Cloud9 Beast Coast, and they won 7-5. That's a very formidable opponent. That's the reigning major champions who lost in playoffs yesterday. That's a very strong team in North America. Sonics went overtime. They did win, but they went to overtime against OXG, who are not the reigning major champions, who did not participate in the playoffs yesterday and will not participate in the playoffs this weekend. So very different records, but like I said, with the Sonics having their most recent play of Border against Los, and having it be not the greatest of performances in terms of scoreline, they still matched it against SSG. It was a 7-4 against Los on Border, the 7-4 against Space Station on Border. For the Sonics, maybe you throw that OXG result out the window. Maybe you've learned some lessons from your first game day rep. As Laxon was talking about on this map, they have played a breadth of maps in the pool. They have exposed a lot, but they also have had the opportunity to learn some lessons and make some tweaks as time goes on in this stage.
First bomb site that they're going to defend will be upstairs. There will be the Office and Rainbow Six Room, which I always thought was quite an intriguing name. Yeah, but I mean, see, it's Deimos' office. He's got a giant Deimos helmet, logo, icon, whatever you'd like, behind the chair. Layer's pick rate has been very low in North America, as we stated in the Border matchup. Both of those maps that have been played so far today, Border and now Layer, started the day with 34 rounds played. Obviously, Border just saw conclusion, add to their tally. But as for Layer, it is a defender-sided map. 19 rounds favoring the defenders, 15 rounds for the attackers. But the sample size is relatively small. I think that's only 3 plays, if memory serves correctly. So not a lot to go off of. This will give us a much better idea. And Sonic's actually got the very first kill. They picked up Benjamaster, and then Ambi dies shortly thereafter. But Surf, just as he did on Border, has a great start to this map.
Yeah, it seemed like both teams were very ready and willing to demonstrate that they wanted to put their foot through the bottom of the floor when it comes to hitting the gas pedal. Benja trying to run out from the bottom of Warehouse, and also Grixer utilizing a Candela to try and aid the entrance of Ambi down below, down towards bunks and green stairs. But neither really being successful for either side. We stand equal at a 4v4. Now we get to a more predictable tempo on this round. We've got Selmas coming out onto deployable shields and onto server walls. You can see Forest on the Clash having to react to the force being brought by the Sonics, but Surf from down below, his second kill with that Supernova this round. And now it's a man advantage reestablished as the Candelas come soaring in.
Soaring, flying, some would even say twirling. Space Station now with their shotguns out, trying to meet the aggression of Sonics as they advance closer to the bomb site. It's some shield-on-shield action. How savory that is. Canadian trying his best to deal with Forrest. J90 has taken quite a lot of damage, but he's still upright. Now he's gone to Rexon. Grixer eliminated at the hands of Forrest, and now Surf is dropped inside of the hallway, getting closer to this bomb site. Canadian boxed out at the moment, dancing around the gas, and he's dropped by the electricity of the Clash, leaving just Rexon, who might be able to pick up a kill here, doing an awful lot of damage to Forrest in the process. He's running out of time, so what does he have to do? Get Canadian up. The last 2 players from Space Station licking their chops. Is it Ashen? Is it Forrest get the final kill? Neither. The clock will give Space Station round number 1.
Oh, we are... That is a round of all time right there for Space Station and Sonics. Lots of site control very early on relative to the rest of the execute for the Sonics, but unfortunately not a lot getting done because Forrest is a constant nuisance on the rotations back towards bathrooms to get that response kill onto Surf, but also retreating back through server in the server hallway. And just lots of re-aggression there for the Sonics in the 2v2. Rexon and Canadian trying to work themselves out of a jam. Really, Forrest continuing to deal death blow after death blow, 5 HP at a time with the Clash electrocution. Now for the Sonics, you feel pretty good about your opening to that round, but the conclusion leaves a lot to be desired. Space Station, they get their first victory, able to withstand the absolute malarkey that was going on in and around the objective, brought to you by Sonics. And they will head downstairs towards the basement to try and stack some defensive wins. In stark contrast to the map we just witnessed on Border, this map does contain quite a lot of real estate. It does afford some defensive flexibility, and globally, it does have a pretty decent defender win rate. I'm interested to see if Space Station will go for more peaks. We saw Benja be unsuccessful in a warehouse door run out, as he got read by Surf Shotgun. But I wouldn't be surprised to see SSG, losing their own map of Border, again, want to take task up against the Sonics and really force them to take the opening engagements and win them. Again, the 1v1s, the Space Station side, they do love them.
I was actually intrigued to look at the layer stats as you were talking about them across all regions, and one thing that really there's two things that really jump out to me. Number one, that in Brazil, this map has been played an awful lot. I've been casting a lot of Brazil, and we've seen this map a number of times. It doesn't really shock me. Some of the teams really, really like to go here, but it hasn't been played once in Japan, which kind of shocked me. Like, I expected it to. It's been played twice in Korea, and I think just from my numbers, I think Japan's the only region that hasn't played it. I could be incorrect here, but yeah, I mean, the numbers are all over the place, and it's a very low pick rate, irrespective of the numbers. Now, this round has just completely imploded, by the way, Rob. While I was literally talking about numbers, everybody died. Yep. Space Station is reduced to just Fultz and J90. Sonics lost Rexen. That's really it. And as Canadian clears out this middle floor, attempting to tackle the basement bomb site, he's going to be read by Fultz. He's just standing and waiting. He's got a read on the blitz, so he sees exactly where he is. That compels J90 into action, who looks up towards the stairs as the smoke tossed out by the attackers will obscure the blitz's location, but for now. Solus was also losing out on her tracker, so she's not going to be able to use it. It will have to regenerate, which means that gadget will be down until it gets back. 1 minute to go. Fultz and J90 so far evading these players from Sonics.
I've had many a debate with our good friend Jesse Jeffrey Chick about this bomb site and the roaming potential.
Hold on, is his middle name really Jeffrey?
No.
Okay.
It's Jonathan, but he got called Jeffrey by the guy who gave him his diploma, so I like calling him Jesse Jeffrey Chick. Anyway, plans going down because the last two remaining members for the space station defense are off the bomb site. Yes, it does include a Solus, and yes, there is bulletproof cameras downstairs, but you've lost the control of the real estate itself. So heading into the post plant now, we're going to see J90 and Fultz attempt to return to the objective, but you have so many full health attackers in waiting positions. Double dropping the hatch does not seem like the most optimal solution.
I mean, I really admire that Fultz and J90 have lasted this long, Rob, but what do you do? So you're running out of time. The round was effectively over. Ambi gets the very final kill. It's a formality. But yeah, I mean, they managed to survive a lot longer than I thought they would. But just really an upsettingly lackluster defense from Space Station that particular round, taking engagements a little bit too early. And I think there might be something to this for Sonics. If Sonics allow SSG to get entrenched, then Space Station can use the map to their advantage. This is a gigantic map. If you've got utility accounted for, the attackers have a lot of work to do before they can, pinch the bomb site. If SQ can just forego a lot of that, Ambi's been hitting these shots all day. If you can forego that and just get into the bomb site very, very quickly, or at least close to the bomb site, good things are going to happen, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, my debates with Jesse about the viability of roaming on that bomb site really come down to being able to maintain hatch control and being able to have purview over the objective. Because lab and lab support are such enormous rooms themselves, the plantable area in that bomb site, it's a lot to cover. Yes, the Solus helps, but as you mentioned, Parker, the recent change to Solus heading into the season was that you can't see the diffuser for free. You have to spend an overclock to see that it is the diffuser, and even at that, it might be a bait, as we used to see in days past, with the diffuser left on the ground in the bomb site as opposed to being attempted to plant. So it's a tricky situation with the Solus to have the perfect timing, the perfect intuition of when to use the overclock and understand that the plant's coming out. And really, the Sonics did a wonderful job of completely ignoring anything that Space Station wanted to employ off the bomb site. Getting site direct, getting the opener onto Fortis, the smoke as well, just allows Canadian on the blitz to go wherever the hell he wants and do whatever he wants to do. And you even saw him just holding a flank, because at that point, there's no one left on the bomb site after Sonics had chewed through the anchors. And it was an easy mop-up. Like we said, trying to return to the bomb site, it was a valiant attempt, but there wasn't much there. So we get a rotation now of bomb sites. Space Station trying their third in 3 rounds in towards bunks. And this is a bomb site as well with an exterior breach that has been difficult to plant on. But when it has, again, the post-plant and the crossfire you're able to establish on this bomb site is pretty lethal. So again, making sure you're denying entry to the objective itself will be crucial for Space Station.
Ashen with the very first pick on the Canadian. That is a devastating loss. And Troy already having a rougher start to this layer matchup, Rob, than he did at any point on Border. very high-value utility operator in Capitao. Cap gets a fair bit of play on most maps at this point, and with how smoke-heavy Sonics have made their executes, well, that's a rough position for the team to be in, as they have no backup. It's just all flashes, breaches, and pocket EMPs. Surf will tear through the floor as he assesses the main entry into the bomb site down below. That breach has been opened and cleared, so somebody from Sonics can go there, but Surf will now rotate around. That's not Forest. That is Benjamaster. That is correct. Benjamaster, by the way, also having a rough start to this map.
Yeah, it's not the flood of openers that we were seeing on Border, but Ashen does have a nice lineup here, awaiting the approach from the oncoming ram of Surf. R4C against a UMP. There's been many years of Rainbow Six history where the R4C has reigned exceptionally dominant over the UMP in many gunfights. But the Waltz in from Surf in towards operations. Again, staring down Office, waiting for the approach of the defenders who do hold the mantle of top control, making sure that there's no soft destruction being employed by the defense to disrupt any plant attempts as the exterior breach was opened up. But now everyone pouring towards the bomb site. The Sonic's getting picked apart, but at least Grixer has one response.
Oh, there's that super shorty again from Ashen. Didn't he do the exact same thing to Sonics on Border? Last two players from SQ will drop on in, and Surf, who was one of the two pickups for SQ this stage, showing his worth. The pre-fire now will take out Surf, leaving Ambi as last man standing, and the keep away that will happen from Ashen as he types in the chat. Lair, far closer than we saw on Border, but SSG at the moment has the edge. They're up 2-1.
Yeah, I'm sure Ashen, so we only saw the lull in all chat. I'm sure whatever followed that had something to do with why are you walking diffuser in reception? Because that was really the weak point for the Sonics on their attack, was the diffuser is in a different area code, even though we have site control. We're able to clear out top, we're able to drop hatch in towards armory, and yet the diffuser is sitting at Ashen's feet, and he's holding that thing for dear life, because that is the objective of the video game on the attacking side, is to plant the bomb. And you can even see the look through the wall there from Surf of, how am I going to get that in 12 seconds? And the simple answer was, you're not. So for Space Station, they get their second successful defense. And I was wrong about what I said in the beginning of the previous round. Now we go to bunks. That was armory. And now we get again SSG through 4 rounds playing 4 different objectives. We saw them play customs on Border. They won customs on Border. So Space Station having a flurry of a time away from primary objectives. And yet, Basement, which has been a reliable secondary bomb site globally, doesn't work out so well. So they're going to try their hand at a bunks defense.
Yeah, the one thing I like about new maps getting added to the map pool, Rob, is going through which of the bomb sites are particularly favored. Now, with most maps, the bottom floor and top floor bomb sites tend to do quite well. That would mean lab and lab support down below, and then obviously office and Rainbow Six Room above. Just leaves the 2 middle floor bomb sites. And, you know, when we get to Montreal, the one thing that we will do is be able to grab information from every single region and be able to say with confidence, how does Lair play out internationally? Is there a trend line here? You noted, the numbers show, that Lair is a defender-sided map at this current point in time. But again, relatively small sample sizes. The one region where the map is played the most in Brazil, it's like 60-40, which is quite honestly a defender-sided map. And quite stark. It's not like 55-45 like a lot of maps that we see at the moment. But again, maps tend to start out very defender-sided just as teams learn them, because it's hard to attack a map that you don't know all that well. The more comfortable and the more familiar teams get, the more that the attackers will be able to do a good job. But not even that. It can swing both ways. Attacker-sided maps can go in favor of the defenders. How will Lair shake out? That's going to be the fun thing to watch. Halfway point in this round. Fultz is dead. Surf almost died. That's where we stand.
Yeah, it was very early aggression onto Surf. He's dropped 20 HP. He wasn't downed and revived. He just took that exact amount of damage in the process, and yet it's the Sonics for the time being, as Ashen will respond with an M590 to the face of Surf. So at the very least, get one back, but also that hold at the top of the green stairs for Space Station's defense picked apart by one breaching charge. I'm pretty sure a soft breach charge onto the castle window on the Skybridge hallway also took out the deployable shield in the hallway, which would have been just a tough error for Space Station having that utility set up in a position where both could be claimed for the price of one. At the end of the day, though, this is still man advantage for Sonics. Flank control as well, as Ashen and Forest are topside over towards storage, and trying to hold down the objective as all three defenders are upstairs, trying to utilize the soft destruction in towards bunks, which is very powerful. There aren't many places you can plant for free in the objective, and that is what Sonics are about to learn.
Ashen with one pick, and around the corner he goes with shotgun in hand. That puts Canadian in an awkward spot. He cannot get that diffuser down. He doesn't know where the last players are. He finds Forrest. That's actually Rexon to do that damage. Rexon is still hunting for more. Right now in Projector, looking up through the holes in the ground. Ashen picks off Canadian. He's got 4 kills so far, and Rexon will deny the ace. Maybe, hold on. Ashen has a golden opportunity, and he'll do it. An ace for Ashen, and Space Station's lead grows by 1.
And Ashen proving what is possible with the verticality on this map. An ace from up above on high without ever really setting foot in the bomb site, apart from the moment he spawned into existence on that round. And for Ashen, that's a great motivation booster because Border was opening pick territory for Ashen, especially on the defensive side. But like Fox and Lax talked about on the couch, not a lot followed after that. So it feels like a momentum killer if you're able to do things right in the beginnings of rounds, but it doesn't pay off and doesn't give you the result that was intended after the fact. So for Ashen, able to follow through all the way to the finish line on the ace, and for Space Station, like I said, finding home on tertiary and I don't know the tertiary word. I think I just invented a word for the 4th bomb site, but the 4th bomb site, because we don't often see 4 sites played by any team in any competitive rotation, and yet we've seen it from Space Station on back-to-back maps. And I think for Space Station as well, this is starting to feel like maybe we avoid the basement, we continue our run of rotation of the top floor and middle floor bomb sites, and we try to walk into the side swap with a nice lead.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the numbers and we go off of what was spoken of earlier, 4-2, which is, I know everybody hears it and they always think the same thing. God, every single side is always 4-2, isn't it? Yep. I mean, we expect it to be a 4-2 half for Space Station. They are primed and ready, which means these last 2 rounds in the first half should just bounce back and forth. But honestly, Sonics have not been particularly confidence-inspiring on this map so far. They have really struggled to enter. They have struggled to use the information to capitalize on SSG players. And credit needs to go towards Space Station for how fluid they are playing on this defense. They are everywhere all at the same time. It is causing Sonics to have to re-drone and re-drone and re-drone. And that's always bad, but on the biggest map in the game, that's devastating. Rexon with the first kill, hits Ashen with the LOL in chat.
We're going to continue to see everyone type back and forth, and that's a really nice opening pick to get after Ashen just went on the heater of a lifetime, picking up an ace to shut down your attempted plant. This time you're able to silence him in the first minute of the preceding round. Still got Canadian on the blitz, being slowed down by the clash. This is an encounter we saw the last time this objective was held by Space Station, but now frag grenades in response down the server hallway. Will fend off Forrest momentarily, but he still stands on 125 health, causing a lot of distraction and disruption for these Sonics attackers. And he will again stare someone down from the display window. This is Grixer outside of the bathroom double window, waiting for the approach. And yet the Sonics, after acquiring that opening pick, they've done nearly all the health necessary to Benja, and finally a headshot will do the final blow as Benja will fall. It's a 5v3 advantage once again for the Sonics, but the site control still remains nearly impervious for Space Station.
Shotgun on the come up for Fultz as he catches Ambi looking. And that's a very crucial avenue now being held by Space Station as they are still behind in numbers. Fultz looking for one more, and he'll have to pick his poison. 2 separate players from Sonics inches away. His focus is on Grixer, who he'll have to deal with a shotgun, and Grixer puzzlingly wins that engagement with a single point of HP. Talk about too close for comfort. J90 out-muscling Rexon. Grixer's been dropped. Surf is the last one up, and he's on a collie. That is not great. Looking for the non-shield as... Oh my! He quickscopes Forrest! A drop from J90. The sidearm will come out. Forrest trying to draw it out, and Forrest saves the round. Goodness gracious, what an exhilarating finish to a round that probably should have gone the way of Space Station.
Oh my dear Lord, Surf, we're turning back the clock, hitting a quick scope and then a near 360 at the end with the SMG9, and you can see everyone on the Sonics reactions to that, not least of which I'm pretty sure it was Grixer as well, who on that 1 HP remaining, on Forez, vaulted in through display window and got downed and ultimately finished off by barbed wire. So welcome to the new update, Grixer. And again, Surf, disgusting, absolutely disgusting on the Cali. You said it, not the best operator to be on in a 1v2, but absolutely lethal shots coming out from Surf. And I do want to give him his flowers that he has been a star performer, maybe not often talked about on this Sonics roster, given the changes that transpired over the offseason. But still a standout performer on this roster nonetheless. And now for Space Station. Interesting they don't opt to run it back, but maybe feeling like their top floor defense has been figured out a little bit. They certainly do look a little more refined on the map. It seems like the Sonics may be a little newer to this map in relative to what Space Station's been able to do just by their play so far. But they picked it, most likely knowing that their defenses would be strong. And now for Space Station, trying to at least secure that coveted 4-2 half that you mentioned, Parker, going back downstairs to the other bomb site that they were unsuccessful at holding.
It's a frustrating one for SSG. If Sonics can come out of this first half, Rob, 3-3, then you got to imagine this will be their map. Or at very least, they will be in excellent position for this to become their map, at which point Sonics would advance to the Montreal Major, and in doing so, would do it in just 2 maps. We had some matches in Brazil, by the way, played earlier today, locking in teams, and spoilers, what was he looking at?
Stock door, I guess, is my best guess.
What was Forrest looking at? Oh my, Folds almost dies as well. As he's picked apart, Grixer missing an opportunity for 2 kills in very quick order. The one thing that I praised this SSG defense for, if you recall, Rob, was how they are all over the map. And SQ is having a great degree of difficulty gaining map control. They cannot get a good foothold whatsoever. Well, the last round they were able to do so, and now they're doing it yet again. SSG losing Forrest and Benja. Benja is about to go the first half without a single kill. He was the big splash that was made by Space Station in the offseason stages ago. That is not the result that you should have. Oh my. Ashen with 10 kills though, so he's more than made up for it. Just a little bit over 1 minute to go, and no damage right now has been done to SQ.
Well, that's the thing, and again, the Sonics able to very swiftly and very easily wander their way in. Grixer with another one on default as he walks down the blue stairs. And really, there's no opposition being brought by Space Station. Finally pulling one back, but Rexon, he'll clean up for 2 to wrap up the round. And the Sonics, they decimate anchors, they return to positions upstairs, and continue to run straight through everyone that Space Station tried to send back to the bomb site. We are tied at the side swap.
You saw the frustration on the face of Space Station after that border matchup. They looked defeated. Benja in particular had his hands up and was leaned back in his chair, not looking like the happiest player on the squad. You don't have very much time to recenter yourself for the next match, especially when you've lost. I mean, even if you win, but it's a very frustrating win, you have to get your head in the game, because you don't have a lot of time between these matches. I think, all told, I think it's like 10 minutes or something like that between map 1 and map 2. So if you are being afflicted by the tilt, as we refer to it as, you got to shake it off. Benja is 0-5. Space Station won 3 rounds. Even in the rounds where they won, Benja died in all but 1 of them. That's not what you want from this player. He's going to be on frag-oriented roles entering the building. And I will keep a close eye on how Space Station are able to take map control, because Sonics struggled through the first 3 to 4 rounds, but they started to find their footing. They started to find their groove. Unfortunately for them, they'd already let a couple rounds get out ahead of them. Can SSG have a strong start and a quick start, showing confidence on their entry, or will they end up stepping into the same traps that Sonic stepped into?
What we saw for Space Station as well, early attacks on border, not quite going the way they would have wanted, still picking up a couple successes, but really it was when Forrest got onto the Blitz and got that 3K after we bemoaned his performance that the tides really started to turn for Space Station. So we see the Blitz, it's not vacant for very long. First opportunity for Space Station and Forrest specifically to bring the operator, they will do so. The Montaigne's still banned out, so we go back to back with the Montaigne banned, and immediately you just hop on the other shield, which is the Blitz. I think for Space Station, you talked about the response to border. We saw it in their face cams. You're right in saying that Benja and Ashen seemed very despondent and very dejected after the performance on border. I will give credit to Forrest and J9O, who I think were singing throughout the majority of their time on the face cams before we jumped into map 2. So two sides of the same coin having very different reactions to the prep for Lair. But the result so far for Space Station does not seem as promising as maybe Forrest's vocal abilities. And I think right now for Space Station, we are attempting to go site direct, opting to forego much of a clear, not trying to get any verticality from down below. We walk in through the storage hallway, we start ripping open Selmas into the breach, and now Forrest has the opportunity to check his flank momentarily, but he will be the tip of the spear charging in to the objective.
Surf sitting in Rainbow Six room, one of the two bomb sites. Staring in Rexon's direction, as now that opening has given a window that the Blitz of Forrest can look through. Took Forrest a while to get his feet under him this round. He seems to have found it already. Border was a slow start, but his value was big in the later rounds, even if SSG came up empty-handed. If Forrest can turn on the Jets for the attack, SSG will be in great shape. Benja dies 0-6, still searching for his very first kill. That is not good for Space Station whatsoever. Forrest had taken some damage at the breach as well. Surf is down for the count. So all told, all things even. Vault in now, heading towards the B-bomb site. Forrest in display, out-dueled by the Legion, but Ashen is there for backup. Ambi with one. Ashen's patience is rewarded. And suddenly, another will swing towards the window. Rexon keeping numbers close. My God, the kill onto J9O. Half of the battle is occurring in chat. Sonics looking for their very first lead on this map, and it's the old teammates to do battle. Canadian and Fultz in a 1v1. Canadian will play keep away. Fultz no access to the diffuser, and no time for Space Station to land it safely. Sonics take the lead on Lair.
Man, the Sonics showing poise and also commitment to the game plan, which was we are swinging display window no matter what. Ambi, he's able to down off the Blitz, clean up his down, goes for the swing, and Ashen cuts down too. Does not matter. Here comes Rexon. Everybody, flood display window. This is where we need to be. This is where the war is won. And they were correct in that assumption. And they committed to the bit, for lack of a better term. And now, like you saw at the end there, Canadian identifying Fultz did not have control of that diffuser, lost in the flood of bodies at the base of that display hallway, and plays keep away, like you said. Nice poise under pressure. It's a very powerful and poignant moment for Canadian to be able to evade the purview of Fultz, immediately duck downstairs and say, listen, you don't have time and you don't have case. This is a free defensive round win to start off the second half. And it's exactly where the Sonics want to be, continuing the momentum that they picked up in their final two attacking rounds, carrying it over on their map choice of Lair onto the defensive side. They will also opt to go downstairs to the basement, where Space Station went 0 for 2, and the Sonics, specifically on this bomb site, picked Space Station apart. So we'll see if the Sonics have a slightly different answer to how to hold lab and lab support.
It still throws me for a loop, just as a side note. When Sledge being the 3 armor, you hear him step and how he sounds. It still is like, okay, he's a heavy boy. I'm so not used to the changes to the SAS operators still, despite the fact that Thatcher in particular is actually probably my most played attacker. Well, maybe not as of late, not since they introduced the pocket EMPs. Versatility is the spice of life. Forrest will get the first look at the doorway. It's being heavily defended by SQ. Bolts will drone on in and encounter the defenders, giving Forest pause, but for a moment. Soft walls and reinforced walls will cause issues for SSG, but we've got plenty of tools to cut through it. No rush in. Over top of the bomb site. Down goes Rexin. He was baited by Forest. Fultz credited with that kill, and now it's Forest under fire as he finds himself inside a medical. Following up on the Fenrir, who's blind as a bat. SSG dominating Sonics this round. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, and Surf is the last man standing. What was the question I asked a couple rounds ago, Rob? Was, can SSG find their footing quickly and do something that SQ struggled to do through 4 rounds? The answer so far seems to be yes. I mean, Sonics obviously won that very first round, but SSG have pivoted and done so quite gracefully. Nice kill by Surf onto Ashen. The walls, the proverbial walls, will close in on him as Blitz lurks menacingly. J9O credit with the final kill, and we have a tie game yet again.
Well, both teams with similar defensive philosophies for how to hold this bomb site. Both teams starkly contrasting attacking philosophies, and yet the result is the same. The bomb site doesn't matter much. That is tough for the Sonics. We see Space Station entertain the entire roam clear, as opposed to what we saw from the Sonics, which was go directly to the objective, pick off the anchors, and wait for the return of the roamers. This time around, Space Station on their attack decide we are going to directly engage with the roamers, and we are going to absolutely obliterate them all the same. Different philosophies, same results, and much needed momentum now established for Space Station to say, listen, you did this to us on attack, we're going to do it to you on attack. What you can do, we can do better. And credit to Surf, he did stop it from being a flawless round, but I'm going to call it a flawless round in spirit, because good job, you got one. You still lost the round at the end of the day, and everyone was coming for you. I think right now for the beginning of this game, how quickly it trended towards Space Station's favor on the defensive side, and then those last couple rounds for the Sonics to be able to steer out of the skid, pick up the momentum, and generate power on the offense before swapping to the defense was a worrying sign. But if Space Station can match what the Sonics were bringing in terms of that energy and the execute on a roam clear, as opposed to just going site directly like we saw from the Sonics, then this feels like a map that's destined for overtime.
Waiting on issues with the tech pause here. We've had a few tech pauses today over on the Brazil broadcast that was done by Stokes and Lynx earlier, and your good friend Jonah and Fastan, I believe, were the 4 that were on it. I was doing errands today, so I didn't get to actually watch the Brazil matches live, but as we do with most of the big games, we'll go back and re-watch them before an international event just to prepare, which I do it whether I'm attending the event or not. I'm not leaking my attendance, just in case anybody is curious. This tends to be a rather long tech pause, and I don't think we have any information as to what is going on, but if we do, we will relay it to you. Good issues with Surf connecting to the lobby. Apparently he crashed, but he is back in, so we should be live in action, Rob, in just a matter of moments. I know from experience, and so do you when you played at this level, that reconnecting to lobbies takes an awful long time, and if you crash, it is not usually a quick fix. This will serve, though, as a good pause for these teams to regroup. I think after what we saw in these previous 2 rounds, in the start of the second half, that is that both of these teams so far have been very evenly matched. I think SSG was a little bit knocked off stride by how good Sonics were on border. And again, that record really does speak for itself. 15-3 was Space Station's record on border from March 2023 till now. This is, that's a we're going to win this map kind of record. And SQ surprised them by winning. Now we go to Lair, which was picked by Sonics, and SSG have really brought the heat. You talked about the teams that had played this map, as both SSG and SQ had played it in the NAL earlier. And I got to ask you, are you in any way surprised by what you're seeing in terms of the results?
I am a little intrigued with just how both teams seem to have differing philosophies on how to play the map, and we're going to get that early days. We've seen it with the early days of Nighthaven Labs, and even when other maps were brought in their time, teams will develop different ideas of what they believe is the most efficient or the most powerful way that suits them to play the map, and then we get like a stage or a season or an event in, and most of the ideas will coalesce into one meta, and then we'll move on from there. And it seems like Space Station and Sonics have very different philosophies, at least on the attacking side, when it comes to how they want to operate, how much map control they feel they need, how much they need to worry about a roam as compared to just being able to flat out ignore it. And I think for Space Station, their philosophy is the more widely adopted one, which is taking the roam head on. And we saw from the Sonics, every once in a while evading the roam and going site direct was beneficial, but more often than not they were caught off by some verticality or caught off by a roam earlier on in this matchup. I think right now for Space Station, they have the right idea. It's about being able to execute in a timely manner just because of how large Lair is. It's so much real estate that if you are going to go for a full kill, if you are going to try and take down a bunker setup of 3 to 4 defenders away from the objective, it gives you very little time and utility to actually put the bomb down.
Oh my, a nice nitro cell from Ambi, and Forrest is left scratching his head at that one. Ambi, not psyched at all. He knows there's more work to be done. As now Benjo will wrap around looking for a pick onto the Fenrir Canadian. Canadian's been a sitting duck, a target dummy so far through this matchup. His utility will persist, which is good because he himself will not. Active gadgets are good, but if you die, then they're gone, and so are you. So the passive gadgets of Fenrir will at least help for the time being. Ashen with 14 kills, by the way, almost the same tally as the rest of his team. As Benja is starting to get some kills, which is really nice, at least when it comes to the timing of the matchup. Unfortunately for Space Station, they've fallen by the wayside. Fultz will be nearsighted as he wanders into one of those dread mines, and he will have to find the last 3 players of Sonics in the final 30 seconds, Rob, or else SQ will regain the lead.
Yeah, it's another one of those Armory defenses that doesn't take place on Armory, and Fultz seemingly not aware of Surf's positioning up on these bookshelves inside of R6 room as they will do battle in a 1v1 on 12 HP. Fultz will whip out the sidearm and hit the headshot, dropping Hatch into the objective now in the middle of briefing, putting the plant down, but with 10 seconds ticking away and 2 defenders standing, it is just a matter of time as Grixer will put Fultz to sleep, and they will inch closer and closer to that match and series point here with a ticket to Montreal on the line.
SQ can taste it, they can feel it, and they are closing in on it. And for the second map in a row, Space Station has to use their timeout first, Rob. And I mean, Ashen's got a pen in hand, which means he's going to start writing down the things that Callout says. Again, if you did not watch Border, we might have glazed Callout a little bit, to use some terminology that the kids these days are saying, in the sense that Callout is a tremendously effective captain, or well, coach, rather. One thing I will say, and I always say whenever we bring this up though, is that coaches can only do so much. They're not active in the server, and they don't get to control round by round interactions of these players. If Space Station hears his information but can't act on it, it's not necessarily an indication of a poor coach or even of poor players. It can just be that sometimes you're trying to roll a ball uphill and you're all really tired and the ball's a little bit too heavy. As for this particular matchup, Sonics also get to talk to their coach, who's Super, who is the new coach of this team. Goddess retired from esports and retired from coaching, of course. And by bringing in Canadian as your IGL and bringing Super in as your coach with all the information and knowledge that he has at his disposal, it has made Sonics a better team. And they are just 2 rounds away from making it to Montreal. Space Station better hope that timeout works.
Space Station returning to the Blitz play that was pretty successful on Border and has been overall pretty adept right now on Lair. I think the worrying sign here again for Space Station, as I talked about, they want to face a roam or an offsite hold head on, and yet all of their clear, all of their utility, even the Blitz in that round previous, just decimated upon arrival. There wasn't really an opportunity for anyone to force a defender back to site. They all stayed upstairs and continued to fight, and Space Station continued to fall. And now, like you say, 2 rounds away from clinching a Montreal major spot, whether it be the 1 or the 2 seed, that'll be decided tomorrow. But for the Sonics, you've got to feel pretty good being on your map, now on the defensive side, with the lead and an opportunity to continue to stunt the progression from Space Station. But like you said as well, this timeout coming out from Space Station, Oh, perfectly timed, and yet Rexon will continue to drop laughs in the all chat. And again, it's a Nitro Cell claiming the life of Forrest. The Blitz is the opening pick. So that spearheaded approach for Space Station on attempting to clear out these roamers, and this time just off-site anchors as the objective is upstairs. It will be no more. The Blitz removed from play without much effect in consecutive rounds.
Yeah, that's probably the worst operator that you can see on the side of Space Station to lose first. And Forrest has not had the most successful day so far. His numbers were underwater on border. And he did start to wake up towards the tail end of that map, Rob, but the problem was it was too little too late. And most of those kills did not have much impact on the actual match itself. See SSG relying on these last 4 remaining players. Like we've said, Ashen has been the superstar for SSG, very formidable on opening picks, showing a lot of success on defense, and then in turn, doing the same on attack. Half of the round has gone by, and Sonics are in an excellent spot. All 3 gas canisters still in pocket for Ambi. Goo Mines still in pocket for Grixer as more generate. The longer that we see SSG take to get towards this bomb site, the worse it will get for them. Ambi maybe not spacing those gas canisters out as well as he could have as Benjamaster strikes and eliminates Canadian. Canadian has not had a very good game by any stretch of the imagination. He has been downright bad here on Lair. Takes a while to teach an old dog new tricks. Maybe that applies to the map as well, as Canadian maybe grapples with not knowing Lair as well as he could, but 2 and 7 is the worst stat line in the lobby. He provides other value, which is good, just as we said about Forrest on that border match, but you have to think that this would be a different game if Canadian wasn't being free farmed at this point. Final 40 seconds, and both teams sit in a 4v4.
Space Station opting to go for something we haven't seen in a very long time, which is vertical grenade use to clear bandits and then to clear the position of the mezzanine shield, not the shield itself. You can see the amassing of Space Station attackers on the office door from mezzanine, waiting to approach, and now Surf will get cut down behind the office desk. The last Toxic Babe will come out from Ambi in response! What a shot on the SMG-11 towards Ashen to level the man count, and Rexon will tag in for another. The gas will continue to bleed Space Station dry as J90 hits the floor. It's just Fultz alone on 2 HP, and the timer will expire. We are getting closer to midnight for Space Station. The Sonics are a match point and series points.
If they win, they go to the upper bracket final where both of the teams will qualify for the major. The good news is that even if you lose, there is still another opportunity. Wildcard and Cloud9 Beast Coast both lost their matches yesterday, meaning that their only way to the major is through the LCQs. And one of these teams will also join them down there. Whether it's Space Station and Sonics or Dark Zero or M80, one of them will fail to grab a spot as there are 4 teams remaining and only 3 spots on the line here in the playoffs. A victory for Sonics here in this round will clinch their spot at the major. They will go into the upper bracket final where they will face off against the winner of Dark Zero M80. That's, of course, if they win. But the biggest prize will be that they have secured their spot at the major in Montreal. And honestly, is it a Montreal event if Troy's not present? It always feels like kind of date with destiny when people like him and Pengu and Fabian and all of them are there. It just feels so good from an outsider's perspective. Sonics have their work cut out for them though, because these next 2 rounds for SSG could go either way. These have been quite scrappy rounds. It has not inspired confidence in SQ with the way that they have played this, but the one thing that has happened over these last 2 rounds, Rob, is Sonics have struck first, and they have defanged part of SSG's execute very early in the round. SSG have failed to recover from that stumble. If Sonics can do that again, you have to fear the worst for SSG.
Well, we talked about Benja's struggles in the first half on Lair, and it's been a valiant attempt at returning to form. Now he's taken some damage and an early engagement. Sonic's unable to capitalize with a headshot to really deal the final killing blow of momentum away from SSG. But here comes Rexon to try and do all the same, but no, it's Ashen who hits a crucial headshot onto Rexon inside a warehouse. Able to utilize the drone and able to spot Rexon overextending, and of course reciprocates with the lol in all chat. So the opening pick acquired, but Ashen missing another flank coming out from Space Station. position. Ambi immediately returns to where his teammate had fallen, and promptly everybody hits him with a lol in the chat.
Like I said, half of the battle is being fought in all chat. It's not even in the server right now. Ashen 16 kills. Could be gone for the remainder of this series if it breaks in favor of Sonics. You have to keep Canadian alive. They've put him on an operator that tends to have more staying power in the clash. He can play sheltered minutes in and around the bomb site. And now the task for SSG is to simply get into the building. I don't know if Canadian saw J90 as he peeked the window. Now he's been spotted. So he's outside, waiting for the next entry point. A shotgun on stairs, blue stairs for Surf. Trained directly at center mass. As Canadian guards that window, J90 still thinks that he might want to peek in that direction. He's going to rely an awful lot on Benja, who's playing above, as is Fultz. Benja was holding that kill hole. Fultz will mask the sound of his drop with that breach. Cricks are picking off Fultz, though. It doesn't matter if they hear him or not. They still see him, and now it's Canadian to walk up into the engagement. Forrest, the one being targeted. J90 fixed, taken out. It's all Forrest who loses the duel, the first North American team to clinch a spot at the Montreal Major, the Sonics.
Unbelievable performance, and what was that? 7-4-7-4, border and layer. Clinical performance by the Sonics, a team that had to scramble to put this roster together coming into the stage. The last minute change opened up the opportunity to bring Canadian in, and they are the first team to qualify for the Montreal Major, like you said, Parker. And you can see again the animation on Troy's face. Canadian absolutely loving this opportunity to continue to prove some doubters wrong and put himself into a position to be in Montreal to try and win another event in that town.
Excellently done by Sonics. Congratulations on your spot in Montreal. We still got one more matchup to go. DZ M80 will finish off the show after the break. We'll be right back.
Yo, drop, one drop, please. Going K3, K3. Good job, Dad.
I got you, Pop. I got you. Stay
Stay
tucked, Pop. I have your push. Close left. 2.
Yo,
Blitz, blitz, and
pull the
bash.
window,
Swing,
pull the
Pop,
window.
Pop, swing,
I can't swing, I can't swing.
Dead, Andy, dead.
Okay.
Last 2, in office, in office. Blitz, gun up, gun up, gun up.
Oh shit!
Let's go!
Oh shit!
Come on, bro.
I don't think Ambi can believe what just happened. Welcome back to the Philadelphia studio here. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me, we got Laxing and Foxe. Sonics have punched their ticket to the Montreal Major, and they did in style.
This is the Sonics that we were seeing all throughout the stage. Unfortunately, we didn't see it in the last game against C9BC or against Wildcard. But I mean, I honestly thought SSG was going to be the ones to take it today just based off how they've been looking and where Sonics were falling off. But I mean, again, this is exactly why we've been talking up Sonics, how well they've been looking, and they are demonstrating it here, and they have now punched their ticket to Montreal.
Yeah, SSG has definitely been having some struggles around the board. I mean, I feel like it always comes down to moments where their backs are against the wall. When the pressure is the highest for these qualifying games, you know, they always end up making it to these events, but they're always through the LCQ down to the last straw. So maybe it's just something that comes with pressure throughout a stage that when they finally feel like they have no options left, that's when they play the best. But I mean, they just came up short, and Sonics played amazing today. I mean, especially on Lair. I mean, we wanted a definite win from one of these two teams, and a definite win it was from Sonics. They really played very well together, very coordinated. I mean, the way that everybody was communicating, I mean, you could even hear it in the end game, like just down to the last wire. Every single moment, everybody was locked in, fully focusing on what the game plan was, and it was a really great showing from Sonics.
Yeah, and you know, I'll be honest with you guys, about round maybe 6, 7 there on Layers, Space Station Gaming, they look rattled. You could see it on the cameras. They didn't have answers to the things that Sonics was doing, and the adaptability of the Sonics to take on what was being thrown at them by SSG was so impressive.
I mean, just again to highlight the Sonics, I mean, there was one round where the blitz and someone jumped through display window, but you literally immediately saw, once those Legion traps went off, you saw all 4 players from Sonics immediately pivot and focus on just getting that kill, not even believing that there was 2 players, there was just one there, but you saw just the dedication to just solidify that kill and to make sure that they had the numbers on. I mean, the teamwork and coordination from them was excellent throughout this map.
Well, it looks like we have Canadian here on the line with us. Who else could we have on the back of a giant Sonics win? The GOAT. Welcome, Canadian. Congratulations on your win there, my man. And you're going to Montreal. You know, it's old territory for you, I'm sure, but you're no doubt you're excited.
Yes, I am.
Well, obviously, Wildcard put up a little bit more of a fight yesterday than you guys may have expected. How did you rally the team coming into this match today against what should have been an even more difficult opponent?
I think Ambi may have kind of talked about it, or at least I talked about it in my post-game interview. I don't know if that was rolled pre-game or not. But honestly, Seth Super, he basically talked to us between maps and simply said, like, Wildcard wanted it more than us in that first map of Skyscraper, and honestly, that was exactly true. I think they put in more effort, and they wanted to win the map more, and they played like it. And I think since that point, we've been playing like we want to win,
for sure,
and we want to win more than anyone else that we're in the server with, and we played like it, and I think we fully embodied that today. Yeah.
Well, Troy, I want to say congratulations on punching your ticket to Montreal, but I just want to ask you, I mean, how do you feel? Obviously, from the big roster change of going from Dark Zero now to Sonics, and now you punching your ticket to Montreal with this roster. No one was sure what everything was going to look like, how it was going to shake up for the stage, but you got it done. You and the team got it done. How do you feel personally?
I feel great. I'm super confident in this team. We have so many amazing players, and I think not only that, but we have players with such great attitudes too, which is, you know, that's not that common, honestly.
For sure.
You know, the attitude problems, honestly, it comes with talent a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
And I've been super impressed, and I think our biggest struggle was almost putting that pressure and that expectation on ourselves of, you know, like, oh, I'm not on DZ anymore. You know, how's this team going to be? We should be good on paper. Like, and I think that pressure got to us a little bit, and I think we were playing scared to lose. And I think literally, like I said, after that first map yesterday, after Seth said that to us, I think it lit a fire under us, and I think we're playing like there's no one hungrier.
Absolutely.
Like we've been fucking starved.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely see that. Before the game started, we were saying on the desk that we wanted to see a definite win, regardless of who won. The team that win needed to be one that made a statement. Now, this, I would say, was absolutely a statement. Does this give you confidence going into now Montreal? Obviously, you guys still have to play for first tomorrow, but going into Montreal, does it make you feel like you guys are in a great pacing to potentially win that event?
Yeah, as long as we keep working as hard as we are, as long as we maintain the attitude that that we maintain today, 100%. And I love the choice of words of statement game. That's literally what I said to the team before the game started. I said, this is a statement game. Every round, a statement. We want to prove a point. And yeah, I think we did that. So yeah, I'm definitely confident. I think if we're playing like that in practice, if we're putting forth that effort all the time, I mean, we're only going to get better and better. And like I said, like the talent on the team, there's no one's questioning the talent on the team. No one's asking if any of these guys are good enough. It's a matter of, can we make it happen? And we just need to play like we know we can make it happen, that we want to make it happen.
And you did make it happen.
You did. You did make it happen.
Not yet.
Well,
not yet.
You made it to Montreal. That's the biggest hurdle. You made it through Montreal.
That's a step.
We don't want to put the cart before the horse. You made it to Montreal, which is great. You're the first team in NAL to qualify as well. And obviously, there's still a lot to play for tomorrow. Between Dark Zero and M80, who would you rather face?
Oh, he
Dark Zero.
Oh.
Dark Zero? Why you want to take on Dark Zero?
Why do you think?
You guys already stomped him 7-2. You just want to do it again?
He wants another round.
It's another statement game.
Well, thank you so much.
Game.
Thank you so much, Canadian, for the interview. I look forward to seeing you guys play tomorrow. You're an absolute gem, and enjoy celebrating as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care, guys.
You guys didn't think that he wanted to play Dark Zero? Are we serious right now?
You already got the 7-2. It's like, what else do you got to prove? You're the first team to qualify. You already beat them 7-2. Like, he's already.
He wants to play M80. He wants to play Dark Zero. He wants to beat them, get first. I mean, Dark Zero's currently first in the regular stage. If they can take first from them into going into the major, I mean, I feel like that would be a really well storied.
Yeah, it would be.
Sure. I mean, like I said, he already got the win against them. I don't know how many times you just want to keep beating someone up at that point. Like, that's.
I mean, some people just want to be the best. Other people just say it. We really see about it in the server.
I mean, he got the win. He didn't get it in playoffs, though. He didn't get it with like $30,000 in prize money difference on the line as well. So I just wanted to hear him say it, Fox. I wanted to hear him say it. Anyway, we can take a look now at our brackets, filled out a little bit more. Obviously, we've got one team through to the finals here, Space Station. They're going down to the third place game. It's unfortunate for him. It really is.
I mean, we say it's unfortunate, but they found themselves here very often, but they do end up clenching that last spot, well, that third spot. So I'm not really worried for Space Station, to say the least. I mean, they did have a fumble of a game today against Sonics, but I do expect them to get back on the saddle and really put it to whoever they end up going against, whether it's going to be Wildcard or Beast Coast. So I am fairly confident at Space Station we will see them going in for that third spot right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely just the same issues that we see beating down SSG when it comes down to these pressured games. I mean, they were doing phenomenally well at getting the opening kills, at getting those gunfights, but then it's just connecting back. I mean, their defenses, they've been trying to work on that all stage, even from stage 1. It's a lot better now, but obviously there's still a little bit of ways to go, and we'll have to see who they end up playing. I mean, I don't think it's going to get any easier than, any easier at all.
No, definitely not. I mean, it only gets harder from here. But of course, we've got one more match left on today. Another team will get their chance to go to the major. After the break, Dark Zero versus M80. Don't go anywhere.
I'd have to do Vivid. Our coach, he's amazing. Amazing coach. Can I pick myself? Nah, I'll humble myself. Bolo, Entry. We're gonna get Woos on Flex, LG, new pickup, W, and then we're gonna get another Flex for Bay. Bay's gonna be on Flex, Benjamaster, and Gunner. Every team needs a solid MVP.
So my Dream 6 roster, Vivas, that's the coach, that's the current M80 coach. Myself, Troy, NJR, I'm gonna say J90, and Gunner.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. Oh, that one's through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Greedy is low health though.
Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Greedy has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Got you tulips in it. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
Well, one team has made it to the major today, but there is another spot up for grabs. Yesterday, M80 dashed the dreams of major champion C9 BC. Can they strike again versus the unstoppable juggernaut that is a reinvented Dark Zero? These two last met in our group stage on the last play day. It was an overtime slugfest. Dark Zero narrowly escaped with the win, and now they're meeting each other again here in the second semifinal of the NAL playoffs. I'm Corbeck, alongside me, Laxing, Foxit, as we get ready to tear into this one. Dark Zero versus M80. Now on paper, Dark Zero should walk over M80, but on paper, M80 shouldn't even be here.
Well, given their performance, I mean, they are on a 7-0 win streak. And what Fox has highlighted throughout these last few play days is that they have been looking far significantly better on their attacking halves, and that's been a point of contention where they've been struggling. So the fact that they have been getting better and better with each and every single game, now leading into playoffs, being able to sit pretty, be able to just go over strats and these scrims, whatever you want to look in dry runs. But I mean, still, they are at a 7-0 streak right now, and they have been looking to be the strongest team in the league thus far.
Yeah, the last time DZ played M80, it was arguably a different DZ. They've been slowly but surely getting better, and defense was always the one thing that you could count on with Dark Zero. They have been the best team in the league currently at defense, and their attack, I mean, towards the start, it wasn't anything too decisive,
They
too
didn't even
great.
play a lot of attacking rounds.
Yeah, they
pretty
didn't.
much everything off defense.
They didn't. I mean, even the rounds that they were winning, like against Wildcard, they only won one attack against Wildcard in that first week of games, and they lost to Sonics as well. But since then, it's gotten way better. Their attacks have improved so much, and they've always had that consistent, amazing lockdown D that a lot of other teams struggle to come to.
Well, Dark Zero here, they, like you said, they've been basically unstoppable. It's also Nafe's first best of 3 here as an IGL going in with this team. How are we thinking Dark Zero looks here today?
Oh, they're looking great, and not just great. I mean, even for myself and even for Fox, you know, this has been a roster and an org for a long time. When you look at their play style, they were always very structured, always down to a T, that old Canadian style, and it was just slow. But now this is a new, vibrant roster with Nafe coming onto it, Kobe coming into fruition with this roster, and they just look like a new and improved, well-oiled machine. And you look at their stage performance so far, I mean, you got to highlight it. They started out with that first loss against Sonics, where everyone kind of dismissed them. I even kind of dismissed them because it was a very lackluster performance. But then immediately after that, and this goes into the rendition of their new gameplay and their new style that they've adopted, and it's just been nothing but wins across the board when you look at that green.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the aggression come out of their defense. They've been a lot more adaptive. We've finally been seeing members of Dark Zero fighting for positions. I mean, notably Bolo on main stairs on Clubhouse. You know, the aggressive defense is what we saw out of them, and it took a little bit of time to get that aggression on their attack as well. It took a couple of games, a couple of weeks before they finally got their signature fast rushes down, along with their basic executes on attack locked down as well.
Yeah, and you have to highlight Bolo. I mean, there's nothing that has not already been said and uttered throughout every region across the board. Everyone knows who Bolo is. He is just the standout player for this roster, and he is making quite the statement of performances throughout this entire stage. You saw those entries. I believe it was 13-3. He's been so pivotal on those defenses, getting those opening engagements, shutting down teams, getting multiple kills. I mean, we talked about the mainstayers here. This is where he was doing it. I mean, it was kind of shocking that they could not get Bolo out of these areas, but you have to highlight him because he's been such a pivotal piece for this new Dark Zero iteration and their change of style of play that has really opened up Bolo's dynamic and just how he approaches the game now. It kind of reminds me a little bit of how old TSM used to play, that now he's kind of unlocked himself again to be able to play, move around the map a little more aggressive and get the job done.
Well, there's probably, there might very well be actually more Bolo charms out there in the world than there are M80 charms. But as we learned yesterday, you can't count M80 down and out without taking some serious risks. There's firepower, there's explosiveness on this M80 side.
Yeah, I mean, explosiveness is one way to put it. I mean, their resilience is very commendable. I mean, they were able to scrape out a 2-0 victory yesterday against C9 BC, but obviously they were relieved by big individual plays, and that's never where you want to find yourself in a 5v1. You know, you have to a 5-round deficit where you have to just constantly climb back, and not even that you are winning because you are necessarily the quote-unquote better team, but because of big individual plays. I mean, the biggest issue against C9BC is they were constantly losing that first engagement. That was the struggle with M80, and that was the story of their game, especially once they got into Clubhouse. They were getting constantly red, losing these aggressive fights, and maybe winning at that first map got a little to them. But of course, they had amazing players that were able to just step up and individually carry back these lost rounds by clutching. I mean, we could talk about the clutches round after round, there were so many big players that were phenomenal for M80. But two players to me that stood out the most were obviously Kino and Hyper. I mean, they phenomenally played very well. I mean, you're going to see a string of the clutches here. This is Spoit's first one. I'm sure you're going to see Kino's after and then Hyper's after. And just to be put in these situations and to win one after the other is such a test to your mental fortitude, but you shouldn't be in this position in the first place.
And the fact of the matter is yeah, you don't want to find yourself in these positions, but the fact that you have the players capable and the mindset and the mentality to be able to push yourself through these rounds, and Kino specifically in this round played this so beautifully, making every single engagement coming down to a 1v1, not allowing the other team to possibly even get their foot in the door for a trade. I mean, it just shows the true testament and nature of these players' individual prowess.
Yeah, and it's the two standout players here for me out of their game yesterday. Specifically, I mean, we've been seeing Kino doing very well. I'd argue this is Kino's best year so far in the NAL. But Hyper, I mean, he was a player that since M80 picked him up, we talked about him being so versatile, being able to fit like a glove in any position, and I'm glad he's finally being able to get his flowers. I mean, he was one of the lifebloods of yesterday's game versus C9BC. He was one of the main reasons, so consistent in every single position, and it's nice to see him finally come into his own because the team desperately needed it. And if we see the same type of results that we saw yesterday happen today, I just don't even think DZ is going to give them the opportunities to clutch rounds like C9BC did. And unfortunately, I just can't see it going M80's favor if they rely solely on big individual plays like they needed to yesterday against C9BC.
I do like that we can talk about Hyper because we haven't been able to talk about him too much. We talked about him early on and the versatility, and he's a Swiss Army knife that he brings a lot to the table. But you got to also keep in mind, he is on that more supportive role where we didn't see him back in the day. He was on that entry. He was on that flex role. But even in this supportive role, there's been many rounds where he's had such pivotal pieces of the puzzle to get the rounds back, especially on those rounds of Clubhouse where they couldn't get that server wall, and somehow Hyper gets a 4K, gets a 3K, brings them back. And then even going into the yesterday's games, I mean, it's so important that every player is stepping up in playoffs because that allows you so much freedom of then going into each and every single game knowing that everyone is playing to the best of their ability.
Well, too true. Well, we've broken it down for you as best we can, but as the great Marvin Gaye once said, there's nothing like the real thing. So let's get two of the gunneriest gunners that ever gunned here, and let's hear from them. It's Bolo and Spoit.
What's good? My name is Spoit, and I'm a player for Team M80, and we just beat Beast Coast C9 in a crazy game, and now I get to see them in SQ. So, hey, talking. Like, we're playing a very aggressive team. You know, both teams have, you know, a lot of prep on each other, so everyone already knows what everyone is doing. So, you know, we just kind of focus on our game. We focus on, you know, controlling the tempo, because those guys really like to get aggressive.
Groups went pretty well. The only hiccup we really had was the very first day in group stages versus Sonics. It is what it is. Super weak. We came out on top. We won every single match. Sadly, not a complete regulation domination. M80, our last match of the stage, was our only overtime match, and we still beat them, so that's all that matters. It went pretty good.
To be honest, we have some of the most individually best players in the whole region. So in a straight 1v1, in a straight 1v3, like we saw today, you know, anything can happen. I think I got 1v3 and Kino got 1v3. Paul and Kino played like out of their mind. They got multiple 2v5s, 3v5. Dude, props to the team for sure.
If we win the first match, we're gonna shoot top spot. If you ask anybody in chat, anybody on Reddit, they're gonna say Sonics, right? It would be almost poetic to face them in the finals, because hopefully we win our first semifinal match and then we just see them at the grand finals and no stress, very easy. Take home first.
DC is always there. We always have a good game with them. So I'm just excited to play against them, to be honest. Yeah, they played the same way for a long time. NJR is really good in his role. Nath is really good as well. Like, he calls a lot. So, you know, like they always have like the players in their role doing what they should do, and just gotta make sure we play our game, focus on us, and then we will see where the game goes. Yeah.
So M80, one of our actually more challenging matches this stage. It was the only match that we went into overtime. Granted, we won at the end of the day. Tough team, we beat them, and that's the main thing. Regardless of who we play on this side of the bracket, we've beat them in group stages. They've got a little chip on their shoulder. M80, they were close on bank, and if they happen to get to us in playoffs, they're gonna want it even more than we might want it, because we beat them.
You know, obviously I want to win tomorrow. It's like, you know, there's a major spot on the line, but I also want to run it back, because right now I'm on a 3 grand final streak. I've been in 3 grand finals since joining NA, and I want to make it a 4th. So yeah, we'll be there.
We're shooting for first place, and that is my expectation. I think we're gonna get there, and we're gonna win in grand grand finals. We did secure top 2 in the group stages, so it granted us an extra life. All that matters is getting to Montreal and hopefully winning. So 1 BO3 away, that's all we really want, but I'll take 2.
Well, it's good to see them with a healthy respect for one another right there, you know, and that's going to be, I think, those two going against each other, a huge matchup.
Hey, hold that Willie.
Yeah, I mean that was the communication. That's the great
Who said it?
communication.
That's the mystery that everybody's trying to figure out.
It had to be Citizen or I think it was Citizen because I think they did it on purpose. But I mean, in that video that we just saw, I think Spoit kind of set it. He set the tone very well. He obviously wants to run it back. He wants to make it to the finals and to the majors, but obviously when you're playing against a team like DZ, I mean, it's not going to be as easy as lightly. And I feel like something Spoit said doesn't make me feel too confident about. They said DZ doesn't really change anything up, and I would agree up until this stage.
I would disagree entirely.
I would agree up until this stage, but now I would say we're seeing a whole new DZ, and so if that's the mentality M80's bringing to this matchup, you got to be a little scared if you're them. Obviously, first map picked by DZ is going to be Border. That's going to be followed up by Chalet from M80. So very aggressive, similar start that we saw to the first SSG SQ game. Honestly, if you would have shown me these maps last stage, I would have said DZ's losing. But this is a whole new stage, very fast aggression. We're going to need to see that Dark Zero signature aggressive attacks come into play here because they're going to need it.
I mean, to be fair, I actually do like this map pool for M80 because as you highlighted, the bigger maps is what truly hinder their performance. So the fact that we can start on Border again, it's going to be very similar to what I expect. The first series that we saw between Sonics and Space Station, it's going to be very aggressive. It's going to be shields that are going to be pushed through power positions. It's going to be a lot of players rotating in and out to be helping one another, taking that map control, keeping that map control. I mean, it's definitely going to be, once again, another slugfest. But what's going to be the pivotal factor is who's going to be able to muster out these attacks that can get into the site, get into the power position, and just secure these rounds, and then ultimately end it on the defensive side.
Yeah, I agree. And when it comes to Chalet too, M80 hasn't shown that yet. And if we learned anything from yesterday's pre-desk, is that M80 played a lot of Chalet in stage 1. It's one of their comfortable maps. They haven't showed it at all this stage. So that could either mean that it was a little iffy, they didn't want to bring it out, but so far it's hidden. They have that in their back pocket as map 2. Obviously they're the team to pick it out. So I really do like this map pick for M80. This could be another situation like last game when we both had SSG predicted, and then it ended up going in SQ's favor because the maps really lined up for them. This could be a similar story. I'm looking at these maps, and it makes me kind of an M80 fan, even though I think DZ should win.
I agree, and it's also a nice place for Dark Zero because they haven't played this map yet throughout the stage, so this will be their first time showing it, and also this will be our first time, and for the DZ fans, to see their first time of this new roster be able to tackle this map, where throughout history of Dark Zero, or throughout last year, they weren't great on it, it was kind of okay, so I am definitely curious to see what Dark Zero is going to bring to the table here and bring towards M80.
You know, obviously we talked a lot about the M80 hero plays, right? This is what they do. What does Dark Zero do to stop a hero play? What do you do to stop like the pop-off?
It's just as simply as working together and playing off one another and not allowing you to be singled out in 1v1s and just forcing trades to be able to happen immediately.
You don't give them that opportunity. I mean, if you fight an angle with 2 people, surely you're going to trade unless the person just hits godlike reactions. But if you isolate 1v1s, they have a way better chance of winning 3 individual 1v1s instead of you just 3-2-1 all peak at the same time. DZ will not be as sloppy as C9BC was yesterday. I don't think they will give them the opportunity for those clutches. So we'll really have to see the opening engagements be in M80's favor.
And I mean, I always like to ask these questions, especially since you guys are former pros, so you have an insight that a lot of people at home aren't going to have. If you're going up against a team like Dark Zero that kind of has this feel of almost the team of destiny about them right now, they're unbeaten, you're M80, you just came off a spoiler, what's the mindset of M80 going into this? Because you said, like, Spoit maybe a little worried he wasn't underestimating them.
You have to play your game. That is the biggest thing, is you have to play your own game and stay in your own mental and not focus on allowing Dark Zero to kind of get a hold of that mental game, let alone the actual in-game performance.
Sure.
And the bigger they are, the harder they fall, and I think M80 is the team to want to be the ones to put them in their first, loss in the playoffs since that win streak.
Break that streak,
Yeah, and so obviously you're going to play a lot harder because it means more to you to win. And obviously, like Bolo said, they got a chip on their shoulder.
They do.
So we'll see if they eat it.
Well, it's the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Couldn't sum it up better myself. So to take us to see if the big one will fall, it is the most exciting duo to come out of Canada since Maple and Syrup. It's Intero and Flynn.
I should be used to your tosses by now, but they always get me. It'll be hard to top the matchup that we just saw, Rob, from a quick standpoint, but it might if not top it from an exciting standpoint, I expect that this one is going to be much closer. I expect that we're probably going to need 3 maps. I'd be shocked if this is just as brisk as that SQ matchup against SSG. But we will find which of these 2 teams will end up getting the other major spot. Rob, who's your prediction? Rob. Rob is not here. Rob is gone. Look, chat, we must move past Rob. We have no choice but to move past Rob. It is now just me. Welcome. I have gotten rid of Rob. I am single-handedly casting this matchup. Unfortunately for the haters, this is a bad day for you. But people who like my voice, congratulations, because I will be taking you through this matchup until Rob returns. I don't know where he went, but hopefully we find him at some point. Maybe he's wandering the wilderness. Maybe he is already on his way to Montreal. Maybe he's just very excited. I'm not entirely certain. We're going to start on border just as we did in the previous matchup. And then as you can see in very small pictures that are about to get much larger, we've got Chalet next for M80 and then Clubhouse rounding this out. And as you can see on your screen, the new Rainbow Six Share bundles are in action. M80 showing off their new logo as Bolo and Spoit will now do battle. The old DZ logo still being shown, or rather the old DZ card still being shown. Is Rob back?
We'll see. I think I'm back. I've got a somewhat spotty connection, but I think I'm here. What's up, buddy?
This is the worst day of my life. I thought that we'd finally gotten rid of you. And I told the chat, I said, we must move past Flynn. We must move past Rob. Rob is gone. Unfortunately, he is no longer here. But anyway, we're getting into this matchup. I didn't talk about operator bans. Is there anything that you see on your screen right now that you want to address?
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb. Defender is exposed.
Rob, are you back? We're having some technical difficulties here. Everybody, if you could just pretend that Flynn is here. Hold on a second. Let me do my Flynn impression. Hello, everybody. My name is Flynn. I don't cast Tier 1 anymore. I couldn't swallow for a while. I like the Toronto Maple Leafs. Welcome back.
Hey, bud. We're in a post plan. How did that happen? MJR holding from AC.
To be completely honest with you, Rob, I have not been able to watch half of this round, so I have no idea what has happened either. This is the fun. This is the fun.
I got the feed. We're chilling. NJR picks up a nice kill onto Spoy in the post plant. Cameraman though decapitates NJR and the vault out incoming. It's forthcoming from the radio window, and Nath has to try and play the timer. 10 seconds ticking away, and he gets picked apart from multiple angles as Citizen will cut down Nath, and it was a post plant, but a nice counter defuse and response by M80. I can only assume. And I saw Spoit messing with some cables there. We're having a day, ladies and gentlemen. We are having a day. But it is M80 who continue to carry their day over from yesterday. They have the 1-0 lead after being victorious on a defense in Armory and Archives. And yep, that's a tech pause for everyone involved. I am that's a tech pause for everyone involved in this right now. Yeah, we are slowly returning back to form, and we're back. There we go. We did it. It was the shortest tech pause of all time. But Parker, can you hear? Can you see? Are you back?
I never went anywhere. What happened was suddenly you disappeared, and then I was told, oh, Flynn is gone. Flynn is gone. And I was like, we must move past Flynn. And I was really trying hard to just drive home the point that you were never coming back. And I was hoping for applause. Unfortunately, it does not appear that that was the case. And also you returned, so it's very upsetting.
My bad.
That's okay. But my feed was also a slideshow, and I could not see literally anything. So I have no idea what happened in that round. My feed was actually frozen on the glass for a solid 2 minutes. So I'm hopeful that everything appears to have been fixed now, and everything is back in working order. I have a proper functioning feed. You are not a robot. Production is no longer a robot. Scopos are still robots, I believe, but they're not in play right now, so I don't know. But
well, it's nice to have you back. It's nice to be back as well. I jumped back in pretty much as the plant went down in a 2v4. And I think, honestly, for Dark Zero there, the execute, from what I could see, didn't go according to plan. They tried to salvage it after the plant, but if you've got a Glaz and Nafe left in a 2v4 in a post-plant, that's a pretty tough position to try and battle your way out of. So for M80, like I said, the run continues. Yesterday, taking down the reigning major champions of C9 Beast Coast. If you did not catch that game, you should go watch that back after the conclusion of this game. And this time, we see the return of the Glaz from NJR and Nafe, ready and waiting for Cameraman to vault himself out that radio window. The vault that never came in the previous round. But good read there to start things off for Dark Zero.
There's a couple things that I will be watching in this matchup. We're always watching stuff. In this matchup, how does Nafe stack up offensively? And I say that because more often than not, we expect Nafe to be towards the bottom of the standings. If he can actually get some kills on the board while the rest of DZ does what we know they are able to do, then that will be very troubling for M80. NJR vaults on in. He was dealt quite a bit of damage and then finished off by a Nitro Cell from Citizen. The other player will be Cameraman, who's already dead. But if Cameraman can also have a pretty good day, things are going to go in M80's favor, I have no doubt. This round, maybe not in their favor. Kino and Citizen on the run. It's just Citizen who had that single kill to open things up. With the Nitro Cell, he attempts to get back upstairs, top metal, and he's shut down by Panbazoo. 1-1.
Honestly, a nice two-front attack there for Dark Zero. There was some sight focus in the mid-round, trying to push our way in and take care of Citizen, who was wreaking some havoc from down below with Nitro Cells and kill holes to the floor. But then again, you have a 3v2 advantage, and you isolate Kino topside. He gets one, but that's all he's allowed. No more Kino runs for the 1v3 is causing profanity to escape the lips of casters today. At least not yet. We got a lot of runway left for events to repeat themselves, but for the time being, Carter and his shock from the previous matchup for M80, they will not ring out in your ears. We do have a double shield ban, though. I did want to touch on that, but things got fuzzy and fun. So we have the Monty and the Blitz, no shields. Lax and Fox talked about it on the couch, how shields would be powerful, being able to push through, hold positions around the map, and yet no Capcan, no Azami, and no Blitz and no Montaigne means that we're going to be taking a fight with a few people, honestly, in this lobby who pride themselves on their gun skill. They're going to be 1v1 gun up most of the way.
Armory, the very first bomb site that was played, then to go to ventilation. Now downstairs to bathroom and tellers. The three bomb sites that we will see most frequently, though, I would not be surprised if we did end up seeing a customs and storage defense. Nafe will guide them in on a fuse shield, a very intriguing operator that, well, we don't see all that often. I mean, it is a Blitz and a Monty ban. It's the only shield that you can go with. I understand why they're doing it. It doesn't mean I like it, but I will at least be entertained. And frankly, Rob, half the fun is being entertained, even if it's a bit of a mess. As long as it's exciting, we will ride. Where will Dave go, though? Well, he's actually not going to use any of his utility. He's at the halfway point of planting that diffuser, the upside down repel, something that we saw popularized by Koi long ago, will allow DZ to get two quick picks on the Cameraman and Kino. And the only shield operator on attack will duel with Citizen. Ben loses that engagement to Nafe. Both playing in an A, both from England. Hyper and Spoit are the last two remaining on a team that is largely comprised of imports. There's a Candela that was tossed in by Pambazoo. It will go off. And the timer will continue to run against this M80 team. Spoit's the last man standing. Can he get a pick before the round is over, or will it be flawlessly done? Oh my, he manages to shoot through the shield of Knave. Advantage still for Dark Zero, and they are past the point of no return. Pambazoo gets the final kill, and the round is won by Dark Zero.
Yeah, so again, that's not going to show up as a flawless on the scoreboard, but we all know in our hearts, in our heart of hearts, that was a flawless round for Dark Zero. Good response and a much better adaptation to trying to utilize the glass in the post plant. It's called having way more guns than the opposing team up, so that the glass can really just focus on one section of the map. Stare down a long barrel with a nice scope that can peer through the smoke and light up all the opponent's highlighter yellow, much like the color of the M80 jerseys. But Dark Zero, good response onto a Bathroom Teller's attack that, again, focused on the periphery. Not a whole lot of control upstairs, and none of it really necessary, because, as you mentioned, Parker, as well, Nafe playing the Fuse Shield, and he did not care about what utility was in his back pocket. He cared about the big metal thing he was able to carry and protect himself whilst planting. So for M80, they're going to have to deal with a shield, whether they thought they got away with banning shields away from this map entirely or not. They are still confronted with one of those pesky shield operators remaining. We'll see if maybe they can exploit some of that power when they get onto the attacking side. But for the time being, Dark Zero picking up 2 attacking rounds, feeling pretty confident about their ability to progress through the map with or without a shield, as they're going to forego a shield this time around. Bolo gets onto the striker, and we're seeing a carousel of attacking operators thus far from Dark Zero. They seem to suggest they are comfortable with or without the glass and with or without the rush.
Yeah, they've been changing things up an awful lot. Grim has been the only constant so far through all 3 of these lineups. There was no hard breach for the very first execute from Dark Zero. They brought an ace the second time around, and there will be an ace yet again. Cameraman, one of the players that I talked about, had found himself on the wrong side of an engagement over towards break room, but good news, the saving grace for M80 is that there is a dock on the board, and Spoit is able to stim his teammate not just back to full HP, but actually an overheal. As DZ could have very easily cracked this round open, but it will require one of those stim pistols, and Spoit will be a little bit weaker, but with still 2 in pocket, himself playing in security, not far removed from break where Cameraman was. DZ's advance will now all come from top east. Cameraman's Nitro Cell will claim 1 player, that's Bolo, who's yet to find a kill. Kobe will trade him out very quickly. So that stim pistol actually worked out very effectively, Rob. It eliminated Bolo. And that is Striker down for the count. Spoit using the ACOG on that MP5 can do some serious damage, and he will pick apart the Selmas that we're going to open up that staff room wall leading over towards top metal. Spoit is a terrifically gifted player, but he runs out of runway as Kobe dies, but so too does Spoit. And now a late reinforcement will go in onto that armory wall to try to keep M80 in a more secure position.
Yeah, again, it's not going to show up on the score sheet for the first one, the impact that stim pistol had on reviving Cameraman, getting him back into play after I'm pretty sure he lost a duel through the floorboards to Pambazoo in Passport. So that's a tough one to lose to start the round, and then Spoit gets you back on your feet. You're able to trade your life away onto Bolo, makes up for an early mistake. And Spoit as well, going for the 1-for-1 onto Kobe. Aggressive swing outside of CC, but at the end of the day, we stand level at a 3v3. And I think right now for Dark Zero, slowing down momentarily, but Kino will expose himself, and that's the exact moment that Nafe will spring into action, getting the plant down at the armory door. Another one will fall, leaving Hyper alone. Blinded as the Warden, detected by the Grim Bees, has to drop to a 4 below to safety. And he's spraying up to the floorboards, but he's not connecting on any of these shots. The plant was completed by Nafe at the armory door as well. So Hyper's attempt to reascend these metal stairs, it does not look long for success. Pambazoo will cut him down. And losing the first round might have been a hiccup, but it's 3 straight for Dark Zero.
Yeah, DZ's doing exactly what they need to do on border at the moment. We'll go back and talk about the same numbers that we quoted in the SSG versus SQ matchup, and that's border doesn't really tilt one way or the other. Right now, it's definitely tilted towards Dark Zero as they've won 3 rounds in a row, all on kills, but their objective play has been primo through it all the same. M80 had the great first round, but that's really the only good look they've had. Dark Zero has been quite dominant with quite a number of players surviving. It was almost a flawless round previously, only 2 kills mustered by M80 in that second round, and well, I think there was 3 players still upright from DZ when this round concluded too, which means that M80 are only exiting these rounds with 1 to 2 picks. That's just simply not good enough. You need to have a closer matchup if you want to hang tight. But I mean, it's Border. Chalet is up next. These 2 maps are going to play completely differently. And on Border, it's going to be a very chaotic map. It is a small map. It is very easy for you to be able to rotate, especially if lobby and that area is not being watched by the defenders. And honestly, M80 are just, I don't know, they're going for ego challenges here time and time again, as we're just seeing in the replays from this particular round. They're trying to bring the fight to DZ. And I don't hate that idea, Rob. I don't hate that they want to be aggressive on their roams, especially when you are as gifted in the mechanical department as all 5 players are on M80. Yes, people joke about cameraman being towards the bottom more often than not, and of course Kino gets dogged on for his shield play. But all of these players are world class. And if they're going to take engagements, specifically players like Citizen and Spoit, they will almost always win their ones. Unfortunately, of those players, only Spoit is having a good game at the moment. Citizen and Hyper have terrible EPSs. Hyper sitting at 21. It's one of the lowest that we've seen through the first 4 rounds of action in any of the NA matches, which means he's not providing a lot of value in regards to utility. He's not providing a lot of value when it comes to objective play, and he's certainly not helping in the kill department. And I mean, well, you have your own eyes. You can see the bottom. It says 0-4. Bolo also 0-2. So Hyper and Bolo both having 0 kills is quite fascinating, but really at this point, DZ has the depth that M80 does not, and that is a big reason for why the scoreline is what it is.
Yeah, and I think that Fox and Lax touched on it as well. If you're going to swing 1v1s against Dark Zero, you're just putting yourself at a disadvantage because they won't play sloppily. They won't leave someone on an island. They will play together. They've been excellent at utilizing coordination and team play throughout the entirety of the stage. And honestly, if you're just going to try and take your ones where they come, there's going to be another person standing behind that person you're swinging. And it's a tough position to be in, to constantly try and win those consecutive 1v1s as a cascade. And I think for M80, it worked yesterday in positions where they were at a deficit in man count, and it helped pull them back into rounds they didn't necessarily deserve to be in. But doing it at a level man count, doing it in an equal situation, is just throwing away an advantage, because as the defenders, you do have the clock on your side. The attackers need to move to take action. Nafe, as I say, one of those attackers trying to open up the Archives wall from Office, and he'll then turn his attention downstairs as he eats a good portion of a Nitro Cell, and Pambazoo unleashed on the Ying into Bathroom, picks up Citizen from inside his bunkered up hold in Bathroom, and it's the opener required once again for Dark Zero.
Citizen 1-4, Hyper 0-4. These are not numbers that M80 can rely upon if they want to win this matchup. Now, this is Dark Zero's map here, Rob, so not all hope is lost. But with the way that M80 dog-walked C9 BC yesterday, 7-5, 7-5, admittedly relatively close scores on those maps in particular, this is an M80 team that has struggled to show up. M80 won their matchup yesterday 7-5 against C9 BC, which was stated before, but just needs to be reiterated here. And M80 have not shown that same prowess that we saw yesterday. Not only that, but DZ have been more of a formidable foe. Kobe Lax with 1 kill, Pambazoo another, DZ doubling up, and there's 30 seconds left. Boy, oh boy, with Diffuser successfully going down, Rob, this is terrible for M80.
Absolutely, and Kobe continues to win his ones. Up against Kino topside, let Kobe go on a tear. He's the only one for Dark Zero on that side of the map, so as I said, maybe they wouldn't leave people on an island. Kobe shows up on his raft, and he absolutely decimates M80's contingent topside. And honestly, you really like to see that for Kobe, the new player coming in, who has to adapt to the changing situations and the changing of the guard on Dark Zero, and he's being afforded the freedom to operate and move however he sees best, and it is paying dividends for Dark Zero here on Border. You can see Nafe grouping up downstairs with Pamba as they went for the execute downstairs, and they said, Kobe, go kill. And Kobe did indeed. I think right now for Dark Zero, you got to feel like the game plan, it's all falling your way at the moment. We're going to see the return of the Glaz, this time from Bolo instead of NJR. If he sticks on that, he's got about 26 seconds to decide whether or not he wants to keep it. You can see the return for M80 back to Armory and Archives. It's that bomb site, the only bomb site that they were able to win. And unfortunately, we didn't get to witness how they were able to do it in the beginning portions. We just know they had a 4v2 man advantage in a post plant and traded out to victory. So we'll look to see M80 replicate some of that round one success, responding to a heavy Archives hit. But I think for M80 as well, you just want some traction here. You do not want to be going into the side swap down 5-1.
Rob, are we watching Rainbow Six? Or are we watching CBS's smash hit show Survivor? Because it seems like we're seeing a lot of people on an island right now.
Just a few.
Hey, I was waiting so patiently for you to finish talking so I could just jump in with that. I was so eager. Yeah, I mean, the way that Dark Zero is orchestrating these pushes are great. You know, Pambazoo is oftentimes accompanying Nafe with the openings here. Bolo's playing float, and then Kobe is going somewhere around for the flank lurk roll. That honestly, like a player like Citizen should know decently well. But Dark Zero is just doing it quite masterfully, and I mean, they picked this map for a reason. They had to have counter-stratted M80 from their matchup yesterday against C9 BC, but additionally, they just must be a more comfortable team, and they're really showing it off at the moment. 1 minute has elapsed at this point, and with it being an Armory hold, the extension from M80 will go out towards security yet again. Spoit was very crucial in this spot before, holding down both break room as well as security, and doing so with Cameraman nearby, but Cameraman's a bit more sheltered this time. He's playing over towards 90 and can rotate to the bomb site if DZ decides to make this one quick.
Well, I said Bolo had the Glaz, well, then he changed it. He had 26 seconds to decide, and he decided, let's go for the Nomad. He still hasn't had much of an effect on this matchup, but Nafe instead opts to bring the Osa. Again, Jesse J. Chick's worst nightmare enters in through the Archives balcony and baits out the Nitro Cell. But in the meantime, seems like history's repeating itself. Cameraman, though, will stop Nafe in his tracks from getting the plant down from the safety of his Osa's shield. And now the diffuser lays at rest on the floorboards of Archives with just Kobe and NJR left standing. It was a 4v2 when we jump back into the post plant in round number 1. It's a 5v2 now in favor of M80. They got baited on one Nitro Cell, but the second one hit the target as intended. And now a death mark coming out onto Kino from down below at the armory door. The Vendetta gets whipped out by Kobe, but it's not going to find the mark. And now NJR wandering into Archives all alone with no friends and attempting to ascend the metal stairs. Kobe will meet his friendly or frequent foe of Spoit on this map, and Spoit wins the engagement this time around. It is M80 being victorious upstairs at Armory right before the side swap.
That was the very first kill as well. For Hyper, who breaks the goose egg and gets on the board. It was a flawless round won by M80. I'm not certain if it was a team ace, by the way, but it seemed like most players did get in on the action. First half is in the books, and it's bookended by M80. They won the first round. They won the 6th round. The meat of the sandwich was all DZ. Bolo has been having a very disastrous start to this matchup. 0-3, so at least he's surviving and playing in safe roles on the rounds that Dark Zero winning, but his impact has been very, very low. Terribly low, in fact. So while the scoreline is what it is, Bolo is not performing up to snuff. Everybody else on Dark Zero is doing better than expected. The lowest EPS right now on DZ is Bolo at 62. NJR is in 4th at 129. The highest EPS for M80 is Cameraman at 105. So the top 4 on Dark Zero are all performing better than the top player on M80, and that stands to reason when you look at the scoreline. But I will say, with the exception of that very final round, M80's looked very shaky through all 5 of those rounds, including the first round that they won, which I think is closer than the scoreline is showing us. As for the second half, I said, you know, there's the 3 main bomb sites that everybody goes to, right? We might see a Customs. Not only are we seeing a Customs, Rob, we're seeing it in the very first Defender side for Dark Zero.
Yeah, Customs is the primary. Quite the reach here for Dark Zero to start the second half. but it's hard not to envision shades of what we saw in our first matchup between Sonics and SSG on Border, where Ambi was the one that was mighty quiet through the first half, seemingly getting targeted by Space Station, and yet when he woke up, the rest of the team followed suit, and it was a quick one on Border for the Sonics. Looking to see if Bolo can have that same kind of turnaround here as the Warden trying to fight against the Candelas upstairs. We get a 1-for-1 that has nothing to do with Bolo in the process, but NJR picks up a double. Nafe will fall as the flood into the bomb site. It is successful momentarily, but NJR on an absolute tear with an MP7, ripping M80 to shreds. Bolo has been downed and hasn't found that same resurgence that Ambi did in map number 1 of our first series, and Spoit will clean him up with an asphyxiating bolt as everyone got frantic in the first 90, but we start to hold back a little bit more now and regroup in a 2v2.
I mean, you've got the bottom player of M80 and the top player is the last two remaining. Problem is neither hold that diffuser. They've got lots of time to correct this round. There's still over a minute to go because the action came, as the hit movie is called, Fast and Furious. Too fast. Too furious. As there are 4 players still remaining. And now Hyper's made his way outside of the building. He will circle around. At this point, if you're Spoit, you've still got 1 fire arrow and 2 smoke arrows. I think the correct plan here is to push through the top floor, try to get a pick, and then immediately go for a plant and draw these defenders out. Problem is that you've got NJR and Kobe left for DZ, and they're positioned quite well. One down bottom of metal stairs, the other sitting inside a stock. This will be tough. Gumine gets hit. NJR will hear that from all the kill holes, and all he needs to do is hold this single angle. That makes it really tough for M80 at this point, and this should be a winnable round for Dark Zero.
We can see NJR holds the diffuser inside of supply, and top control was established by Hyper with the advantage of the asphyxiating bolt on metal, so M80 will be very confident in the fact that there was no flank up top. We got yellow pings in towards workshop, but 8 seconds tick away on the clock, and the diffuser is still down inside of supply. Kobe will get 1, and he'll get 2 for his trouble, backing away to the front door, but he doesn't need to leave the building to make his mark. It's a 2K to add on to NJR's 3, and Dark Zero, they win that off bomb site of Customs.
They've done all this without Bolo getting a single kill, by the way. Bolo was 0-3, or 0-4, I suppose, at the tail end of that round.
Yep.
A lot of ink was spilled online in regards to Bolo versus Spoit being this big matchup. Obviously, Jinxie is, I would argue, one of the largest figures in all of Rainbow Six, certainly one of the biggest figures on Twitch. And he's been doing a lot of content with Spoit. Obviously, Bolo was at one point in time one of the biggest YouTubers and content creators prior to him going professional. And I think that if you didn't watch Rainbow Six back in 2017 and 2018, you really cannot know how big Bolo was. Obviously, he wasn't pulling Jinxie numbers because Jinxie's popularity extends beyond Rainbow Six, and TikTok also really wasn't a thing back then. But every single person who watched this game casually and competitively seemed to know who Bolo is. And he is about to get overtaken by Hyper as the lowest rated player. It's still Hyper's right now, but Bolo at the moment is just a tiny bit ahead of him in terms of EPS. Bolo's still looking for a kill. He's going to play the same spot that Spoit played inside of security. What?
Hello.
What is that lineup?
My guy Hyper, he's sending a 0 camera to Narnia. He's sending that to Chalet. He's going to map 2 with that camera.
I was going to say, it's going to be in Chalet next map.
We'll see that in about an hour. My goodness.
Some say it's still traveling the earth to this day, Rob.
I mean, I'm not aware that that lineup actually hit anything, but who knows? Maybe he has that figured out.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
There it is. Okay. Fair.
Yeah. Now that's a lineup and a half. I was wondering if he was aiming it at part of the building that would watch the east run out and the break room run out from farther away, but he would just obviously spawn at the other side. But no, we have our answer now.
Not bad. Not bad. And I think right now for M80 as well, getting some intel will be nice, because if you can spot that Bolo's not having the greatest of games, it can be said, maybe you might want to identify that as your opening target. Maybe if Bolo is the sole man on a dock holding a crucial position like CCTV, you would like to gather that information on the side of M80. The hard thing for right now is that M80 seemed very stacked and very ready to go for an opposite side take, although Spoit will catch Pamba lacking at the top of the east stairs, ready to go for a run out onto the Archives balcony through triple wall. So it's an opening pick acquired for M80 and some good progress made towards an office take. As you can see, a lot of orange silhouettes starting to stack themselves at the top of the east stairs, looking to move in, and Spoit continues his rampage. He comes to blows with Kobe again and wins against Kobe yet again.
Bad news for Bolo. He's still alive and looking for his very first kill in this matchup. We are deep into round 8, and he is on the ropes and on the run. Being targeted by Deimos, he has no choice but to find safety over an armory. And I mean, he's lower HP. He can still use one of those stim pistols to good use. Right now, those SAM cams, the Argus cams, are providing so much value, especially in conjunction with the Deimos Deathmark. Another player from DZ is dropped, and Rob, this looks like M80 will prevent Dark Zero from going to match point.
It's a tough one. And we saw M80 pull some heroics yesterday to get themselves back into games, and it looks like heroics will not be necessary here in this round. Spoit with a 3K on the ace. They put him on an AK-12. And Spoit delivers the result necessary. I've been hyping up the Spoit versus Kobe because it seems like they're just running into each other every round. And Bolo, unfortunately, the troubles continue for Bolo. We're 8 rounds deep. It's a 5-3 scoreline, and it's Dark Zero wanting for one of their players to get engaged.
I mean, not all hope is lost. DZ still doing quite well, and so far through this second half, they have traded rounds at this point, with the unlikely victory of Customs propelling Dark Zero up to a better spot that they were in. All they need to do is win 2 more rounds, but if you suspect a 4-2 half on both sides, which would mirror our first half, then to overtime we go. I will say, I'm not writing them off yet, but this M80 team does not look like the same squad that played yesterday against C9BC. DZ obviously is a more formidable opponent just based on the standings, but M80 have some very pronounced struggles. The only player on the team who is doing even decently well, and he's doing actually very well, is Spoit. He's now the highest rated player in the whole lobby as things are more evenly spread out amongst the DZ players. But I mean, you've got the tough task of trying to enter on border, where if you go by the SSG SQ game, there is a way to successfully defend by getting those opening picks so early on. That's what Bolo is looking for and is really hoping for to draw them out. He sustains a bit of damage over towards Armory and manages to get his way in. I actually think that was friendly fire from Nate, by the way, opening up the wall.
It was.
Because it came from Armory, and I'm like, wait, hold on a second. There's no enemies over there. But I mean, M80's drone work needs to be good to match their offensive firepower. As for Dark Zero, if they want to go for these ego peaks, which they are perfectly capable of doing, they need to be a bit more pronounced with how they go about it. Bolo will be in a very similar spot with a very similar gun, but he's not on the same operator. Those Banshees will slow down the advance of M80, but there will be no stim pistols, so any damage that is done to you cannot be healed back on the side of DZ.
I really do feel bad for Bolo now. He's getting it from all sides. M80 are putting him in a body bag. We're singing his funeral songs on the cast, and now his own teammate is dropping his health. When again, he is on a solo mission to hold down CCTV, and he will say good riddance to that. I've held it for 75 seconds, no longer. He retreats back into Fountain, reinforces the wall beside him, and decides to peel back. As yes, this is a Bathroom Teller's defense, although it looks like Nafe may be entertaining a little activity inside of Archives, attempting to swing towards the office balcony. And for the time being as well, M80 not all that interested with attempting to clear the top floor, when much more horizontal, but as I say that, you can now see the silhouettes start to amass outside of the armory wall. And it seems that Nath has evaded the purview of Hyper out on this balcony. He's been able to get all the way over to the AC window he has. So if Nath can continue to stay hidden here inside of Archives, he will catch Hyper off guard. And now the rest of M80 will start pouring in towards him. You can see Nath trying to formulate an exit plan, and his exit plan is to vault out AC and get the hell out of Dodge.
And the Great Escape! As he should be able to get back in. Dark Zero with those first 2 kills, Rob, have set themselves up so excellently to carry out this round. Now Nafe maybe a bit overeager with that nitro cell toss. As M80's focus towards this bomb site will come from top east, and they'll sound like a herd of elephants above as they realize that not only is the round getting away from them, time is, too. Kino walking up. And onto the Flores drone he will go. Kobe needs to take care of this, and he finally gets it good. But it was more of a scouting mission, say an exploratory bid for Kino, who has no drones remaining. Damage being done from Kobe, who gets quite aggressive in that position. Spoit the very first kill.
What?
Oh, Kobe, how did you not know they were right behind you? Kino jumped upon by Nave, a mad dash and scramble. And it's match point for DZ.
I'm sorry. No, Kobe deserves some flowers for that one. He's in an engagement passport, and they literally droned him with a Flores drone, and he still is able to spring into action on the 180 and get the down and continue to disrupt the plant that allows the rest of the team to fold on into tellers. That was disgusting. And Nafe as well, able to play the position to a T inside of Archives. Look at that 180. That is just ridiculous from Kobe. And I think as well, Nafe able to escape Hyper's glare outside on the balcony, just sitting out there for almost 2 straight minutes, as Zero as well, hilariously enough. And yet, Nafe able to play the superstar role as more of a supportive figure and more of a background character on this team, but certainly the director and the conductor of the sweet music that is bringing Dark Zero closer to the finish line. Screw it. If Bolo's going to be 0-6 and we're up 6-3 as Dark Zero, do we care? Let's run it back customs and see if we can lock this thing out in a technical 4v5.
This rotation has been really quite something to see. No ventilation workshop to be had, but I mean, if you think that you got the secret sauce on customs, then go for it. M80, by the way, in the last 2 rounds they've won, they have both done so flawlessly. If they can get the very first pick here, it will be so critical. The first pick has been extremely important so far in this matchup, with the team getting that first pick favored to win basically all but, I think, 1 or 2 rounds that we're looking at. Oh my. Speaking of first picks, Nafe almost had an opportunity, but the player on M80 was tucked into the stairs, far enough away from harm's way. Kino will now look over towards break room as Hyper's been dropped. I think that's a nitro cell that took him out. And he'll get picked up immediately by cameraman. NJR went for the gamble. He's in the very same spot that he was in before, Rob, and it's a powerful position to play in.
Yeah, NJR ran roughshod in this position inside of Supply, getting the 3K on the Bandit the first time they attempted this bomb site. And you were right, Spoit, whether it was luck or whether it was premonition, kind of anticipated that Nafe was going to be going for the run out and tucked himself nice and quietly at the bottom of the stairwell so that Nafe could not continue to make Archives his home. And I think right now for M80, getting to revive Hyper feels like a second chance at the round. You still have the IQ to help spot out stuff. Actually, as you say that, there's not a lot on the defensive roster that the IQ is going to have a whole lot of effect with. So, for the time being, well, you are able to get Hyper. At least he's a gun up. And now Spoit turns attention towards the triple wall, and Pamba turns Office into the Pamba party zone, dropping Spoit outside of the triple wall, prepping the radio window, and he goes flying, but he can't connect, and now he's running outside. There is an attacker inside of Archives or on the balcony. Oh my lord, cameraman, finally! But did Pamba get one in the meantime?
Oh my goodness. Keep in mind, Hyper's still on 20 HP as well, Rob, looking for more than just 2 kills. Citizen on 3 kills, one of the worst performances for Citizen in the NAL in the history of his career. And it comes at probably the worst time. I mean, I think it would be a little bit worse if this was M80's map pick. But still, you are now staring down match point. 40 seconds could determine whether Dark Zero takes map number 1 and puts themselves in a nice position to grab the second and last Montreal Major spot today. The loser of this match will go up against the loser of the previous match, which was Space Station, where the winner of SSG versus either DZ or M80 gets that final Montreal spot. The loser of that match will then go to the LCQ. I hope that you're not confused. It's a very straightforward process. Rob, only 10 seconds left, and DZ look to feast upon these players from M80. Time running out. Diffuser going down. Citizen watching as they all drop. He's looking for some kills. Cameraman stands alone against Kobe, but Kobe clutches it, and map 1 goes to Dark Zero.
Unbelievable. From the 2v4, nearly brought back from the depths of despair. But now Kobe will slowly jaunt over to the diffuser planted inside of the customs double door to blue hallway, and he will disable it. Dark Zero, like you say, a comfortable victory that I'm pretty sure Bolo did not get a kill in.
I will have to check because I did not see where he was at the tail end of that round, but I do believe Bolo laid an egg in that matchup. And he better spawn in for Chalet. It's a completely different map, and it will play completely different from Border. We can confirm, by the way, that Bolo did not get a kill. So, yep, he laid an egg, but that's okay, because the rest of his team got the job done. And honestly, Rob, a 7-3 scoreline is mighty good for DZ.
Very good. So that's one map in the books. We are looking to possibly send this to 3 like we saw yesterday from M80, but they're needing a much better performance on Chalet coming up after this break.
Blue. And
Blue
mid.
dead.
Hold left,
Medic,
Mac.
Watch out, Clays. Watch out, Clays. Watch out, Clays.
Watching? Look how slow I'm checking.
Bro.
Where? no. Oh, go! Claymore!
Watch out, Clay. Hey, their heads up. Their heads up there until the end. Welcome back to the Philadelphia studio here. I'm Corbeck, and of course, alongside me, we've got Laxing and Foxa. Dark Zero, no questions. They just humming along.
Well, there ain't no.
Well, there ain't no. I mean, there may be one question, but for now, Dark Zero humming along, looking fine.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really seem like anybody so far in the NAL is going to really get in front of them and stop them. I mean, they've been so innovative. It's very difficult to even match up against them just because you have no real idea what they're going to bring to the map. It's such a different team. It's such a different dynamic. Even though they just made a role and roster change and changed their IGL, the whole identity of the team has changed. I mean, everybody feels like a brand new player. They've had this new and improved speed behind them, and we saw it in this game. I mean, Border, a map that Dark Zero would have won. I mean, you would have told me this stage one, I would have said, no, that's impossible. And here we are. I mean, what a definite performance from them. They really made a statement. I mean, Troy was talking about making a statement in their SQ game, and now DZ is equally as making a statement. So, I mean, I hate to talk about the future like that, but hopefully to see them both match up tomorrow will definitely be a battle of two titans.
Again, you know, we were talking how their attacks are just looking better and better with each and every single game. And again, once again, it is looking phenomenal. And I mean, they hadn't even played Border throughout this stage until up to this point, and they win it in a 7-3 and in dominant fashion. You know, I've highlighted how fast and aggressive this team is now, and they were just getting into the building. I said it was going to be a slugfest, and that's exactly what it was. All these players are doing great. I kind of feel bad because I highlighted Bolo in the beginning of this, and he did end up dropping that donut. I don't want to reiterate it, but it just kind of just speaks it into existence that even if Bolo isn't performing and being their best performer, that everyone else is stepping up, and specifically Kobilax being the rookie here to be stepping into stepping into this team, stepping into the T1 scene, and just putting up these numbers and these dominance performance from him. I mean, again, I'm happy for the guy. I'm glad he's able to be performing. I talked about in the beginning of the stage. I want to see what he can do consistently, and that's exactly what he is displaying, consistency.
Yeah, I love Kobe. I think he's one of my favorite rookie players.
He's a great personality.
He's also real cool. Yeah, he's real cool.
Loading.
I mean, I do want to just backtrack slightly. I don't want to bring too much attention to it, but Bolo getting 0 kills on a map is crazy to me.
The thing
I
is,
mean,
you know, I'll let you
if you look at how the map was won, I mean, a 7-3, even if you're dropping, you know, a donut or you're not necessarily getting your kills, if you're just doing your job and you're playing your position, I mean, Bolo is one of those players that Dark Zero likes to utilize by getting him into these positions that you want to hold, right? But if Kobilax is steamrolling through everybody that's in front of them, and then you put Bolo in that position, nobody's going to come contest Bolo. I like to refer to him as like the sentry turret. Like, you put him in a room and he's going to fry anybody that comes towards him. And obviously DZ was doing everything from hitting the ground, head start running, so it didn't really give Bolo any opportunity. So you can't really look at that and be like, oh wow, he just wasn't playing good. I mean, he just wasn't getting the opportunity because the rest of Dark Zero just had no mistakes.
But as for M80, I mean, it is scary because we were highlighting that big maps do kind of hinder their performance, and this was a small map, and this is a gunfight-oriented map, and you know, they have players on this team that enjoy gunfights, they can work off gunfights, can capitalize off gunfights, and they just could not find their footing here against Dark Zero. And now you're going into Chalet, where it's a mix of both aggressive and a little bit of passive playstyle. But if you couldn't even find your handling on these gunfights, it's just going to be the same runaround that DZ's going to bring this to you. So I really have to see improvement from M80 of working better together and getting these trades better in their favor with that man advantage. And if they can't muster that going into Chalet, where that's going to be heavily displayed, you're going to struggle here against DZ. And I can see DZ walking away with a swift 2-0 and making that statement that they're going 9-0, flawless, going into that first and second playoff game.
I'm sure you're not the only one who could see that. I mean, the M80 problems, you go to a map like Chalet, you know, we said yesterday, I said hero plays can work, and I think one of you said hero plays can work until they don't work anymore. I mean, what does M80 do now that they've kind of just been taken to the cleaners on Borders?
They simply just have to work together and focus on the teamwork and just playing that trade game, and again, keeping that man advantage and keep dwindling it down until it comes down to a 2v1 and they can just close out a round from there.
Yeah, big plays aren't consistent, and big plays are usually off the back of confidence. And after losing map 1, I mean, you can't be too confident to do whatever you want to feel like. You obviously need to bring it back down to the basics. And we're going to a map like Chalet, which is still very small. It promotes aggressive gunfights. Now, Dark Zero was doing a great job at winning those early initial gunfights. I mean, we saw 7 opening kills from Dark Zero. And so obviously this is a whole new Dark Zero, because you would have said that Dark Zero was really good at winning the strategical game, but right now they're just dominating M80 when it comes to the slaying out game. I mean, if you're M80, just the basics right now. Just figure out how you're going to get inside the building, figure out how you're going to work those trades and make sure that you're connecting with each other, because right now, if you just keep getting steamrolled and you don't shut down Kobe Lax, I mean, they're going to let DZ just have a free win.
And it's scary because Bolo wasn't performing. Bolo didn't get that kill. So the fact that Bolo can bounce back here, and again, that's the beauty of a best of 3. You can just wipe off whatever that first game was. I do expect Bolo to bounce back into this game. And now if you have Bolo firing in all cylinders like he has been throughout the stage, again, you are going to be a struggling M80 throughout this game. So like Fox said, like I said, they just have to play the basic game of Siege of just working together, figure out how to force players out of position, put positioning better in their favor, and just taking map control and taking the map by force practically at this point with how DZ is playing.
Well, we're ready to get into the second map here at Chalet. We'll see if M80 can carve themselves back into this, or Dark Zero will walk into a grand finals. The two casters coming up are the most likely ones you want to hear jointly narrate an audiobook. It is, of course, Intero and Flynn.
Certainly that's what you got with me last time when Flynn decided to drop off the face of the earth. And I basically was in a podcast at that point, but boy, oh boy, Rob, let's talk about this matchup. DZ wins their own map, which we expect when teams go into a best of 3, but a 7-3 scoreline is a little bit more dominant than I anticipated. I don't know if you'd agree. What does that mean for Chalet, M80's map?
Well, I think the really tough position that M80 is in now is that a lot of attacking prowess and a lot of success you have on the attack on border does translate pretty well to Chalet. That's another map that defenders aren't going to have, you know, the easiest of times. This is not Skyscraper. This is Chalet. It's a lot more open. It's a lot more free. There's a lot more opportunity to have mobility. So while that is a little worrisome for M80, I do think it is an opportunity to, as Lax and Fox said on the couch, reset for everyone. Honestly, I think right now that for M80, this is an opportunity to remember what the performance was like yesterday, remember what the comms were like, remember how that teamwork got them across the finish line, but also individual performances. Again, they're going to need to step up a little bit relative to Border. It was a lackluster performance for some of the key players from yesterday's win against the reigning major champions. This time around, kind of a flat line on arrival for Border. We'll see if that's been the wake-up call that they needed to get active on Chalet, because, yeah, Dark Zero winning their map, starting on the attacking side on Chalet. We are staring down the barrel of Dark Zero and Sonics coming blow to blow in the grand finals, with both of them already having booked their ticket to Montreal.
All right, let's see what the operator bans are. Grim, who was a staple in the previous map, will be taken out of action. Dark Zero banned Blitz and Azami. These are their standards. They'll ban a Monty this time. I guess they don't. They saw that M80 left the Monty on the board. They have to take it out. Azami will probably be removed here. That would be my guess. And then what does M80 get rid of? DZ loves this Azami ban. What can we say? They don't want to deal with her. They get rid of her. Last ban coming in on a map like Chalet. You could see a Kaid, you could see a Mira, you could see a Valkyrie. You're going to see a Kaid get banned out by M80. All of those operators have extremely strong roles on this map. No Kaid means that the hatches will be easy to get for the attackers. And Bandit and or Mute will be played almost every single round that you need denial, as those are really the only two that you can reliably bring to deny walls. I guess you could get a little bit creative with Tuberau as a temporary denial, and you could bring the Surya Gates from Aruni as well, as that could function too in a separate way, although different. This particular round, though, no denial being brought whatsoever from M80. M80 had banned the Kapkan on Border and will immediately bring the Russian operator for the very first round of Chalet, just once again proving, as if you didn't already know, these are different maps and they're going to be approached by these teams in different ways.
You can see M80's defensive lineup for Bar Gaming. As you can see M80's lineup on the defensive side. Bar Gaming is the Bar Gaming primary defensive hold. It's been a day of off-site victories and mainstay losses when it comes to objectives played on the defense. It's a weird one. We've seen a lot of customs wins on Border, and I was not coming into the day expecting to say that with two Border plays Customs probably being one of the better bomb sites to take statistically on percentages. Hyper is going to start things off much better for M80 on map number 2 than map number 1 began. Pamba, he had a party on the Ying on border. He's not going to be afforded the same luxury here on Chalet. Repelling solar side, he meets his maker to an explosive piece of clay that lands on his windowsill, and it leaves Kobe alone, but like we talked about on board, Kobe seemingly very comfortable being on his lonesome, taking on the world with just him, whatever rifle he opts to bring. This time he's got yellow pings onto a defender for M80, holding inside of Kitchen, who hits the rotation just in time, and Bolo! I don't want to talk about it too much, but he does get on the board immediately. Striker versus Century, he wins against Cameraman.
Huge pick from Bolo. Very important and very impressive that he's able to finally get a kill after it had been so long since we saw his effectiveness, and it didn't actively harm Dark Zero. They still won 7-3 with Bolo getting 0 kills, but you have to imagine that it's a mental weight on his shoulders. So he's a completely new man coming into Chalet than he was on border. Both recruits being played is something that you don't see all that often. They're brought specifically for the multi-use utility. Flash goes in, assessing that there's no magnets or ADSs, and now a grenade goes in. It will take out the shield at top of library stairs. And this is very big because now you can tackle library a lot easier. It puts the defender in a really rough spot, but M80 are not relinquishing control of this part of the map yet.
Well, Kino's going to get dropped inside of library, and now this presents a significant problem for M80 as Spoit will also get dropped. It's a boss G on the Dokkaebi of NJR. Say goodnight. Nath will clean up Kino with the Twitch drone just to add insult to injury. The phone calls will ring out from NJR's back pocket, still with a logic bomb in hand, as those are now regenerative over time throughout the course of the round. And in tandem with a phone call, it's Hyper is going to be Deathmark tracked by Kobe, who's bringing out the Deimos, another operator that has been very powerful this stage. We didn't see a whole lot of on map number 1, but suddenly Citizen and M80, they all spring into action. Hyper with 1, Citizen with 2, make it 3 from inside of stock. From the depths of hell, they bring it back on another clutch.
Really shouldn't have been around that M81. They had no business prevailing there, and yet they do because of one player in particular, and somebody who's always had explosive potential. He had a pretty poor matchup on border. He went 4-7, which is well below not just our standards, but certainly his own standards. The only player on the team that did worse was Hyper, who was still alive as well through the cut and thrust of that execute. As you pointed out, though, Bolo getting on the board is big for this team. If the rest of the players can keep up their hot play on DZ and Bolo can contribute, then this will be a tough ride for M80, despite the fact that they very much like this map. Chalet has been played 50 times, or has had 50 rounds played, rather. I should be more specific with my words here, which puts it roughly middle of the pack, but towards the bottom. I think it's like almost exactly in the middle, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Rounds won, 48% of all rounds were won by the attackers, 52 by the defenders. That is a 50-50 map. That is a coin toss. With this being M80's map and there being a tiny advantage for the defenders, I think what you're looking at for M80 is a win condition is a 4-2. If it's a 3-3, you do not panic. I would be happy if I was DZ and I emerged 3-3 from this first half. If I was M80, I would be a little unhappy because you would be aiming for more, but ultimately not all hope would be lost, especially if you suspect that Dark Zero are less practiced on this map, given that it was M80 who ultimately chose it. But there's a lot more theory crafting that goes into why certain teams pick certain maps. 30 seconds off of the clock. And right now, DZ opening up doors, looking over to tackle the top floor bedroom side. And Solarium is being droned out. DZ with the all clear and enter the building.
Once again, we see the Solarium focus for Dark Zero on the attacking clear, aided by the Deimos. So we saw Kobe have a little bit of success with the Deathmark, getting one of the picks in the beginning portions of the clear top side. But we see now Hyper taking a lot of damage inside of Piano. He's got a friend in Spoit inside of Office. They continue to hold against the barrage being brought by Dark Zero from Solarium and across. Kino's joined the party up at the piano double door. Boss being held from upstairs or outside, but Spoit, he'll get one. Bolo on the immediate trade onto Hypers. We're watching the retreat from Kino. He's going to peel back down the stairs. He's going to leave Spoit all alone up here. And Spoit now also opts to go for the retreat, maybe taking aim towards the blue stairs window, but escapes the vision of another attacker holding from outside. The death mark comes in just a moment too late. Although, as I say that, the death mark gets canceled, seemingly anticipating Spoit's retreat downstairs, but now he will creep back on up blue.
Spoit's just posted in this location. They droned him recently. That's the real question. Dark Zero cannot get bogged down by the intel gathering and the discovery phase that they find themselves in, as there is 1 minute left in the round. Bambazoo has been a non-factor so far for Dark Zero. That does not bode well for them. He will have to correct course if he wants DZ to perform better. Pamba is an integral part, and he excels at getting into tricky situations and getting the leadoff pick. Walls opened up in both Wine and towards the back of Wine. And there the Selmas will go off as pocket EMPs give even greater access. Hyper will lose his position by blue, and Citizen finally looks to be killed as he survived every round so far. A flurry of kills from DZ. Rob, I was going to pass the mic to you, but it seems that DZ has plans otherwise. A nice drop from Cameraman, but he's not long for this earth. NJR cleans up, and the teams equalize at 1 round apiece.
You're all good there. That was looking like it was going to be a lengthy execute that Dark Zero are going to have to pick their way through site defender by site defender and really bring it down to the wire. But then the flood of kills all came pouring through. And whether or not they knew of Spoit's location on the blue stairs, who opted to remain topside, it didn't matter all that much. They seemingly caught him on a return flank later on during that execute, and everything worked out okay. Cameraman as well was able to drop down that dining hatch like you mentioned, but really, at that point in a 1v4 playing the post plant, they're able to drop the diffuser at the very least. Not a whole lot that could be done there. He's also about to get Deathmark tracked, so it was lights out for Cameraman, regardless of how many kills he got from inside the bomb site. And now for M80, defensive victory on Bar Gaming, a loss downstairs inside of the basement, attempting to stand and fight and hold their ground upstairs by Piano and Office. And he goes 1 for 1, but then Dark Zero turn their attention towards the bomb site and say, we can obliterate your objective hold all the same. We can open up trench wall, we can use the Capitao asphyxiating bolts to push defenders out of key positions by pillar or connector, and we will win on the engagements towards the bomb. I think that was a really smart play by Dark Zero, being able to establish dominance topside, but not overextend, not go for all the way across to Library. Even if Spoit's not going to retreat all the way to the basement, leave him be. We have a site execute to perform, we only need this half of the map to get it done.
First co-post that we are seeing in this particular matchup. We saw one back in our SSG versus SQ, and we have yet to see one emerge at this point. The stationary drone right now, the potential flank drone, is over in Jacuzzi upstairs in bathroom. You have to fear Spoit on that operator. He's been playing this chalet so far on that lurk roll, and by being so far removed from the action, if DZ are not careful, which admittedly so far DZ have been quite careful, but if they're not, you can catch them off guard. I think it was Citizen or maybe Hyper who was also playing over by the deactivated robot. Spoit has changed things around and will now get active in the fight. The Ying pushing up. Pambazoo's attention is over towards bathroom, but I don't think he knows there's one over in Office. Smoke will, or sorry, the Mute will swing and missed opportunity to kill Kino. As now, Spoit wants blood. NJR says not today. A little bit of negligence from Pambazoo as Kino and Hyper pick up 2 kills, and we reach the halfway point of the mark, and Kino is as good as gone. 4 kills, by the way, for Bolo. It's him, Kobe, and Nafe remaining for DZ.
Oh, and Citizen standing in the middle of the hallway outside of Bar, still able to win on a very twitchy bolo on the shoulder peak on blue stairs, and Nafe as well cannot hit crucial shots. DMR versus DMR, and Hyper wins the battle, and Cameraman as well will cut down Kobe as he attempts to vault in through the blue stairs window. A much better hold towards Office in Piano this time, vacating the position inside of Master, allowing a little bit of ground for Dark Zero to have, but ultimately springing the trap and leaving that as their final step into the building. And now for M80, a very good response on the defensive side, successfully winning on Kitchen and Dining. Again, a round that didn't involve the objective all that much, but a staunchly fought battle upstairs that resulted in a victory all the same. You really got to say right now for M80, this is looking like a much more back and forth affair. Kino is typing. We might see more typing as the game progresses, but as I was going to say that, everybody left the lobby, so there's not going to be any typing.
I don't know exactly what issue has befallen us at this point, but a good time for us to take a brief technical pause, as all the players will need to get back in the lobby. We have a break ready while we wait for the players to get in. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you so very much for your enduring patience. As we get back into the match, something happened. The lobby crashed and it took a while to get them back. But here we are. Everybody has been returned to the game. And we can get underway with, of course, all the stats wiped out. NJR and Bolo had 4 kills. Kobe Lax had 2. Nafe and Pamazoo didn't have any. Hyper had 4 kills. Citizen had 4 kills. Cameraman had 2. Spoit and Kino had 1 apiece. Unfortunately for Dark Zero, it doesn't seem like they can outrun the fact that somebody will be killless on their team, Rob.
It seems to be following them, and it's just a mental thing. Obviously, like you said, Bolo had 4 before the rehost. Getting reset back to 0 on the scoreboard every time you press tab, it's kind of unfortunate after you did so much to break away from the curse that was Border. I think right now for Dark Zero, though, the opportunity for everyone to have a mental reset and another opportunity to digest what has transpired thus far on Chalet and understand what their attacking weaknesses were, and the ability to maybe formulate plans of going much quicker, much more direct towards the bomb site, and attempting to disorient M80 and overpower them with overwhelming force here. EMPs, all 3 getting used outside of the storage wall, and a vault straight into a frost mat. Spoit cleans it up onto Kobe. That's the glass taken out of play. Nafe still on the sends, though, tossing projector walls into the depths of games, but instead won't act on that utility. Smokes and sends projector walls, both utilized to kill Kobe, and that's it. We are taking a pause on the side of Dark Zero.
I mean, that's what happens with these strategies. Time and time again, it is a go for broke strategy. You either go, Rob, I believe it's you go woke and then you go broke. I believe that's what the people say on the new Twitter, which is worse than the old Twitter. But not to get political here with you, because we could talk about this for hours, my friend. But yeah, I mean, if your immediate push is derailed, that's basically it. You put all of your eggs in one basket, and then, to quote Inglourious Bastards, they blew up the basket. And that's just really what happened. M80 shuts you down in your tracks. You've lost the glass, you've lost your smokes. You know, you've got 2 Candelas remaining, you've got 1 roller gadget from the Sens. That's really all you're going to be able to work with. I suppose the Ying of NJR still has smokes, but who would win, Rob? 5 of the most sophisticated counter-terrorist operatives in the world? Or 1 bear trap? Because it seems like we have our answer. 1 minute remaining, and now DZ have to go with a more conventional take. They start by clearing out that top floor. They've lost Bolo now too, so things will go from bad to worse.
Yeah, you can see on the overhead, we have vacated top floor as M80. We are responding to the immediate pressure that was brought upon Game's double window. Giving up the top floor, but we're still picking up the pick. Spoit at the bottom of the blue stairs. Patch reinforced as a good fallback contingency here for M80. Hyper will light up the ceiling above him, and Nafe will fall. It's a 2v5 now for Pamba and NJR to try and fashion their way a hole out of. Pamba will at least get 1 with the Parrot, descending down blue stairs, hitting a goo mine to slow his progress momentarily, but with 12 seconds left, they start pouring towards the bomb site, identifying 1 member of M80 over towards Kitchen, sprinting past his view, and now just narrowly missing the head, but now the flank arriving, and it will not come up for all remaining kills. It's Citizen instead, from inside of storage where he persisted for nearly the entirety of the round. M80, they put another round up on Bar Gaming defense.
Yeah, I gotta say, there was some very obvious shakiness there from Dark Zero. It looked like Pambazoo was trying to do way too much. It was just getting the better of them. And there's some trouble in paradise here for Dark Zero. They've had to call their timeout pretty early in the matchup. Number 1, they're gonna have to talk through these final 2 attacks on this timeout, and then they have to figure out defense. And the problem is that they'll be defending without the ability to settle themselves down. So if this timeout does not work, M80 keeps running up the score, there's no recourse here. You're just in trouble the whole rest of the way through this match. The one thing I will say about this DZ team is they have proven throughout the entirety of the group stages that they're a very tough team to shake. It doesn't matter what circumstances they're facing, whatever barrel of whatever gun that they're staring down, DZ can keep their head in it mentally, which really is a testament to Nafe's leadership on the team and the rest of the players to not be shocked by what's happening. It's very easy for teams to tilt, especially the inexperienced teams, but experience isn't something that's lacking on the side of Dark Zero. And that go for broke strap, by the way. It fell apart, and obviously DZ lost the round, but I gotta say, a pretty admirable course correction from them to bring the round far closer than it could have been. A lot of times, Rob, what we see is you lose your Sens early, you lose your Glaz early, you lose your Ying early, maybe you lose all three of them as they all just vault through the window, and next thing you know, the game is over. That's it. You have to GG go next. Dark Zero immediately pivoted. Yes, they lost Kobe Lax right off the rip. They made the correct calculations to tackle that top floor, and it almost worked, and that's credit to DZ. Let's see if the timeout can work for them and keep this match closer, if M80 will run away with it.
Yeah, M80 honestly understanding the situation that was put upon them and really being in a position to take the best course of action, which was fall back and play a trap. Let them walk in the library. We got hatch reinforced. We have nitro cells. We can play trades at the end. Like you said, Dark Zero did their best to pull out of the 2v5 and trade out into the objective, but just not enough manpower and a couple flanks arriving on the scene as well for M80 meant that Dark Zero was doomed from the get-go as soon as they began that run back. So, like you say, they take their tack time out, the opportunity to settle down and reorganize their thoughts. Kobe on the ram now, passing off the Demos over to Bolo. We'll spot a rotation topside as Spoit on the castle. The objective is downstairs in the basement. It's Snowmobile, but we got Spoit topside occupying all three floors. Are the defenders of M80 at the moment. Pamba will make his entry inside of Library with Nathan's support down below inside of Games. So it means that if Pamba can spot these footsteps that Spoit has left to strew across the map, he might be able to track him down, but he's foregoing using the Inox sensor, and he's just feet from Spoit.
You hear the UMP going rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat-tat away. Pambazoo kills Spoit. Nafe dies. Nafe was the player that I'd said in the previous map needs to be able to put in a big showing for his team. Cameraman was on the other side of the equation. Right now, Cameraman hasn't really done much since we came back. But Nafe showed up quite big on border. His contributions are going to be more than just kills. A lot of it's going to come down to his in-game leadership, but you still need to be able to get frags too, especially on Dokkaebi, who dies way too early. You didn't get access to both of those logic bombs. That's quite devastating for DZ.
You can see there that castle barricade on the library single door was actually what was preventing Pamba for attempting a track. You'll find some more footsteps on the floor right by library, and those should be Cameraman's. So now he's being collected upon from outside of West Main. Shots will ring out through the double wall. He'll take fire towards West Main windows. He will not connect, but still occupying the space inside of kitchen and dining, holding for a solar walk down. And it will be the Oryx of Cameraman, who is tracked by Bolo on the Demos. And Cameraman says, here and hold this for me. On the swing towards the West Main, it will now be up to Pamba to initiate the track onto Cameraman. And he will still evade all the attackers descending upon him. Another one will fall victim to his T5. Kino on 6 HP in the objective, though. And it might be up to NJR and Kobe to completely forego the clearance of top floor and push directly into the objective once again. It worked from the last time around. Can it work again? Blinded momentarily by the Dreadnought mines. They push in, but now hatch control is surrendered for Cameraman to retake. Snow plant attempt will be successful on this side of Wine, and nonetheless, the stalwarts on the objective of M80 will all collect headshots and shut the return down for Dark Zero. They're running up the score on the defensive side of Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what M80 needs to do, right? And I think they were expecting this would be the result over on border. It obviously never materialized. DZ's timeout does very minimal. Cameraman was the star of the show on that particular round, Rob. And I mean, it was a real frenzy. There were a lot of isolated gunfights all over the map, and you have to credit M80 for the way that they stretched themselves out of the site. A lot of teams could potentially read into a weak site hold and immediately try to hit the site as quickly as they could. Dark Zero is not going to fall for that bait because M80 could have collapsed very quickly on the bomb site. Instead, DZ wanted to take their engagements 1v1 across the map. And both of these teams have some real juggernauts when it comes to fragging power. But M80 were prepared and ready for it, whether it was just an issue with information, whether it was an issue with communication. There were some serious struggles from Dark Zero. There was speculation amongst the desk as to whether this would be a 2-0, and I think after that first matchup, a lot of minds very quickly changed and said, yeah, DZ will probably walk away with this 2-0. I don't think that's the expected result, and I think Clubhouse is drawing ever nearer.
Yeah, we are deceptively close to Clubhouse beginning. 3 more rounds for M80 in regulation, and we are off to a decider map after a border that didn't really speak to the existence of a map 3. This looked like Dark Zero was going to lock this out, as you said, the desk said, and probably was common sentiment of fans watching. But for now, M80 on their map pick of Chalet, proving that it was a worthwhile one, and proving that they might have the capability of even returning from that 7-3 loss on border and being able to send us to the distance. Now you can see the Scopos again being utilized as more of a deployable shield than a potential flanking opportunity. As Spoit's got that set up inside the bathtub once again, and the top hold integral for M80 to hold out and prolong their lives top floor. I think right now for the setup, this is a very good spot to be in, but Dark Zero has seen this before. They fell into the trap that was Master before, and it looks like M80, they're not going to catch Dark Zero on the same mistake twice.
Amazon with that very first leadoff pick gets answered back as teams trade out, but Kino has been the star of the show as he's on a bit of a rodeo, isn't he, over by Solarium. They've lost control of the bomb site. Nafe, with not a single kill since coming back from the rehost, getting diffuser down. Kino wanders down Solarium stairs. Amazu's been dropped, but the objective play is good for Dark Zero. They will hold on for dear hope. They are outnumbered at the moment as the final EE1D from Bolo will go. And now down Solarium stairs as Bolo has their attention. They don't know that Nafe is tucked away right next to the Warden of Kino. Bolo needs to hit these shots. He's missing some very critical opportunities. This isn't the coverage he wants, but the timer is really what's going to aid this team. Nafe takes out Kino. Now it's all up to Bolo, who's outside of the site, and he gets caught in a frost mat. I don't want to point fingers, but that was Bolo really boofing it, Rob. A 5-1 first half. We are accelerating towards Clubhouse.
Oh, M80 again. It's not quite the individual heroics that we saw on Clubhouse yesterday against their opponents of C9BC, but it's still a round that did not look salvageable until the very dire moments. The plant goes down inside of Kitchen, and everyone on M80 is stuck in molasses, just unable to move. Kino trying to traverse his way down the solar stairs. He's just got nowhere to go. He's stuck between a crossfire of two high-powered DMRs holding him at bay. And yet, M80 still able to play the patience game and persevere on a round that looked like it was slipping away at neck break speed. So, for M80, swapping sides now on Chalet. Being able to go to the attacking side, up 5-1. Big course correction from what we were seeing on border for M80. And like we said just a few minutes ago, suddenly Clubhouse does not seem so unfathomable. You can see the operator lineup for the defensive side of Dark Zero as they will opt to go downstairs to the basement to begin things, and we see the re-emergence of a clash with Amira and Smoke seemingly telling the story that Dark Zero does not want anyone moving into the palm site, at least not with any speed.
Yeah, lots of slow potential here. It is a bit puzzling to see the Vigil, by the way, without the Boss G. Not puzzling in the sense that it's a bad decision to make. I understand why you'd bring the K1A, but the Boss G is certainly more popular among all the Vigils that we see at this level. One shot at close range to the center portion of your body is almost always a down. And then you've got a second shot as well for follow-up. That's why we saw the Dokubi earlier also running that same gun. Instead, you get the sustain of the K1A. Vigil actually has some really good weapons. The SMG-12 is great. The Boss G is good, especially with the ACOG, and the K1A is a terrific SMG. Amazu needs an opening now to get back downstairs as he's holding out and wasting a lot of time up in library.
Honestly, I'm just looking at this composition for M80 for a basement attack. We are just going stairs and doors at this point. Not really a whole lot of breaching potential. You've got can openers on Kino and can openers on Citizens. You might be able to facilitate a back push somewhat easily, but still, it's not a lot of surface area being opened up in terms of hard destruction. Nonetheless, Pambazoo has been allowed free reign outside. It'll be detected. Now the vault in topside. That looked like it was Spoit on the Jackal, finally jumping into Library. Pambazoo sprinting around, being Jackal tracked now, but still evading the vision of Spoit. Citizen joins, as will Hyper. Lots of attackers coalescing over towards Library, but this is 2 floors away from the bomb site itself. There's only a minute ticking down against M80.
Citizen will open things up as there goes the boogie across the entirety of the lobby floor. Huge amount of value for that operator. It is kind of a shame, I think, that Ram came out when she did, because right before she was released, teams were starting to use Fuse and the cluster charges to open up that portion of lobby. And then immediately an operator came that made it so much easier, and she's replaced both Sledge and Buck on a lot of bomb sites on most maps. And for good reason. I mean, she's got good guns, she's got the secondary shotgun, she's got the R4C, and of course the boogie drones are pretty strong too. Rob, they have to confront the clash, and they're getting slowed down awfully slow, but if M80 can come out ahead here, they sit on match point.
It does not look likely, though, as the Candelas will come out, but so much utility, including the Clash, perfectly positioned to slow down the entry of M80 when they have such little time on the clock. But now the kills all flood in the feed, and it's all going in favor of M80. Spoit is putting the bomb down, and it will be successful as Bolo's the last man standing. He gets one, but it's nowhere near enough to topple the force that M80 bring. It's the dying seconds push against a Clash of Smoke and Amira, and yet it still overwhelms and succeeds.
While this is M80 firmly in the driver's seat, this looks a lot more like the M80 that we saw yesterday, Rob, than the one that showed up on border today. Maybe they're just late bloomers, and now suddenly they're blooming. DZ only mustering up a single round here on Chalet, and I would like to call out my good friend Lynx, who said, and I quote, at 8:53 p.m., that was roughly 50 minutes ago, says, okay, DZ 2-0 Beef Watch rematch tomorrow, assuming that DZ and Sonics would have had the rematch. I would like you to know that you are wrong, and I would like you to stand there in your wrongness and be wrong. It is quite a privilege to be able to cast at this level. It is even more of a privilege to be able to call out my good friends on the show.
Yeah,
Eat
get
it.
him.
Eat it, Lynx. Eat it.
That makes me happy.
I actually just got a message from Lynx that said, okay, this did not age well. Well, guess what? I didn't see that.
Well, in 4 minutes, he's going to be very taken aback. I think right now, for Dark Zero, they are certainly taken aback at the turning of the tides that M80 have brought. Again, there's a weird composition going top down on the clear for M80, and yet successful in just the weirdest of circumstances. You're walking headfirst into a clash, no smoke, no frag grenades. It's just Ying Candelas and the power of friendship to push in to Snowmobile and start initiating a plan. There's no breaching done to the back of Wine. Everyone is free to maneuver around Blue for the most part, and yet Dark Zero, they did not have control of the bomb site when it mattered most. So you can see Dark Zero now stretching their legs a little bit, looking to employ different operators on the defensive side and potentially get a little aggressive towards Kino, who's onto the blitz, onto the office balcony, and now he's gonna run headlong into Pambazoo. Citizen will at least trade Kino, but you've lost the blitz very early on just a millimeter headshot by Pamba.
I mean, neither of these teams are in a better position than they were just moments ago. However, these numbers obviously benefit M80 as they've just been the better team across the board. Since we come back from the tech pause, by the way, Cameraman has not died once. That is a very, very impressive note. Look at the numbers on Dark Zero. Only NJR and Pambazoo have spawned in since coming back. Kobe, Nath, and Bolo combined for 2 and 12 at this point, which is just not going to get it done in any universe against any team. You could throw them up against a tier 3 team, and with those numbers, they'd still have their lunch get eaten from their opponents. So Clubhouse right now looks like it will be the decider between these teams, which still means we're well ahead of schedule. The fact that these two matches have been so dynamite for these teams means we've saved an awful lot of time. But maybe the mother of all comebacks is about to happen, Rob. because Hyper and Kino are now dead. Spoit will die shortly thereafter, and DZ might just be able to do more than a single round in this map.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Nafe was going to get caught inside the library dumble window going for a little bit more, that could have been the opening that M80 would have needed to secure the round, but here we stand at another 2v4. We've seen the heroics. We've talked about the heroics for M80, but this specific bomb site in this specific scenario do not seem well favored for M80, and doesn't really seem like there's much of an opening to pull off any superhero plays, as, yeah, Cameraman's going to vault into a Surya gate. He will die, finally, at post-tech pause and rehost. So he leaves Citizen alone now in the 1v4, and he's still got friends upstairs. Bolo never left mezzanine or library. He stayed there for nearly 3 minutes straight, and he will get the final kill of the round to get Dark Zero their second round of Chalet. It's something, but like you said, Parker, the battle in front of them, the mountain that M80 have made for Dark Zero to climb, seems nearly insurmountable, and it seems like Clubhouse is inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, you have no wiggle room from here until the end. You have to win every single round in regulation, and then you have to go to overtime, and well, whatever happens there will happen there. Clubhouse still could potentially happen. The only way that DZ gets out of this map in a positive direction is by winning non-stop for about the next 15 to 20 minutes, which is a very, very long time in any game and in any sport, let alone a game like Rainbow Six, where an early pick done with a bit of sloppiness or an early death because of a misstep. Oh, M80 appears to have crashed, and we will go to a tech pause yet again. It's so tough to do. And I mean, the timing, obviously, of this tech pause is not great. It will completely blunt whatever momentum that DZ might have been building up towards, while also hurting M80. Frankly, this doesn't really benefit anybody. We got a break ready for you as we get the teams back in the lobby. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you again for your patience. Tech issues on the side of what appeared to be M80 caused us to have to reset the lobby, and once again the stats will go to 0, which actually doesn't mean much for a couple DZ players. I'm just kidding. Please don't get mad at me, DZ fans. I know how vicious you are. Rob, can DZ pull off the comeback?
Listen,
yes or no?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes or no?
Yes. I'm gonna say yes.
Okay, I'm listening.
Mostly because it would be funny. I said that during the tech pause, and I mean it. It would be funny. It would be a tragic comedy on the side of M80, but it would also be very funny for Dark Zero to run this all the way back and win 2-0 after looking a little despondent on Chalet, especially in contrast to what we saw to them on Border. That was a defiant and energetic Dark Zero on Border, and so far this has been a team that seemingly is looking more to try to not lose than try to win. They haven't really been the aggressors. They haven't really been the defiant ones in the middle of the rounds, and unfortunately for them, it puts them on quite the precipice. They were down 6-1. They at least get one back on the defense. Kobe evading the death mark, evading shots through windowsills, and able to escape to safety to join his friend Pambazoo inside a piano.
I like the tools being brought from M80. Lots of nuisance ops and oppressive operators, as Dezichu likes to refer to them as. Our colleague over in Britain, who casts EU and also does Brazil. Oppressive in the sense that dealing with shield ops, not fun. Not fun at all. Whether it's a Monty, whether it's a Blitz, they're used oftentimes interchangeably, though they are very different operators. You bring somebody like a Deimos, very, very oppressive. No real easy way to deal with this operator. And if you look at the tools that Dark Zero has, they have no escape. Nomad's just a great choice here on this map. She excels just like a lot of the other operators that have either anti-flank gadgetry or something along those lines. They tend to excel on maps where there are very narrow avenues to and from rooms or bomb sites, and obviously a map like Chalet will have lots of very narrow doorways, and Nomad will do quite well there. M80 is kind of letting this round get away from them though, Rob. Look at that, 1 minute to go, and they still haven't really gotten in the building.
Yeah, I talked about on Border SQ's familiarity with playing the periphery. This is taking it to another level for M80, working outside the objective and outside the building entirely. And that's the problem. Kobe still has top control. We go back and forth and level at a 3v3, but the diffuser has been surrendered, and Citizen now has to vacate his position at the bottom of West Main Stairs and return to Trophy, where the diffuser waits for an M80 attacker to approach. Hyper on the upside down rappel in the Solarium windows is not even remotely going to be doing enough to dissuade anyone from playing the top control on the side of Dark Zero. And I guess that's where Spoit comes into play, as these two pinching might be able to afford a moments of grace for the push in through Trophy, and that'll be a 1-for-1 exactly. Spoit gets his third on the round, but he will be laid to rest with 10 seconds ticking away. Citizen has to vault in with defenders holding the angle. Pamba, he's not going to miss that shot. And Hyper, he's not long for this world. NJR will put him to sleep. And on either side of a tech pause and a rehost, it's back-to-back rounds in the defense for Dark Zero.
Robbie tucked him in, and then he gave him a little kiss on the head and said, okay, you have a good sleep there, little buddy.
Night-night.
Hyper, of course, used to be on this DZ squad way back in the day, and then stepped off it, took a break, went back to school, and is now back in action. And for a lot of you watching, I'm sure many of you would like to be or are aspiring pro players. I think it is very important that you have some kind of a fallback. Do not put all of your eggs in one basket, because remember what I said, they'll just blow up the basket. Maybe not as violent in regular life as it is in a video game about violence, but all the same, we stan pros who seek self-betterment and higher education. Either way, Dark Zero are starting the most improbable comeback that we have seen in the NAL in a very long time, specifically at this level of gameplay. Obviously, we've seen pretty impressive comebacks throughout the group stages, and I'm sure we'll see them throughout the LCQs as they start. Or they've actually technically started, but the open quals have started. We haven't actually gotten to the last chance qualifiers just yet, but the teams are already starting to shape up for that. The thing is that if you're Dark Zero, you have to pull off a perfect rotation and then win those two of those same bomb sites again a second time. It was quite the deficit that DZ found themselves in, and boy, oh boy, it is really tough to pull off a perfect rotation on any map. Least of all, Chalet, a map that isn't really defender-sided, so you don't really have the benefit of it being like a map like Clubhouse, and well, Pambazu thought he had something there, and well, he's already given M80 a big opening.
Yeah, Pamba trying to continue the momentum and try to upstart the round on a good note, but unfortunately gets caught by quite a nice shot, it must be said. We didn't get to see it from Hyper's POV, but a snap like that and an immediate demise of Pamba, usually the telltale sign that it was a nice reaction. Even if it was with an R4C, it was a nice reaction from Hyper. Right now for M80, entertaining the idea of getting in the building a lot more. We saw in the previous round the plan come to fruition a little bit later than it probably should have, trying to use the flank from Spoit. But Bolo will drop Hyper, so he goes 1-for-1 on the round, and then the Boogie Drones, they rip up a couple of floorboards, and that's all we said for the Ram on the round. Jackal track coming out from Spoit onto Kobe. It'll be on some very old footprints, so just one track at the availability of the attacking side. Kobe peels back to the bomb site, and this is looking like a very familiar position that Dark Zero in. We got the mirror windows, we got the smoke, we got the clash, we are holding the basement. This is, again, a top clear for M80 that hasn't gotten a whole lot done to this point, other than claiming the life of Pambazu peeking master window. But at the very least, we've breached open Snowmobile Garage, so maybe a different trajectory on this round for M80, as opposed to going purely top-down.
Let's see how easy it is to open this up without the Boogie Drones. It feels funny that we got the aerial footage of the drone going across last time, and I got to talk about the whole fuse meta, and then I talked about Buck and Sledge, and now it's, well, back to the drawing board, and guess what you've got? Literally just the sidearm of Jackal. I actually remember one time, Milosh was talking about how when Jackal was, it was just after he'd been added to the game, that in a pinch, you could use Jackal down below on Villa to shoot through the floor to open up the mirror windows, and people groaned. And I never really understood that, because that is quite literally how a lot of teams started using Jackal. And now Spoit doesn't really have a choice, and neither does M80. Final 30 seconds, Rob, and M80 lining up right now at basement stairs.
We are running back replays of an older round. The smoke comes out onto Citizen as he tries to get the plant down in the dying moments like we saw from M80 the last time they attacked this bomb site. But this time, the plant going nowhere. Kobe is able to support the clash inside of Connector, and now trying to trudge through the Toxic Babe. NJR collects as well with the SMG9, making a double for him on Clash. Nafe with the M590, stopping attackers at point blank range. And Dark Zero correcting mistakes of prior rounds, and holy, we are starting to mount a comeback on the side of Dark Zero. I said it would be funny because of quite the large deficit that stared down Dark Zero, and deceptively quickly we approach nearing level ground between these two teams.
Well, M80 is unfortunately letting their head get away from them at the moment, as you can look at the bottom of your screen, or well, I guess it's closer to the middle of your screen right now. But it has been just very dominant halves for both of these teams. And DZ are now tackling it quite effectively on defense. A very defender-sided Chalet, which is outside of the norm when it comes to the way that this map is played. It is almost a 50-50 map at the start of today in North America. 52 rounds won by the defenders, 48% of the rounds won by the attackers. Why don't we go over to Europe, Rob? And it's 46-54. Not that much different. It is still slightly defender favored, but that means that 3-3 halves are definitely doable. Brazil, 47-53. Across the three most active regions, this map plays exactly the same. Defenders have a tiny advantage. That is it. Certainly not 5-1, 5-1 dueling halves advantage. This is unheard of. And I'm not really sure what is causing this to be such a struggle for the attackers, but boy oh boy, it has been a defensive masterclass for both of these teams when they've been defending.
Some communications coming out into all chat. I think right now for Dark Zero, you want to stay the course. Everything has been going mighty fine thus far on this run back. Again, Through the trials and tribulations of technical pauses and rehosts, we find ourselves with Dark Zero weathering that storm and able to bring one back. Although, again, it's the second map in a row for Dark Zero, unfortunately. We're going to see some team damage done. Nafe catching a shotgun blast to the backside as he attempts to drop the kitchen hatch. So he'll be dropped to 84 health to begin this round. A nice little gift to M80. So they seemingly need it to be able to close out Chalet. Clubhouse, we said, was nearly inevitable, and now it's starting to slip away from the grasp of M80. Now, once again, returning to attack onto Library. It's a bar and gaming defense for Dark Zero. Try and send us to round number 12 after round number 7 looked like it was going to be the penultimate.
Was a cameraman 6-0 at one point, by the way?
Yep.
It's obviously hard to keep track because of the various tech issues. Every time that we have teams leave the lobby and the lobby has to be reset, we lose the standings. I believe the only difference is, or the only way that that is prevented is if a couple people leave, but the lobby still stays upright, then we can maintain those stats. Those are some very early fire arrows, by the way. Bolo is on a single point of HP, and I am not exaggerating. Literally 1 HP right now, Rob. 2 grenades, 2 fire arrows, and Bolo persists in this spot as he guards down Library. More explosions being done, all for 1 man. How flattering.
All for a man who didn't have that much impact on Porter as well. But I think for Bolo, the resurgence on Chalet has felt much better this time around. And yeah, he persists on 1 HP. It's not going to be that formidable in a heads-up gunfight, but maybe the frost mats and maybe just Bolo being in position to clean up a frost mat will be the difference maker on this round to send us to round 12. Pamba, in the meantime, is going to vacate Mezzanine as Citizen from outside will collect Nafe on a rotation. And Pamba, on his retreat back towards the objective of Fireplace, instead is going to hit the deck to the basement and catch Citizen. So the Deimos removed from play, meaning that the opportunity to track any of these remaining defenders has been negated. Still see some utility on the attacking side of M80, but slowly the timer will tick away against them and start to be their greatest enemy. Hyper still stands outside of the piano window, awaiting a potential jump in through the blue stairs window. Now you can see the amassing as well from Kino joining him topside, but M80, this is slow going. They are just opening up hatches now, and there is a flank coming from Pamba.
They catch him. Pamba doing a great job to start off the killing, and there is 1 set of eyes trained in that direction. It's Hyper, but he's asleep at the wheel. Where was he looking? Pamba hits the shot, hits the deck, and gets away. That could have cracked the round open. M80 with only 3 seconds left. Cameraman getting diffuser down. The comeback has almost happened, Rob. 1 more round, and DZ send us to overtime.
And Bolo on 1 HP. It wasn't maybe the difference maker in the round, but he did get 2 kills at the end of that. 2 headshots, nonetheless, with the 9mm C1. And we do go to 12. We go the distance in regulation after we saw a 6-1 scoreline in favor of M80. Here we go, 1 round away from extra innings and yet another tech pause because, of course, because M80, for the time being, this might be an opportunity to kind of just reset everything. And for Dark Zero, you've been able to weather the storm of a previous rehost and a previous tech pause. So the opportunity now exists to continue pushing deeper and deeper into Chalet. And it seemed like we were getting ready to gear up for Clubhouse, and all of a sudden our attention has to swivel back to Chalet, the run back that Dark Zero has made. If I'm not mistaken, that was a successful basement defense into a bar gaming defense, which will now lead Dark Zero most likely to a kitchen dining defense, a round in which we saw M80 get the diffuser down, but not able to win the post plant.
I have to imagine that this tech pause is probably one of the players reconnecting to the lobby. Hyper had said that he did the drone bug for 2 rounds in a row. That would be my speculation, but I'm not entirely certain. There was a player disconnect. So it is Hyper. So Hyper will hopefully have cured that drone bug. This has been a tremendously long match, and we appreciate your patience immensely as we have run afoul of several tech issues. I'm not sure what it is with this patch in particular, but it seems like there has been an inordinate amount of tech pauses in Stage 2 when compared to other stages that we've had. I'm not sure if it's the build of the game. I don't know if there's maybe a ghost in the machine. I'm not sure, but either way. Hyper's getting back in. As you can see, he's doing his stretches. And that's just a reminder for you at home, by the way. Get up and do some stretching. Are you sitting there? Are you on your phone? Are you watching on your computer? What about on one of your consoles? Are you watching on an Amazon Fire Stick or a Google television? Get up. If you're able to, of course. If you are able to get up and do some stretching. If you're not able to get up, do whatever you'd like. In fact, just do whatever you'd like to begin with. Rob, are you stretching? I'm up and stretching.
I am not. I have not moved out of my chair in 5 hours. We sat down to prep, and I haven't moved yet. So,
Rob, I don't know how to tell you this, but that's very unhealthy.
A lot of the things I do in my life are unhealthy. Like watch considerable hours of this video game at every turn, at every opportunity. With the number of playoff games that have been going on this weekend and this week especially, it's been a lot of sitting and watching a lot of Siege, which has been a lot of fun, but it certainly isn't the healthiest of activities for 12 hours a day. I think right now for Dark Zero, they would certainly like to limit the number of hours that they are stuck in a server, as they have the opportunity to not only send us to overtime, which would, yes, prolong this map, but now that we've gone this far, you might want to lock it out in 2 so you don't have to entertain the possibility of Clubhouse not going your way.
Could the unthinkable be happening in front of our very eyes? If Dark Zero is able to pull this one back and force overtime, the mental that it will cause, the mental issues it will cause with M80 will be humongous. But I've seen this script before, Rob, and you know what usually ends up happening? One of the best comebacks ever, and M80 will win this round, and that is it. It is a 7-5 scoreline, and people will look at it and be like, wow, it was a close match, without even looking deeper into it. I don't have any hopes. I don't really care which team wins. I'm always here for the storyline. I think both of these teams have made very credible argument as to why they should go to Montreal. M80 are still quite a ways away. They have to win this map, and then they have to win Clubhouse as well, unless they do it in the 3rd place match or the LCQs. Dark Zero, a very different story. If they win this map, or if they win this round, then they go to overtime. They have 2 more rounds, and then they would have the rematch against Space State or against Sonics, which is a nice grudge match, and it was the only loss that Dark Zero had in regulation. It was quite the drubbing. There was a lot obviously on the line there because that was Troy's old team. Nave had taken over. Easy with the very first kill. Citizen drops Nave shortly thereafter. Pambazoo goes down as well, and now Kobe falls. Here it comes, Rob. The prophecy foretold. The comeback from DZ. It looks like it will fall short. As the last player is NJR, harassed by a death mark. He will engage with Spoit on the hatch. A running man, one of your favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. And run he does, but die he does as well, as M80 in that round look like the Terminator. What an improbable comeback from DZ, and it falters at the 11th hour. M80 wins their map of Chalet. We almost saw OT, but what we will see, Rob, is Clubhouse.
Yeah, honestly, this has been a remarkable attempt from Dark Zero to close us out in 2. But ultimately, we do need Clubhouse. And you see Nafe just trying to calm everyone down and say that, you know what? The next appearance for this team should be the last one. It should send them to a playoff spot. We will be right back with a map 3 that is necessary. Clubhouse awaits us on the opposite side of this break.
Left side.
Dining short, flank your blue.
Okay, let's go. Next side.
Don't give him what he wants. He's inside, he's back inside.
Waffle.
Where? Mercy.
Kitchen.
Okay, I'm holding kitchen. He's there.
One HP. Nice! Boys, we fucking do this shit. Good reset, boys. Very good.
Well, the unstoppable juggernaut that is Dark Zero apparently can be stopped. There are brakes on the DZ train. M80 found him on Chalet.
I mean, it's good that you can see at the end of that round that there is still high octane and energy from this team, that they weren't letting go. They weren't letting up on the gas. Granted, DZ was mounting that comeback. Thankfully, they did thwart that off and end it there to push it to Clubhouse. But I mean, still, that is scary that Dark Zero started to slowly get that comeback, because it kind of shows me that M80 started to like let up on their foot on the gas. But still, I mean, it is a best of 3. You do allow yourself to, you know, get a couple rounds, wipe a map off. You do get your win. Now both teams going into Clubhouse should both be prepared on every single front. There should not be an excuse left going into this last map.
Yeah, obviously that ends Dark Zero's map win streak throughout the NAL stage. It could have been 9-0, but unfortunately M80 is definitely going to stop Dark Zero in their tracks. And honestly, I mean, the Dark Zero attacks just weren't going in their favor. I mean, I think M80 put up a really good game. I mean, they were really winning on when it comes to the gunfights, those opening kills. I mean, Dark Zero couldn't really get an understanding of how they wanted to get into the game. And it was honestly very interesting because they tried to play Chalet the same way that Dark Zero played Border, and it didn't work by no means. M80 was a lot more prepared for it. They weren't letting the lurks like catch them off guard, and it was very interesting how M80 was just positioning themselves around the map to shut down all of the entries from Dark Zero.
Yeah, and you can clearly see the entries going in M80's favor. I mean, they definitely did a great job thwarting off those attacks and not letting Dark Zero kind of set the pace or set the momentum. They were really bringing it to them. But again, you have to give acknowledgement to Dark Zero for almost bringing this back, almost making it go overtime. But it is important that they did get over that hurdle. But again, I think both teams were showing a little struggle on both ends. But again, now both teams should be very warm, feel very comfortable going into Clubhouse, and thankfully it is a Clubhouse, but especially for Dark Zero, you've seen now M80 play this, I swear, like now for the 100th time. So, I mean, again, you aren't going to do anything crazy, but you can definitely be a little more prepared and have a little more of an idea of how M80 really moves around the map, so that way you can try to counteract that going into this map.
I mean, you know, just to push back on that a little bit, you say, hey, they're going to be warmed up now. That was a grinder of a map with all the tech pauses and stuff. And I mean, you guys are former pros, you know how it is. I mean, isn't that just mentally draining?
It is.
Sit there and wait.
It is,
Absolutely.
especially when you're sitting in the lead and you have all the momentum. It definitely does help the team that has less momentum kind of gain their composure again, talk amongst one another and understand, okay, like this is what we need to do, especially in the team house environment. You can kind of get up back on that saddle. But again, overall, I mean, it's a best of 3. You got to go the full series now. And again, you got to leave everything on the table getting into this last map.
Yeah, it's a marathon, and I would say this is the first time that this new DZ has been challenged in this way to be able to play the distance and also sit on this loss. You know, they have to be able to adapt on the fly, and it's an unfortunate situation because you saw it right there. I mean, NJR was a big performer. They had a lot of amazing performers, but the only attack that they could really focus on was one that was execute-based. They realized that they couldn't get the opening kills against M80, so they started going for execute-based takes, and Clubhouse is a map that you can play around that. Obviously, the basement, you go for those kitchen hatch drops, CCTV, you go for the garage take, and M80 is a little bit more rugged from what we've seen in their clubhouses. They can't even get the server wall open. That's their first step. And they're still managing to win their clubhouse rounds in the previous matches just by sheer force of being able to get those kills. And currently, you know, Dark Zero is definitely playing on the back foot because they just can't win at the gunfight department. And if it comes down to just having to focus on executes and everything, M80 is so far going to be in their way, stopping them at every turn. So they have to not only focus on trying to get those opening kills, but if they're playing for the execute-based game again, because Clubhouse isn't really a map you can do too many aggressive rushes on, then that's something that it worked. They only had one round to really show for it in Chalet, so it's also just a risky position to be in.
I mean, I do believe Dark Zero has more of the momentum. Granted, they did lose, but mounting that comeback, now you're going to go into Clubhouse, and again, you already know how M80 plays this map because they've shown it so many times, and especially when you look at their game yesterday, they won off of very crucial rounds that really should have been capitalized on, that they ended up clutching out because of those hero players from Spoy, because of Hyper, because of Kino, whereas again, we've talked about Dark Zero just simply isn't going to let that happen. So that definitely going against M80, you are going to have to be playing tighter. You are going to have to still keep this teamwork going into this map because as we've seen them throughout Clubhouse, they've never looked dominant on it. They've never just looked like the solid best team on it. So it is a little scary. And again, if we can continue to see the performance that we were seeing from the get-go that M80 put out, that is the confidence that I do want to see and that I will feel comfortable going into this map. But if they can't do that and Dark Zero can just take advantage of this map, and especially on this attack and half, and we've said it so many times, if you can find your attacks on Clubhouse, that is truly what's going to get you over that hurdle and win this match.
You know, I don't really want to bring attention to any one player too much, right? Because it's a team effort, and we all know that. But I do feel like we've seen a bit of a rough performance. First, we saw it from Bolo. He came back a little bit here on Chalet. Nafe, though, has really been struggling. And I mean, how much pressure do you think is on him right now in the context of this being his first BO3 as the IGL? There's a lot of expectation on the Dark Zero side, and you've just kind of stumbled a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a test. I mean, obviously, when your attacks aren't really working, which is what we saw, and then the round deficit starts to grow and grow for the other team, you have to kind of take a step back in your fragging department and really think about how you're going to win the next round. And so that's kind of what Nafe is, I guess, battling forward because, yeah, they didn't really have much success. So when you look at the team, like, you know, everything, especially going into Clubhouse, it is about your attack. So you need to try and think about all those rounds before because, right, it did go to a 7-5. You got to think about all those rounds. What went wrong? What factors do we need to get rid of? What do we need to change? And maybe things that are transversable to Clubhouse. And there's so much more of a thought process behind it, especially when you lost in a best of 3 as an IGL, that you can't really look at his kills and be like, oh, well, Nafe's underperforming.
Of course.
And so obviously Clubhouse is based on those attacks. So you'd imagine, you know, going forward, I don't think the stress is going to let up any less.
You know, just like a quick off the cuff, still Dark Zero? We still confident in the Dark Zero pick here, guys, after these first 2 maps?
I would say so, just for the simple fact, again, like they were mounting that comeback. Sure, M80 did shut it down, so they still do have that momentum, and especially starting out on attacking half where they were mounting that comeback from the attacking half, it does make me feel comfortable going into this map. But again, that also goes against if M80 can play the style that they were playing and just shutting it down, that truly will be a good half for M80. But again, a lot of hero plays came out of yesterday that I'm hoping that we don't have to see today to push them through into the next half of the match.
Right, I think that's, to put it simply, M80 won off of a lot of clutches. Dark Zero just won't let that happen. So unless M80 can keep that firepower, just, you know, firing on all cylinders, and Dark Zero can't, you know, make anything work on attack, then I could see M80 winning it. But for the most part, if they just play a consistent game, default game for both teams, I could see Dark Zero just taking it.
I mean, I think that your confidence in Dark Zero is obviously probably great for the Dark Zero fans out there. What when you look at it, does M80 kind of have to do here in your eyes to maybe make you think, oh no, M80's got this? Like, what's the best possible scenario for them walking out on a club?
Not, well, from watching Dark Zero play this map is they were really good
wall.
at seeing the gaps. Yeah, getting server wall, identifying their gaps within their setups, and just paying attention to it at all times and not letting like NJR or Pamba be able to take advantage of it, or Kobe Lax himself. So it's just really paying attention to where their holes are and just keeping that in open mind for everyone across the board.
Well, it looks like they're ready to hop into our third and final match of this best of three. I'll turn it over to two casters who could each finish at least third in a Buck Operator cosplay contest. Of course, it's Intero and Flynn.
Surely these are not off the cuff, right? How long do you typically spend, my good friend, coming up with these? And also, if we both finished in the top three, I would clearly come out on top of Flynn. Let's just get that squared away, right, Rob?
I will say the amount of facial hair that can be grown between the two of us relative to you and Jesse, there's a big difference. There is a chasm the size of the Grand Canyon between facial hair availability.
Well, I mean, Jesse is a baby, and
Yes.
you are about the same age as him, but you look about 30 years older than him. So,
yes.
I've always been in awe of how quickly your facial hair grows, by the way. Because my beard is okay, but my mustache is really slim, and I've always admired people who can grow like a real nice duster. It's like when people do Movember, and it's like, oh, wow, you're not doing Movember this month? It's like November 20th, and they're like, oh, yeah, I am. And it's like, oh. Okay. Day 20 of Movember looking a lot like day 1 of Movember. Am I right here? So, all right, let's get underway with this matchup. A very pivotal and consequential game between these two teams. Dark Zero winning on Border, their map pick. M80 was dominating on their map pick of Chalet, up 6-1. But the comeback from Dark Zero was almost real until the very final round of regulation was won by M80. And here we are on Clubhouse, a map that will undeniably differ from Border and Chalet. Rob, this map has the distinction of being among the most played map in every single region. It is the most played map in North America by 2 to 3 whole plays above the next closest, which is Consulate. 94 rounds have been played on Clubhouse, and 63% of those rounds have been won by the defenders. Let's hop on a flight and fly over to Europe. Chalet is their most played map. Clubhouse has been played 45 rounds in Europe, but 60% of those rounds have been won by the attackers, not the defenders. As for Brazil, rounding out the big 3 regions with the most play days and the most games, Clubhouse is their most played map, just like in North America, and it has 61% of all rounds won by the defenders. So in NA and Brazil, this is a defender stronghold. In Europe, it is an attacker-favored map. What is the difference here? And with Dark Zero starting on defense, can they run up the score early and prove that in North America, the defenders do better?
That'll be the focus for Dark Zero, having stable defenses. And yeah, Clubhouse gets a lot of play these days because Oregon's gone. It's the new Oregon. And one way that you can clear this map in a hurry is put Kino on blitz and start sprinting. He's already inside a bathroom, but it's read by the defense of Dark Zero. Possibly with the assist of a Valkyrie camera, he is downed and now bleeding out inside of the bathroom, trying to retreat to safety as more of his friends come to play and join out on the highway windows, looking into Jim, looking into Master, trying to see if they can revive Kino and try and salvage the beginning of this round. But for the time being, he continues to bleed out. It's also the diffuser surrendered inside of Master. So right now for Dark Zero, being able to at least play the clock against M80 and do some hefty damage, but it looks like it's all for naught, as Kino will get revived. Shots ring up through the floor, and they will not connect.
At least Kino's been retrieved at this point. Dark Zero now has the opportunity to scamper back to the bomb site as they'll hear the blitz approach from a different direction. Oh my. Kobe with the boss GA cog. He gets droned out of strip. That's actually quite a belated drone. Droning strip with 1 minute and 30 to go is likely because M80 has droned the rest of the map and there is one player that they cannot account for. Bolo a rough start as he's killed by Spoit. You want Bolo on Chalet. You don't want Bolo on border, because if you get Bolo on border, then you get 0 kills. Kino, with what little remains of his HP, will now turn and head over towards Dirt Tunnel. That's a great place for a shield operator to go. It is a very tightly confined part of the map. The problem for him is that he will have to deal with a Nitro Cell and the smoke of NJR, who might be chased off of this position, Rob. He's got backup with the Valkyrie of Pambazu, and there are actually 2 players inside a Dirt Tunnel, which is a bit of a rarity. If M80 can topple them and push towards the bomb site, they will be well equipped to carry the rest of this round.
Yeah, seemingly foregoing Kobe's hard hold with reinforcements inside a strip. He might be allowed the opportunity to go for the flank, but Pamba wins the first engagement off of what he should have had as his opening pick against Kino. The remaining 20 health post-revival gets claimed by the MPX, and now Cameraman bursts onto the scene inside of Armory, and he wins the double. Able to push into dummies, but Kobe on the retreat. That has dropped the diffuser once again inside of Kitchen, making it a slugfest on the bomb site. Citizen down to 4 HP. Hyper wins the engagement, so it's just NJR alone. The diffuser recovered by Hyper. Cameraman gets downed in the bomb site. The Nitro Cell, it goes soaring, and it drops Hyper. The timer, it hits 0. NJR will watch the clock strike midnight as he wins the 1v3.
Good Lord! DZ back from the brink after that second map, showing that they are not going to tilt as easily as M80 hopes for. And that man right there has to play a big part in it. Nafe being... Oh, sorry. Hold on, Kobe. Are you tweeting? What's going on here? You're in the middle of a match, friend. Put your phone down. It can wait. I promise you. I hope it can wait. At least. Anyway. Nafe has to be a calming voice for this team. If you read into what happened at EWC between Canadian and Nafe, it was very briefly referenced. Oh my. It was very briefly referenced on social media. There was some discord amongst the players. DZ looks quite united with the roster that they have right now. And as we've said before, Canadian going to Sonics was a great change. Nafe taking over DZ all on his own appeared to be a great change too. And DZ looks relatively tilt-proof. And we saw it last game as well with that comeback that wasn't quite all the way there, but was pretty close all the same. You don't do that if you don't have a tough as nails mental that DZ tends to have. So quite a stunning first round. And if you're Dark Zero, that's one that you need to keep with how close this match is, because this could end up being a 7-5, or if it's a 6-6 and it goes to overtime, we're going to point to that round and say M80 probably should have won that round. They didn't, and now we are where we are because of it.
Yeah, letting Kobe come back on the flank from strip and again drop the diffuser inside of Kitchen just made that final second so perilous for M80 trying to get in. I did not clock, even in the replays, how in the world Cameraman got downed, because he was still up on 4 HP post the double kill and dummies and had sight control inside of Arsenal. Did not clock how he got down, but that was also a difference maker because he was dummies being able to hold the dirt door, and yet suddenly NJR emerged from the darkness and took control of the dire moments of that round. Now we see EMPs coming out on the jacuzzi wall. We see a change up for Dark Zero on the defensive side, opting to hard hold jacuzzi wall for the time being, but it gets ripped apart by both a can opener and the exothermic, so lots of hard destruction opted to be brought for M80. Try and start their entry in towards Jim's side. And for M80 as well, an opportunity to maybe rectify a couple mistakes past as Spoit. He was reading it the whole way. There's a yellow ping on the window and everything. And Pamba, say goodnight on this round.
I thought the Cameraman killed him with mind bullets there, Rob, because he zoomed in but didn't fire a bullet. Next thing you know, Pambazu was dead, but I mean, let's go back to that very final round on Chalet, round 12. Pambazoo, an early casualty for Dark Zero. And I mean, Pambazoo is a tremendous player. Part of why he is among the best entries in North America is his ability to act on his own with limited information. He's got great game sense. He's got good mechanics. And when you combine all that, you can get quite a lot of value when you go for a spawn peek or you go for an early engagement. The problem is that M80 are among the 5 best gunners in the entire NAL. They are a team built of fraggers who at some point in time have literally been the best fragger on their team. You cannot challenge a team like that. 40 seconds, by the way, and M80 are in the site getting the plant down. Nobody from DZ seems to know this at all, Rob. And now the clock will run with 45 seconds left, and M80 seemingly cleaning up DZ.
Yeah, lost in the chaos of round number 1, and the recap of that was that this is a bar defense coming out from Dark Zero. So we are really testing the limits of these 4th bomb sites on the maps this evening. And yet this one doesn't seem to be as successful as we've seen on maps prior. Dark Zero, they got a plant against them in a 5v2, make it a 5v1 as Kino catches NJR on the rotation, leaving Kobe alone at the base of the main stairs and call it flawless. Good response for M80, being able to decipher the net that Dark Zero had laid up top above bar, but an odd choice of a bomb site on a map 3 of a best of 3 that could send you to a major or give you a date with Space Station to try again tomorrow.
For those that haven't been following along, we are fast approaching the Montreal Major. You've heard us mention it an awful lot, and these group stages and all that are obviously important for a wide variety of reasons, but for most of these players, the single biggest thing that they want is to make it to the Major, and then of course to SI as well. And getting to the Major gives you obviously a huge leg up in actually getting to SI based on the way that SI points work. A couple regions have started sending teams to the Major already. Just earlier today, we saw 2 teams from Brazil get added to the roster, as both Team Liquid and FaZe Clan have guaranteed themselves a spot. And well, if there are 2 organizations in Brazil that go to events, it's those 2. Historically, they were the 2 big teams. They were known as BRK and Team Font, respectively, all the way back in 2016 and 2017. Before getting picked up by Liquid and FaZe Clan, and those orgs have stuck with that same core of rosters, just making changes here or there since the very beginning. Something actually we talked about in Brazil that, well, Nesk has actually been on that Team Liquid squad since the moment they were picked up. He's the only player to do that. It's actually quite impressive. Over on the side of EU, they're fast approaching their deadline as well, with Virtus Pro and Secret battling it out for 1 spot, and then BDS and Wolves battling it out for the other. As for us, we sent the Sonics to Montreal just earlier tonight, and then the winner of this matchup will also go. D+ and Elevate both making their way from both South Korea and Asia. We are still awaiting some of the other teams. As for MENA, Team Falcons is the one team to qualify for Phase 1. The rest will come through the LCQs, Oceania, and LATAM, which will be played at a later date. So teams are slowly locking in their positions here. A lot on the line for these 2 squads. The loser will play Space Station, as you pointed out, and that will be the final Montreal spot on the line until we go to the LCQs.
That was a very comprehensive update on the global situation. Thank you, Parker.
Shut up, Rob.
I will say, if we narrow back down our focus onto this map specifically, Dark Zero not looking to run back the 4th bomb site of Bar for a second time. Seeing as it was a flawless round against them, now they've turned their attention towards Gym and Bedroom. You can see the approach for Cameraman, seemingly evading everyone on the side of Dark Zero as he sneaks his way through the barbed wire up red stairs to join the rest of his team, who've all flooded into CCTV and subsequently Cash. But there's nobody home. Everyone for Dark Zero reinforced this position, looking to hold it, but they've opted to fall back, not wanting to do battle with the Candelas in their face, and with the mounting pressure that M80 were bringing to try and burst their way in through the far side hold, they've opted to retreat. However, we once again have someone lurking, seemingly away from the availability of drones for M80. It's Nafe down in Oil Pit, and he is constantly going to be a thorn in the side of M80, potentially going for a flank, with M80 assuming that their cache side clear was completely successful, and that is a safe haven for them to operate out of.
Nafe is holding this garage angle with impunity right now, and he's retaking it. And he gets read on by Spoit like a book. Checked out of the library, no return date. Goodbye to Nafe. That's a terrific start for M80, and Nafe really did play that well. I just don't think he was expecting Spoit to pivot the way that he did. Spoit with 4 kills so far through 2 rounds. Cameraman 3-0, quite the start for him. Down goes Citizen as he vaults in. Kobe takes him out, and now there's follow-up from the Ying of Kino. He sees the Warden of Kobe inside a bathroom, but can't really do much about it. The castle barricade on weight room door means that it's safe for Kino to get the diffuser down. There's nobody who can seemingly stop this except for Kobe Lax, who throws out the nitro cell, and nobody from M80 is in position to pick the case back up. The timer was such to help DZ, and the single explosive from the one player inside a bathroom, the only position where any damage could have been done, as Kino very shrewdly played it so that he was protected at all angles from bullets, but not explosives, gives DZ the round.
Yeah, it seemed like that was Dark Zero's setup from the get-go, knowing that they had the bulletproof camera inside of Master, the very common one we've seen on top of the workbench now. And that is one that is going to stand the test of time unless you can get something physically in there, like a frag grenade, a Twitch drone, a Rotero drone to deal with it specifically. And that was really the setup for Kobe. He was able to read on the pixel that someone would attempt the plant on the reinforcement right up against it, and he had the pixel angle from the bathroom stall to be protected from the windows. That's case on the ground. Kino jumps in, recovers the case, and the camera watches him pivot to that safety from bullets like you talked about, Parker, which was right beside the gym door where Kobe rips a nitro immediately at, knowing that the timer would again expire on M80. We talked about the defensive ability for Dark Zero and the defensive favor in North America of Clubhouse. And again, barring an interesting bar hold for Dark Zero that resulted in a flawless attack in favor of M80, things have been going okay for Dark Zero, but much like we talked about with M80 coming into this game, seemingly some late round heroics needed to secure the rounds. But for Dark Zero, they're not going to care how it's done. They just care how many get done. And now Nafe once again returning to Oil Pit. C4 in hand. Here's an AK-12. He's not going to catch Spoil. Your stairs.
He's not moving. His camera's not moving. Is he moving? Oh no, my feed is dead.
It's back. It was me.
It's back.
We're back.
Not dead. It's back. Dead? It's dead.
It's dead.
Yep. She's dead.
It's trying.
It's dead.
Brother, it is trying its hardest, but it's not succeeding very well.
Our producer is calling us in our ear. He's play-by-playing to us what is happening because the feed isn't working. So our producer is play-by-playing to us, and now we are play-by-playing what our producer is saying to you. The feed is back, by the way. Now it's working.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah. There's no door there, Kino. Nope. This is a round, Rob. It is definitely a round.
Mm-hmm. I think M80 were trying to go for a direct clear up top, and Dark Zero brought no opposition to that clear. Really holding downstairs and content, again, with their positions in the basement, making this their pivot point, making this their safe haven. And Bolo stray into the vision of Spoit from up above, from 2 floors away, with an AK-12. Before things started getting a little choppy, it was Nafe inside of Oil Pit who had a C4 prepped in hand, who potentially could have dealt with Spoit early days. Instead thought better of it and presumably rotated back towards the objective. And Spoit's AK-12 rings out and wreaks devastation upon Dark Zero later on. So, opportunities that weren't collected upon. And now in the last 40 seconds, it's an opportunity once again for Dark Zero to play the saving grace in the dying moments, as M80 have done a lot of work on the top 2 floors, but still have yet to open up all the hatches necessary and do any work really onto the kitchen floor to make sure there's nobody still in Armory. Right now, this is an opportunity for Dark Zero to continue to hold their pressure and hold their advantages. They're not being forced off of the power positions. The Candela comes out, and turning away from the blinding will be NJR. Kino picks him up. He's able to walk in with the diffuser into Church. Kobe with 1 response, but that is all Dark Zero will get, as M80 will lay Dark Zero to rest on a basement defense that feels like vindication for the very first round of this map.
Rob, is everything? Rob, can I ask you this question? Is everything okay? You keep making reference to like laid to rest and like put to bed and stuff. Like, is everything okay over there, man? Like, you're making a lot of like death comments. Like, it's just
you know they kill each other, right? In the video game.
It's a simulation, Rob. For sponsor purposes, it's not real.
Oh, my bad.
They're not bullets. They're water guns. They're water guns.
Ah, my bad.
And they shoot red dye pellets that explode when they get hit. Come on, man, get with it.
Yes, the eliminations. My bad.
Well, all the way back at the very start of map number 1, I talked about a player on each side of the teams, and I spoke specifically about Nafe and how he has had some very obvious struggles to get kills. On border, he did quite well. Not really many of the players on Dark Zero did well on Chalet, but I mean, obviously they changed that towards the end when that gap closed and we almost went to overtime. But now we are seeing the Nafe that I feared would show up. 0 and 4 on high utility, high value operators. And he right now has a 21 EPS.
That's not good.
That is among the worst I have seen. Remember when we were talking about how somebody had like a 40 or a 50 or something was, and I was like, that's really low. Nafe has a 22 expected player score. Olo has 32. It is bad enough that one player is doing this, but to have 2 players do it at the same time is terrible. Nobody on Dark Zero is doing well right now. It is 2-2, but Kobilax is the only player who's actually shown up. Dark Zero has won 2 rounds because of time and time alone. That is it. They have a combined 6 kills. They won 2 rounds, Rob, with 6 kills. That is incredible. That is bananas. That's not right.
Listen,
I don't know what Dark and they're on defense, Rob. They're on defense of Clubhouse.
Listen, it's probably not the stat you want to put on the poster board advertisement for why we're good at Clubhouse. It's a 2-2 ball game. We are still chilling here if we're Dark Zero. The one question I have for them is with M80's difficulties yesterday, as outlined by the couch of Foxay and Laxing, difficulties opening CCTV, why there really isn't any impediment being brought to hard destruction on the Dark Zero lineup. These EMPs are being used just out of precaution, but there's nothing. The best you could offer were impact tricks, and all 4 remain in the pockets of Dark Zero defenders, so it's been free hunting right now for M80 to pick apart any and every reinforcement on the map. And now the Vigil of Pambazoo will be spotted as he rotates down towards Lounge on that Boss G Vigil, but he uncloaked himself right as the drone was holding inside of Garage, and it looks like here we go again. The Yings come out. M80 have opened up just about every possible avenue into the bomb site, and they're going to have free reign as they walk in and attempt to get the plant down.
Oh, Dark Zero gets the leadoff pick. Bolo breaking the goose egg. Kobe dies to Kino. That's most of the kills for Dark Zero now gone, but Bolo's starting to work things up. Nafe will go killless for yet another round. As Kino, after the blood has been spilt, will get into the bomb site, leaving Pambazoo and Bolo to try and shut this down. Pambazoo almost gets past Citizen, but not quite. Timer working now against Dark Zero, and Bolo, who's got 2 kills, both kills, the only kills for DZ in this round, will have to ace and also clutch and also get the diffuser. A lot to ask for one great YouTuber and tremendous player who also happens to be a world champion, but it's too much to ask. He loses. M80 wins the round. They're up 3-2.
And I mean, everything for M80 was wide open. They could have picked any avenue into the bomb site. They opt for the flood through Con, through Cash, with the assist from the Candelas. They suffer a casualty early on as the CC window vault, I think, preempted the rest of the coordinated assault into Cash, as Bolo was able to get that opener onto the player inside a CCTV that vaulted in maybe a little prematurely. But after that, the flood through Cash, nearly impeccable, and the Candelas blinding everyone and anyone who came into contact, as is their purpose. And that really made site holding untenable for Dark Zero. They had to vacate the position. You saw the last 2 remaining defenders for Dark Zero post-plant were sprinting through Lounge and in Rafters. And I hate to say it, there's a lot of bomb site that's not being covered if those are your last 2 defenders who are standing. So Dark Zero, in the final round of the first half, will look to reattempt the basement defense, but at the bare minimum, M80, it might have looked a little weird in the first round. They got 3 attacking victories now. They, at the very least, have secured themselves a tie game at the side swap.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dark Zero, you're a little bit concerned here. The only region that we talked about that has an attacker-sided clubhouse is Europe. The fact remains that this, for North America, is a very, very friendly bomb site for the defenders, and yet, that's not what we're looking at right now. At best, the defenders, Dark Zero, will tie in the first half. You need a 4-2. That's the win condition for DZ, and they're just not going to get it. That is worrying. That's very, very worrying.
Well, it looks like Bolo's not going to make the same mistake twice as Spoit opens up the same angle. Also sitting on 8-1, it should be mentioned, soaring a little above the rest of his compatriots on the roster in terms of the kill-death ratio. But he opens up that same angle from upstairs inside a master towards main stairs, and it looked like it was the bandit this time of Bolo on the landing towards the basement. And it is indeed Bolo, but he's just not going to take that engagement. At least not for now. He's going to pre-fire a couple shots. They are not going to connect, and he will retreat back to the bomb site with 3 batteries in pocket as well. Maybe an attempt to trick onto the church wall. Kaid is also in play, but hasn't been brought as of yet from the defensive side for Dark Zero, so these hatches will be free game for M80, and really no roaming contingent either for Dark Zero on this defensive setup. So it means that M80 have 90 seconds now to work top down onto the bomb site and make life as miserable as possible for these anchors.
Little fun fact, by the way, you've seen it a couple times here, but this is, I guess, a teachable moment for people who might not be the most experienced themselves. When you use breaches on walls next to floors, there is a circular explosive radius that also will take out some of the floor. You see it on exothermic charges. If you put it on a very thin wall next to another wall, it will blow open both. I know that might seem like something that is quite common. I have no doubt there will be people in the comments bemoaning the fact that this is a beginner strat, but for lots of people who watch this, they don't exactly play at the top level. A good start to this round with 40 seconds to go. For Dark Zero, they've taken Cameraman out of the equation. That's the Hibana down, but Spoit is poised to kill NJR. What a flick. He does 40 damage to NJR in the process. Rob, 25 seconds, and now we're at even numbers.
But the Candelas again, and the church wall has been able to be opened up. Everybody in the bomb site is vulnerable, and another Candela will come in. Kino on the LMG, or yeah, Kino and Citizen both on LMGs, and again Bolo is on the bandit. He couldn't trick the wall, he cannot see, and Hyper will close things out with M80 flooding successfully nearly 3 times onto this bomb site. It was NJR's heroics that only kept it to 2, but nonetheless, they walk into the side swap of the 4-2 lead.
Yeah, DZ's just being outstratted here at this point. I mean, how does Pambazoo die with Spoit in that position at the bottom of the stairs? How is that not called out by the Goyo of NJR? That's something that should have been relayed. It just looks like time and time again, DZ are sleepwalking through these rounds. And remember what I said back in round number 1, Rob, when that round was won in the most chaotic of fashions with time still left on the clock. I said that should have been an M80 round. We will go back, depending on how this first half unfolds, or possibly even the second half if we go to overtime, and we will start to point fingers at some of these rounds. There were still 4 people alive in round 3 when DZ won. There was only 1 DZ player still alive in round 1 when those 2 people from M80, if memory serves correctly, could not kill them, and they ran out of time. We realistically, Rob, could have looked at a 6-0 half for M80. That's the way that this has been going. That's how good M80 have been here so far on Clubhouse. So for a team like Dark Zero, they are, I don't want to say they're in free fall, but all things suggest that they are in a heap of trouble. They are going on to statistically the worst side of the 2 in North America. They won 2 rounds with very minimal kills and only won based on time. Through the first half, they had 9 kills in 6 rounds. They had 6 kills by the 4th round. They only were able to get 3 kills over the last 2 rounds. Now, things are starting out decently well for them. Citizen gets isolated over towards Logi. Pambazu gets the very first kill. That's great for DZ. But I'm very worried. I'm worried that M80 will run away from this. And while I don't care which team wins, you always want a competitive match. And right now, if I'm being honest, this has not been a competitive clubhouse.
This has been a very impressive M80, though. The response to what Dark Zero have brought, like you said, round number 1 probably should have been an M80 victory. And they didn't make the same mistake twice. They corrected it. The next 2 times they attacked the bomb site, defiant, clear, open and shut cases on who was going to win the round once the execute took place. I think right now for Citizen, okay, you're up 2 rounds. You're on the defensive side, which, again, like you said, Parker, statistically should favor you. You try to get a little bit cheeky with a Nitro cell out the Logi hatch. You get caught in a drone and a nice collection from Bolo upstairs. So that means that Dark Zero is in a good spot getting the opening kill, removing one of the Nitro cells from play. There were only 2 in the back pockets of M80 defenders. Now only 1 remains. But here comes Hyper. Like I said, the Kaid not seemingly in the repertoire for Dark Zero on the defensive side. It will be a mainstay in the M80 hold. And now you can see the Kaid onto the Moto hatch, an attempted trick coming out from Hyper, but double EMPs from Kobe will ensure the safe opening of the Moto hatch. But there goes Spoit. I think that was up main stairs, so potential lacking flank information for Dark Zero. And no, Spoit is downstairs inside a church. Maybe someone from Dark Zero getting ahead of themselves, but regardless, it's a 4v4. We're narrowing down to similar territory that we saw Dark Zero on the defense on this hold, but it seems like everyone for Dark Zero is avoiding church, and they're going to drop, nearly quadruple drop, the kitchen hatch.
Apes in sight, by the way. He's gone the first half without a kill, but now it's time for objective play. He's lost NJR, he's lost Kobe. Those are 2 very, very strong gunners that are no longer available. Bolo, though, he's starting to warm up. It took him 5 rounds to find a kill, but now he's got 5 to add. Cameraman is last alive, and he has to juggle multiple targets. DZ wins a round, and it's by far and away their best round yet.
I would like everyone to clip the last 15 seconds of that round and send it to Jesse J. Chick. You can find him on Twitter or Twitch or YouTube.
He's at a wedding. Leave him alone.
No, harass him because he has been the biggest hater of Osa play, and the Osa shield just saved the round. Cameraman walks out of dirt before the plant is completed, and he can't shoot the planter because there's an Osa shield guarding his back. And that saves the round, because yes, Bolo went off, but if that diffuser hits the floor, it would have been another tragic round, where this time it would have been Dark Zero scrambling in the dire seconds to recover the diffuser. But instead, an Osa shield saves the day, and I know that's just going to piss Jesse off, so please, let him know about it. And I think for Dark Zero as well, decent setup in the early. You're able to catch up Citizen, who's trying to launch a Nitro Cell at a Logi hatch fair. And then, again, we didn't see many arsenal attacks for M80. Much more focus on the flood through church, with the wall being opened up and the drop-down Moto hatch. But at the very least, Dark Zero seemed structured in their positioning and seemed ready for the response that M80 were going to bring. And again, that Osa shield doing some heavy lifting in the final seconds, but it still nets them the win. And on the attacking side, that's what you're going to need to narrow the gap that you now face. It's only 1 round away from tying this thing up, and M80, they're not going to look to play games. They're going to head back upstairs now instead of running it back downstairs in the basement. Trying again, extend the lead, get closer and closer to walking a ticket to Montreal.
There's been very slow starts to the rounds. I mean, it's Clubhouse. We expect this, Rob. We expect there to be pauses between these teams. We expect there to be an extensive amount of drone work. This is one of the bigger maps in the map pool. It's not the biggest, but it takes a lot of time to drone out. You talk to most teams at about 1:30 to 2 minutes. If there's no mute jammers, if there's no Mozzie pests, if there aren't rotates through those hatches, you're expecting about 1.5 to 2 minutes to get a full drone. There are also times where, in like say a basement bomb site, if you find all 5 players downstairs, you don't need to spend the rest of the time droning because you have everything all accounted for. This being a gym bedroom defense for M80, you have a pretty good idea of where most players are going to be. 1 in Logi, usually 1 in bathroom, 1 in the bomb sites. There might be 1 down below, and then you might have another extended out over towards cache and CCTV. So DZ will start with the cache CCTV execute. They walk through there, they've got the hatch, or they've got the breach open, and they see nobody from M80. So next step, drone farther into the bomb site. Figure out who's down below, because there's almost always somebody down below that you have to account for. In this case, it's cameraman.
Yeah, it seems to be very similar philosophy to what Dark Zero were running on their gym bedroom defense, which was set up for a CC extension and then give it as soon as it seems that it's going to be too difficult to hold. But it was cameraman on the Fenrir who had ventured on down the main stairs, and that really is your next progression on this defensive setup. If you're forced to give CC cash, you still want some verticality, and with those bulletproof cameras that will be in the bomb site, as we've seen from Dark Zero on their defenses, there'll be a lot of intel the defense will have at their availability, and 2 nitro cells in the back pocket to work with, and maybe just a Spoit with an MPX point blank on the gym window will collect Bolo, and as the Warden can weather the flashes, Nath gets cut down as well to 0-7 on the match. NJR will at least respond on to Spoit, so Jim is clear for the time being, but the bathroom is still occupied by M80's defense, and the flashbangs will come in. That will prompt the swing from Cameraman, and actually no, Cameraman is cleaned up, and Kino was the man holding the mantle inside a bathroom who also gets collected. Now Jim is opened up and the last 2 defender silhouettes are stacked on one another inside of logistics. Citizen though hits the shot from the depths and he hits another one with the 9x19. It's just NJR alone trying to plunge into logistics, and Citizen, he gets all 3. He's saying profanities in the face cam, but nonetheless it's another clutch for M80 on this bomb site.
How this game could have already been over, Rob. That could have been it. That could have been the killing blow for M80. If you go back and you put those 2 rounds that probably should have been won by M80 but weren't back in the first half. And now, here we are. What a performance by this team. DZ, unfortunately, has to burn their timeout. And it puts them in a weird spot. They are on the wrong side of this map. I worry about them. I very much worry about them. Also, ignore the overlay. It is backwards and also not. There's some things wrong with it. That's fine. We'll fix it in post.
We will fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post. We must move past the overlay. Okay, the overlay, Rob, is gone. We must simply move on. That is all.
It's your solution. Just move past anything.
We just simply must move. Rob, when I thought that you were gone forever, I told the people we must move past you. I heard. Look, and if there ever comes a day where I am gone, you have full permission on a broadcast to say we must move past Untero. I actually know what. No, I don't want you saying that. I hate you. I want somebody. Oh,
see you, dude.
See all of the. Yay! Mira wins! All right.
Just Mira.
Everybody has left the lobby, which leads me to believe that there will be a break. Nope, not hearing a break. Not yet. Is there going to be? Rob, do you think there'll be a break, yes or no?
Maybe.
Okay, we got a break. Rob, you were correct. You said maybe. That's excellent. We got a break. We'll be back when everybody's back in the lobby.
by attackers.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the tension was about to reach a fever pitch, we had to vacate everyone from the lobby so that Mira could win the game. Congratulations to Mira and Mira alone. On a more serious note, it's M80 who come away with another round victory, an inch closer and closer to flights being booked to Montreal. And for Dark Zero, I mean, whoever loses this game, it is a painful loss, but you have another attempt tomorrow against Space Station for whoever ends up losing in this best of 3. But for Dark Zero, it might be especially painful given the run that they had during the group stage, during their unbeaten streak post-loss to SQ, and also winning the first map of Border so convincingly, and then narrowly missing out on the comeback of all time against M80 on Chalet. Just to fall flat on the decider would feel pretty heartbreaking, I'm sure, for Dark Zero fans as well as their players. So now, the attention is on trying to match what M80 did on the attacking side, try to put up similar numbers, and at the very least, send us to the directionality of overtime. It still exists the possibility that they could win at 7-5 and win in regulation, but I imagine M80 is going to get at least one more defense before we end off this evening.
I mean, this match has certainly not been without its twists and turns. You can say that much. Whereas our very first game of the day was a relatively straightforward affair, this has been anything but. I've enjoyed it. I enjoy how unpredictable these matches can be. And the one thing I've said time and time again, and I think I even said it in the matchup today, is that sometimes sloppy matches are far more entertaining than genuine masterclasses between teams, because the unpredictability can often lead itself towards bigger and more exciting moments. If the teams don't know what they're doing, we sure as hell don't. By the way, there have been multiple tech pauses. Nafe is sitting at 0 and 7.
Yeah.
This is not the match for you to disappear. This is make or break for, well, not, I suppose there's still more options for you. You've got the third place match. If DZ loses here, they'll play up against Space Station. But either way.
I don't want to be in that position if I'm either of these teams. I don't want to be in the position of having to be in that third place game, having the opportunity to get the deal done today, to lock in your major spot this evening, not have to play tomorrow, not having to entertain the possibility of an LCQ. Oh my goodness. It's a weight off the shoulders.
An LCQ, by the way, that will have C9 Beast Coast, that will have Wild Card, that will likely have a gamut of T2 teams. But hold on a second, DZ doesn't want that to happen. They're trying their best. Nave has finally got his first kill. Rob and Citizen is now isolated inside of blue all by his lonesome. Nitro Cell goes out and it manages to kill Nafe. A bevy of players shooting away at Citizen. Look at the long face on Ben. He gets one kill before being traded out immediately, and DZ closed the gap by 1.
Yeah, that was a round where Citizen, if that Nitro Cell comes out a couple seconds earlier and puts the case on the ground with 15 seconds, instead of it being planted, and he has a mirror window, he's still in SMG 11 against 3. He did hit quite the admirable shot on his entrance back into church, though. He got a lot more possible if he wasn't in a post-plant situation, if he put the clock on the pressure of Dark Zero. But again, Dark Zero seemingly comfortable flipping the script a little bit, not opting to re-aggress towards Kitchen Hatch drop, not opting to use the Osa shield for cover, instead implementing a lot from what we saw from M80 on the attacking side, which was open up the church wall and operate off the flood through church, and picking up a lot of kills consecutively on that flood really put Citizen and everyone on M80 on their heels, just trying to find a safe haven in the objective to stop the plant, and they weren't able to do so. So, talked about a comeback for Dark Zero on Chalet. It came so tantalizingly close to hitting overtime, but stopped just shy of the extra frames. here we are again with Dark Zero toying with the idea of a comeback. Still difficult spot to be in, but it will be M80 going to CCTV and Cash now in the defense, opting not to run it back downstairs. I think right now for M80, again, the focus is on getting what you can on the defensive side. It is your favor. You do not want to see Dark Zero matching the attacking prowess that you brought in the first half.
Gridlock being brought by Bolo is an intriguing proposition because Gridlock does not exactly have the highest pick rate on this map. But if you think about it, she's got the secondary shotgun of the Super Shorty, which does not just quite a bit of damage, but is also very good in a pinch for destruction, limited only by the fact that there are 3 bullets before you need to reload. I guess they have to be very worried about M80's flank capabilities, and I figure the Scopos being on the board is probably the main culprit for that. It's a tremendously good operator for being able to flank because you can stash one deep away in a part of the map that you might not see or might not expect, and suddenly you can switch to it, and oh, now you've got 2 characters, but one of which just acts as a bulletproof and a deployable shield. Hyper's going to play over in garage. The other one's a top red. Okay.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, second idle shield behind the mirror window reinforcement at the top of red stairs gives you a lot of visibility towards the main CCTV platform breach. And we can see the return of Bandit. We did not see a lot of obstructions to hard breaching from Dark Zero on the defense. And Pambazoo says, I don't want to play against obstructions to my hard breaching either. Candelas and walks straight through the construction door up against a mirror window and deletes cameraman from action mid-bandit trick. So the con wall gets opened up. Nafe is very happy with that result, as that now opens up the avenue into the bomb site. There's still a mirror window to contend with, and we have not opened platform wall, saving it to the dire moments.
Nafe and Kobe with 2 kills. Rob, suddenly DZ has found their footing, and what should be a defender-sided map has fallen by the wayside. Kino and Hyper's the last 2 remaining, and Hyper will take down NJR. It's the very first kill for M80 in this altercation. As he switched over towards Rafters, Hyper with 1 to take down Kobe, and Hyper's the only one standing. No ability for him to swap on over. It's just him. He's the real deal, and he'll hit the deck. And rotate over towards stairs. 3 players upright from Dark Zero.
What?
Hold on. Oh. Okay, the other one was still there. They had a flank drone on the spot. The problem is that the diffuser is in a position where no matter what, he's going to get shot at. You cannot long arm this with the way that it's been opened up. He's going to try, but he'll be exposed to the door frame and will bait out a kill as there's a drop. And it's Pambazoo to get the job done. Rob, we've got a tie game.
We are tied once again. And for Dark Zero, like I said, being able to match what M80 brought on the attacking side. And is this a tech or a tack? We will find out momentarily. I wouldn't be at all surprised if it was M80's tactical timeout after DZ has already used theirs right before we went to a tech break. And it is indeed M80's tack to try and talk things over and really sort out where the defensive objective is that will lead them to success. It's been a loss downstairs. It's been a lost CCTV cache. You can imagine reattempting inside of gym and bedroom is a possibility, but that hold also did not go swimmingly. It required, again, some heroics on the side of Citizen to bring that one back in your favor. I think right now for M80, just struggling to find some solid footing on Clubhouse. Not something we thought we would say coming in. Statistically, a defensive favored map, at least in North America. And yet, it's the attackers who are seemingly picking apart both teams' defenses with relative ease. We will need all 12 once again, just like Chalet. And we will possibly need some extra rounds on top of that. And it is indeed gym and bedroom. No matter what, at the conclusion of round 11 here, one of these teams will be on match, series, and major qualification point. A lot of pressure on one round, and you don't really want it to be on the shoulders of one man trying to climb the mountain alone. You want it to be a team effort on either side. And so for M80, who have required many heroic acts on this map, the focus becomes playing as a team, playing together, and playing for each other.
It's a fine speech.
Yeah.
I was just trying to get back at you for the thing I said earlier when you made fun of me when I was trying to do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my favorite round because no matter what, somebody goes to match point and also series point and then major qualification point. Heck of a time for M80 to call their tactical timeout. DZ had called theirs and then we went...
Yeah, from downtown.
Okay.
But
that was a heck of a throw, I gotta say.
Really? Where did it get, though?
It went into wait. It went into wait, I think, to open up the hatch.
Oh, maybe to open hatch, yeah.
Oh! We don't see this all that often, but if there's an exothermic charge going off and you put up a black mirror on the other side of it, it destroys the charge. Very, very rare that that shows up, but quick thinking by Hyper. It will shut down Nafe's ability to enter the building.
And right now, for Dark Zero, you're feeling pretty comfortable, even though you do lose that exothermic from some crafty tricking from Hyper on the Solocon wall. You still feel pretty confident about being able to utilize the EMPs, open up Jacuzzi. The real question is going to be the bathroom wall. You're able to overcome the defender holding inside of bathroom with the assist of flashbangs. The last time you attacked this bomb site, the frag grenade goes soaring and it will not connect anywhere near Cameraman, but here comes the blitz instead. The drop into logistics and Nafe connects onto Spoit as well. ADSing around the corner, Bolo picks up Cameraman, and now identified by the Grimbees, the defender tries to retreat from construction, but now Kino inside a gym, putting on a masterclass, gets put on his backside. NJR will collect from the gym window, but in the meantime, Pamba has been down and finished off, but the Nitro Cell of Hyper still holding inside of logistics, hitting the feet of Bolo, trying to bait the ADS, and now both defenders on either side of logistics wall to construction try to do battle with Bolo. The ADS comes out and Bolo hits against Hyper. The Nitro Cell from Citizen. Can it be more heroics once again? A 1v1 of all time, but NJR shuts it down. No repeats for M80, and it is match point, series point, major point for Dark Zero.
Well, I'd be unhappy if I was M80 with that one, and they've got some long faces as they've burned through many bottles of water. And I mean, the only thing is exciting as watching this gameplay are all the different vistas that M80 seems to be playing in. We have another technical pause. I think we might set a record here, Rob, with the amount of tech issues that we have seen in this particular matchup, because it feels like we cannot go 3 rounds without there being some kind of tech hiccup. I'm not sure what's going on. I apologize to the viewers. There's frustration, obviously, that boils over. I don't have any words for you, frankly. You know, it's very irritating. Yep. It is very irritating, and we just have an exciting and thrilling round that ends the way it does, and then we go to a tech pause.
Smile. I will say, for Dark Zero, though, I do like the composure at the end of the round to still stay the course, because Kino really starts to throw things haywire for the side of M80. And I think right now for Dark Zero, just again, to be able to repossess themselves in that round and kind of come together with Bolo leading the charge and to give NJR the opportunity to win the 1v1. If Bolo doesn't hit that ADS, then it's a 1v2. And even at a health advantage for NJR, as he was close to 100%, the remaining defenders were lower. It was still a perilous task to try and accomplish in a 1v2, but Bolo hits the 1v1. And even though he gets removed by the Nitro Cell, he just gives NJR some breathing room. And with that diffuser down outside of the gym breach, it started to look like it was going to go sideways for Dark Zero. Another potential heroic moment for an M80 defender. And yet, cool, calm, collected, they're able to organize and push through everywhere upstairs that they wanted to, because Bolo was leading the charge on the blitz. He gets Logi essentially for free, walks all the way through Master from the gold rotate beyond the mirror window, puts Kino on his back, gets into gym, turns around, does a 180, and does it all over again to get back into Logi. Bolo just had free reign. He could go anywhere he wanted at any time with no real opposition from the defensive side of M80. The Nitro Cells were placed elsewhere, and that meant that a lot of their site hold got picked apart in a hurry. Really, the only saving grace for M80 on that defensive round was that the diffuser was alone outside of the Jacuzzi breach. But it ended up being irrelevant to the conclusion of the round, and for the tech pause as well. It's just another opportunity for everybody to regain some composure, take some deep breaths, because, like we said, before the round started, at the conclusion of it, somebody was going to be on match point, series point. But that just means you only need one to send us into OT.
Sorry, I'm still just cooling off here.
Okay.
The issue is we've been told multiple times is that there's one team, unfortunately, that continues to DC. I'm not sure if it's a game issue. I'm not sure if it's a tech issue. We're being told that it is frequently the drone bug. But either way, we'll play on.
Bomb located by attackers.
Oh, we're underway. Very nice.
Back in game. Thank goodness.
We're back in game. Well, I was really curious where M80 were going to feel most comfortable, because you've lost these 3 bomb sites consecutively now. You've lost the basement, you've lost CC, you've lost Gym. Do you pull a Dark Zero and try to go bar, or do you run back a defense that you think you can fix on the fly? And reveal in round number 12, M80 will keep their major qualification for this evening anyway, hopes, alive downstairs inside of Arsenal. And Spoit, even with backs against the wall, with the most pressure on you, with the most stakes on the line, he's going to rip out a Boss G on the Vigil, just showing how clutch that gun can be. And NJR is going to return the favor on the Dokkaebi. So we've got Boss G versus Boss G to potentially qualify for a major.
I'm always down for the Boss G. I think it might be a little bit too strong for like ranked and stuff like that, but I mean, enjoy seeing it. Anyway, one thing I do not want to see, by the way, is I don't want to see an early death from either side. This is something that seems to have plagued Dark Zero when they've been in very important matches, and this man in particular has died way too early, way too often. That's Pambazoo. Obviously, you don't want to point fingers at him for what happened on that Chalet matchup, but had he not died as early as he did, you have to wonder if they would have had maybe a bit more potential in that round. He's doing a great job of making space on his own, Rob. But he's got a couple different players to try to find. Hyper's been finished off. Cameraman now pops up. DZ with 2 very quick kills. How do they let Cameraman go by? He pulls out the sidearm and attempts to get back towards these DZ players. But he is a man on the run. A nice shot onto Nafe. A follow-up as well onto Kobe. Where is this coming from? How has DZ let this man go unpunished? Kino is the last alive. DZ making up for this in a hurry. And Rob, that might be all she wrote for M80.
Potentially, it's Kino with a TCSG this time instead of an SMG-11 and barbed wire to try and hold out against the automatic rifle that Bolo carries and the Boss G of NJR. It's operating from inside of blue for the time being, and it does not appear as the remaining 2 attackers for Dark Zero are aware of his presence. And there's still some time on the clock to operate with for Dark Zero's attackers. Try and assess the position and what might be best to establish a crossfire. Kino might just be able to stall out a little bit of time and potentially play them into traps. Goyo canisters, cap cans, they could still be strewn across the site and cause havoc for these 2 attackers trying to push down the main stairs. Now, you can see the Goyo canister, it erupts at the bottom of the main stairs, and both the DZ attackers turn tail and head back towards the kitchen hatch. Is Kino gonna do it again? No! Bolo! It's the prone drop headshot, and call it good night, Dark Zero. They will have a date with Sonics in the grand finals, and they will also be seeing you in Montreal.
The 5-star frog splash as he drops through the hatch and gets him in one of the funniest and goofiest ways that a player can drop. Hugs all around from Dark Zero. They will want to soon forget that Chalet, Rob, but at the end of the day, they still come out on top and they clinch their spot at the major. Sonics and Dark Zero in a grudge match tomorrow. They've both made the major. Kudos to them. As for their opponents, M80, they'll go down into the final spot for the major, up against Space Station tomorrow as well. So one more spot remains. We already know what those two teams are. TZ was just simply better on those 3 maps, Rob.
Like you said, Parker, we've clinched 2 spots for the major. There's 2 more left to find. That will be tomorrow, but the desk will be ready on the other side of this quick break to break down the barn burn that was Dark Zero M80.
Sorry, go into church, in church. Let's go catch,
Yeah, go catch.
He's gonna be holding for church double, church double.
Okay, you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, double pro drop, double pro drop.
Yep. 3, 2, 1.
We're not fucking go, boys. We'll come back.
Let's go!
Well, it wasn't clean and it certainly wasn't pretty, but the team known for defense gets it done on the attack, and Dark Zero is on their way to the Montreal Major. And That was a slugfest right until the bitter end.
It was nice to see it back and forth. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed we didn't go to overtime. I feel like that game was so good.
Facts.
No, that game was so good.
8-7 should have been.
I mean, we saw the comeback on map 2 almost happen for Dark Zero, and then on map 3 it was just a round back and forth, and then on that last round, Cameraman got like 3 kills with the pistol. I was literally sitting in the back. I was like, oh, it's gonna happen. Kino's gonna clutch this 1v2. It's bound to happen, but nope. I mean, consistency. I mean, Dark Zero played it slow, and in those final moments, they just made that teamwork just play together. 3-2-1, drop the hatch, and I mean, the rest is history.
Again, it was a good back and forth from both teams. I mean, M80 did run away with it for a little bit, but then Dark Zero just clawing their way back, and then again, it just kept going back and forth. It just looked like a tennis match basically at that point, but then in the last 2 final rounds is where Dark Zero really found their footing right here and won that 1v1 that was so close. I mean, it was a good heads-up play from Bolo on that blitz that really allowed them to get into there, but here's you're talking about Cameron getting the 3 kills with the pistol. It's unfortunate that he couldn't muster out that overtime, and I mean, you said it, and I thought Kino was going to clutch that too, that they were going to drop down that hatch into that TCSG, but they just couldn't get it done. But Dark Zero, you got to feel good. You went through the entire stage practically flawless. You had a little hiccup here against M80, but then you just closed it out in a 7-5, didn't have to push that overtime, and now you secured your spot going to Montreal.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet moment for M80 because, I mean, you look at the stats, and I mean, individually, M80 really came to play. I think that was the best version of M80 that we've seen so far. I really liked what we've seen from them so far in this playoffs, and you know they're going to have to go down to that lower bracket and you know give who is it, SSG, a run for their money.
Yeah, they certainly are, but for Dark Zero, we can get a little look inside the team where they're sitting now after that absolute grinder. We have Bolo on the line for us here. Welcome, Bolo.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh, no, happy to see you. Congratulations. You're on your way to Montreal.
Yeah, thank you. For sure, back at it.
You are back at it, my man. So I got to ask, you guys, you come off such a hot stage. Did you expect that to be that much of a grind against M80?
Honestly, I mean, we didn't even think we were going to be playing M80 in the first place, but it was a little bit of a surprise, but they definitely came to play. It was not like the previous M80 that we played against, you know, in the group stages. They really made us work for it. That's the least I could say.
Oh yeah, they sure made you work for it. I mean, in that map 1, you had no kills, but you popped off.
I wasn't going to say this. I want to say, I apologize.
I mean, whoa, it's my question.
I just want to say, I feel like I highlighted him, and then like I felt like I brought bad luck.
You cursed.
So I apologize.
I mean, that's just honestly like that map was just. I literally didn't get in the gunfights. I was just on windows, throwing util, you know, just cheering on the boys as they get the job done. Yeah. So it's all good. Someone's got to be the cannon fodder sometimes, right?
Yeah, everyone was doing their job, and I mean, my question was going to be, after not getting kills in one map, to be able to keep level-headed going into map 2 individually, how do you look forward to that? And then also as a team, after losing map 2, how do you guys shake that up going into map 3?
I mean, personally, for me, sadly, not the first time I've ever dropped a donut. So, you know, it's just another day at the office. Yeah, you just got to reset. It's also a BO3, so that's another thing. Just one map at a time, one round at a time. So drop a donut here, you know, you can drop 20 the next map. It is what it is. But I mean, yeah, it just worked out. Everybody stayed cool, calm, and collected. We almost had a nice little comeback on Chalet, and we had a little 5-3 down comeback on Club, and we just got good mental. That's all we can really say.
Well, I want to congratulate you guys on clenching your spot for Montreal, but I mean, how do you feel as, you know, how do you feel going against the adversity from the beginning of the stage, obviously practically having a flawless run, having a little hiccup here against M80, and now you guys find yourself in the position you are, but ultimately now you have your revenge match versus SQ for this first place finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not as poetic as many would probably want. You know, I'm sure a lot of people would rather have Sonics and us be on the 3rd place for the major spot, right? Sure. But I mean, it's good. I think it's just a testament to just show everybody that all roster changes don't have to be bad. It can make 2 teams better, and you have Sonics DZ for top 1st place in NAL. So I mean, I think it's good. It's nice, and we're excited for it.
Well, I think it'll even be like a good match because obviously the first match, that was your guys' first day. I don't think you truly were able to display your performance that you've been proven now. So that game will really be a fun one to watch.
I just had a quick question after seeing your guys' end game comms. What did Kobe mean by we're not C9, we're not Beast Coast? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I think he was just referencing that they previously lost at M80. I don't know. I don't know what goes on through Kobe's mind.
He's right
We
there.
have
You could just ask him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little shy right now. He's getting the popcorn ready. We're watching Game of Thrones tonight. So.
Oh wow,
he's flowed.
Yo, talk about team.
Yep.
Look at that.
Talk about
Team
team
bonding.
chemistry.
Yeah.
What season? What season?
Yeah,
the last one, the best one.
There's about to be a wedding. There's about to be a
No.
wedding. Let's just say that.
Oh boy. Okay, well,
Yeah,
we're gonna stop talking about that right there.
He's never seen that actually.
Yeah, we're
never
gonna stop.
seen it. Never seen it.
We're gonna
That's why I gotta be ready for him.
I don't want people angry at us for spoilers. That's the end of that discussion. I mean, one last question for you here. Obviously, Sonic's game tomorrow. It is a big deal. I know you guys know it's a big deal. How are you feeling about going into the major after this match tonight?
I mean, yeah, today was just another, road bump in the road. But at the end of the day, as we're all saying, job's not finished. We do want first place. We want the #1 seed. We want to beat Sonics, and we're just gonna keep cool, calm, and collected. Act like there's still something to prove, still something on the line. Sure. And just hopefully build on what we've been building.
Well, love you, Bolo. Thank you so much for joining us here for the interview. Enjoy Game of Thrones and the wedding. And that will be the end of that.
Thank you so much. Take care, guys. Take care.
Oh, geez. I hope they record like that.
I know.
Of
That's
watching
content.
That episode.
That's content right there.
That would be just what a
Relax is in for something crazy.
Crazy. Well, our bracket, it kind of worked out the way that we thought it was going to at the end. It was a little bit torturous to get there. Sonics, though, they snuck into the grand final, and I say snuck. That's not fair to them. They deservedly got there.
Yeah, I think we said at the start of this week that obviously at the end of the day, Dark Zero was going to be the team that we 100% believed was going to make it through, make it to Montreal, compared to all the other teams. But M80, it was a run for their money. They definitely kept it very close, and it could have gone either way. There was a moment where I thought M80 was going to beat Dark Zero and do the upset, but obviously Dark Zero, we expected it. Sonics, I think, depending on who you ask, we knew that game was going to be a little bit more of a toss-up, but Sonics actually steamrolled SSG, and they made it and earned their spot. So, I think it was expected. You could have guessed it would have been these two teams, but the way it got there is not at all what we anticipated.
Oh, not by any means. And for that first game, you said it. Sonics need to make a statement. One of those teams had to make a statement. Sonics absolutely did that. Even today, we said that Dark Zero also needed to make a statement. They clearly did win a lot closer than they probably wanted it to. But I am looking forward to that third place seeding between SSG and M80, especially because we said M80, this is the best that we probably have seen them look. And then what we've seen from Space Station in terms of the consistency and lack of inconsistency, the inconsistency and lack of consistency is that they bounce off between one game to another. So I can only imagine after losing today, not getting that spot, that they're going to take it extremely serious than what we obviously saw from today. Not to say that they didn't, but they always look to improve the next game going forward. So I think that's going to be a pretty fun one going into tomorrow.
Well, it was two intense matches here today. We hope you enjoyed them. We certainly enjoyed sending two teams to the major, Sonics and Dark Zero. They both deserve those spots. Tomorrow they'll clash, but it'll be our second game. Our first game of the day, the third place match to determine who will go to the major. It'll be SSG versus M80. You won't want to miss it. It'll start here at 6 p.m. Eastern. But for now, big thank you, of course, to Foxa, Laxing, our talent, Flynn, Intero, all the production staff behind the scenes, and from all of us here in Philadelphia. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!